222, testing, hello. Awesome. You're happy there in your warm room? Well, I'm gonna be peppered by cricket balls. There's two. My hands are frozen. There's no way. I'm not attempting anything. All right, let you go. Just saw there's a kids team and they're shitting their pants. Is a Yorkshire Cricket College.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and OneXBet. Welcome to Jersey for the first time ever. We are here as ECN. 7 days of cricket on the way, 5-day men's series and 2-day women's series. And it's also the Liberation Series. It's a big day on the 9th of May. It's Liberation Day here in Jersey. So settle in, it'll be a big week of action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Jersey Liberation Series, and it starts right now.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge week in European cricket, because we are in Jersey for the first time. We're at the National Cricket Centre in Grainville, and this ground, it looks absolutely magnificent. It's in great shape. The weather's very nice as well. The sun's out at the moment, and we've got a big Liberation Series coming your way over the next 5 days. We have the men, and then of course we have the women's series as well, which starts on Saturday. So there's 5 teams here. We'll talk about them a little bit more as the day goes on, but we are starting the day with the Eastern Royals taking on the Central Commanders. And I think this should be a very, very interesting game to start the series as well. Just quickly, the weather here, a little bit chilly, you would say, at this time of the day. It's about 9 degrees for the first ball. We're expecting 12, but the sun's out, feels quite pleasant. It's very kind of English feel to this ground as well, which isn't really surprising. Let's go to Charles Croucher now. The Sheriff is in town and he's got the coin and the 2 captains. Let's see what happens in the coin toss for match 1.
Thanks, Vinny. Eastern Royals with the Central Commanders to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll have a bowl, please.
Royals have won the toss. They're going to bowl.
Well, there you have it. The Royals winning the toss and electing to bowl. And historic moment coming up. Our very first ECN cricket in Jersey. Great to have you with us. And this ground is absolutely amazing. Love the old-fashioned scoreboard there. And in Grainville, which I know has hosted a fair bit of international cricket as well. Jersey really put themselves on the map. And let's not forget, we currently have the ECL trophy residing here in Jersey after Farmers won that just a couple of months ago. So it's going to be a big series. We have 5 days of men's cricket and then 2 days of women's cricket. And a slightly different kind of look, I suppose, with 4 teams that kind of been done on districts. And certainly I think that those in charge have made an effort to make these teams all very, very competitive. Let's look at the Royals lineup as Harrison Carlian will lead them out. Jack Kemp, watch out for him behind the stumps. He's still a teenager, but he's an absolute man-mountain for a teen. And we've seen him featuring quite heavily at the Carlton Oval. Joel Dudley in there as well, player we know really well on the network. And watch out for Special Agent Barney Aston, one of Rhino's favourites. The Central Commanders, though, Sumare, of course, was player of the series in the ECL not too long ago. Don Blampede's their captain, as Jonathan Hewitt will have the gloves for them. Watch out for Reece Palmer. Again, player we know really, really well. Scott Simpson from OVs is going to be, I think, a key figure with the ball. And as far as the percentages go, Royals 46%. Probably sounds about right. It's going to be pretty even. I think all these games should be pretty even. Of course, you've got the 4 Jersey-based teams here, and also the Yorkshire Cricket College, who will play a little bit later in the day. So warm welcome to everyone who's watching on Fancode in the subcontinent and of course on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And of course, plenty of cricket happening around the grounds today. 3 locations still with the T20 cricket in Malta already underway this morning. But right here, Adam Bradbury's going to get us going. Have a look at this ground. We're going to get to know it really well. And I'm a little bit worried that I'm in the firing line as well. I'm very close to the action at long on, actually. So I'm going to keep my hands warm just in case I'm called into action. Klaasen to face up. He's out there with Julius Summerer. It's the Blues versus the Reds to get us going. Lights, camera, action. First ever ECS cricket in Jersey. It's going to start with a wide. In fact, it's a no ball. Probably for overstepping. So Bradbury, not exactly creating history for the right reasons. Umpire must have called it for front foot. Well, it's touch and go. But what it means, Klaasen will get a free hit. Slow ball, just manipulated out where Robbie Forrest does the fielding. Yeah, so obviously it's a big week here in Jersey, the 80th anniversary of the very first Liberation Day back in 1945. And as fate would have it, it's our finals day of this series. Big hello, I think Helix is in there. Hello to Scotty as well. Well, Summerer needs no introduction to ECN fans, and he's going to get going straight away. Maximo! The first ever in ECN cricket in Jersey, and I can tell you it will not be the last. I do like the look of Bradbury. He's tall, he's got a good slower ball. I've seen that already. And Summerer, he's a weapon. In fact, he played a really good series for the British and Irish Knights in the Western Shield to start the year. Right now, he's going to sky one out towards square leg, right back to the line and out of here, Maximo! And you can see here, that is the size of the boundary on that side of the ground. You've got the hill there. So, yeah, Commander's looking in command early. And this ball, I think, is really going to fly. First chance for me to have a look at this pitch, but it looks pretty true. Now steps across and swats it. Maximo! Not once, not twice, but thrice, and oh so nice for the Commanders, who have taken this first over magical already, and there's still 2 balls to go. Makes sense to have Summerer at the top of the order, I think. Of course, we saw him in the successful Farmers side that won the ECL not too long ago. 131 expected. That could be a bit on the light side. This is going to be down the leg side. Well taken by Jack Kemp. So it's an interesting dynamic here with I suppose a lot of players that are usually teammates actually against each other, but I think they'll enjoy the challenge. Yeah, hello to Carol as well. He's saying he recently played for Leicester, second 11, and batted at 11. Well, he's not batting like an 11 here. She gets off the end of the bat. It's well handled out there. Just get through for a single. Yeah, so hello to Helix, like I said. Scotty, Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. I know it's not the greatest time slot for you, Rob, but you can always catch up. Maybe you can even we get up early by the time we finish tonight. It'll be tomorrow morning in New Zealand. Oh, very well bowled by Bradbury. And how did that miss the off stump? A little bit of tail. And so a good finish. Have a look at this one come in. Only just misses. So that's the end of the first over. A pretty productive one for the Commanders. They're 22 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on the ground in Jersey. And yes, we tick off another location in the European Cricket Series. Malta actually still going with some T20s, but the T10s are done there now. And I'll be doing this series. I'll also be doing Landskrona next week, along with Tina, and then Estonia. After that, well, this is in the air and it's gone. It's a big moment early. Summerer came down the wicket, and it's Barney Aston who's come on, and he's got the big wicket. First ball of the second over. Summerer probably just getting a little bit overconfident there, trying to turn that into a drive or delivery. It was actually pretty clever bowling. He banged it in to make it tough to muscle down the ground. And yeah, very good catch taken as well by Harrison, the skipper. So that's a big moment early in this game, you can tell. 22 for 1. Dom Blampede, the captain, comes out at number 3. Tries to kind of sweep this one, gets a bit of glove on it. Won't go all the way. Well fielded. Nigel Crocker hurls it back in. Leg by signalled actually, so maybe no glove in that one after all. But yeah, great to be here. Always hectic, I suppose, with the first day in a new location, but they've really set up the ground beautifully for us here. Well, that's in the air, that's going to be gone. So Aston with a double strike. Klaassen never really got going while he was there. And Crocker in the right place at the right time takes the catch. So the second wicket falls and the Royals finding back. Central Commanders 23 for 2. Just kind of tied him up for room there. Aston, who we have seen a little bit of the Carlton Roval, he just didn't time it. And Crocker did the rest. 23 for 2. So, looks like I got hot mic'd before the game. Just catching up on the chat now that I'm in. Yeah, Sharon's watching from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. Hello to you. Nice to have you with us. And yeah, might have a few new viewers as well. Heard of Hayley Vandervolt, who's part of the Silver Spanner Club. That's well bowled as well. We can see ball is zipping around. Healess, the number 4, comes in, the left-hander. I will say it's a bit chilly, but it's a very English cricket kind of day. And if you don't know where Jersey is, well, you probably should, and you can look it up. It's just off the coast of France. Oh, this time it's down the ground. Fielder comes around. Oh, would have been a sensational catch, but it goes through their hands and ends up going for 4. Made really good ground there. But Robbie Forrest couldn't pull in the spectacular opportunity. So he makes very good ground, does get there in the end. Made something out of nothing there, Robbie. Healess gets lucky, gets off the mark with 4. Now another opportunity. This one's more straightforward, and this one is taken. Well, life doesn't always give you second chances, but Forrest, after almost pulling a ridiculous catch, takes this one. Still had a bit of work to do, had to come in, and well, the baby blues, you could call them, doing the job. Some of the young players stepping up. It's the 3rd wicket in just the 2nd over. And it's 27 for 3. And Aston takes 3 for 5 or 3 for 4 off his figures. There's a leg by in there as well. So that shows you how quickly this game can change. It was all the Central Commanders in the first over. It went for 22, and then Sumareh falls, and he's followed very quickly by Klaassen and then Healess. This is a look at who's going to be playing in the tournament. You can see we have a 5-team format, 4 days qualifying games, and then finals on Friday. Well, that one is going miles, and it's going to go into the sight screen for 4. So Blampede gets off the mark in style. He's been joined out there by Scott Van Breeder. And I know yesterday, I think it was over the weekend at least, he was playing rugby for Jersey. And Scott's someone that we did see in the ECL recently. It's a bit of a cult figure, actually. This is a great ground to watch cricket. Now, a little bit inside out. It's going to squeeze away. And that's going to go for 4 as well. So Bradbury being trusted with the second over here. He didn't have a good finish to the first over. I suppose Sumarare was the threat and he's already out, but 2 boundaries already. This is going to be a fun week, I can tell already. Danny Hudacek will join me from tomorrow, but of course he's making the trip today. Oh, flicked away, not too far from the fielder who dived at it, but it's in vain. It's going to be another boundary. Bradbury kind of getting taken down here in the power play. It's been a little bit leg-sidey. We did see a catch in this location earlier on. Hello to Muhammad Ullah, who's asking, why haven't we visited Norway? Well, we would love to go to Norway, we'll say that. It depends on a lot of things, actually. Slower ball this time, carved away, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Pete. Yeah, he's getting with the program, not too worried about the 3 wickets. This is actually a really good shot. Has to reach for it. Actually backed away slightly, made it more difficult, but able to slam it over the rope. 6 runs. Yeah, so I know we are planning to go to Norway for a T20 series later in the year, I think in August. But we'd love to have European Cricket Series in Norway. I know the players really want it. We really want it to happen as well. Well, this time it's short and it's slapped away kind of off the end of the bat. As you can see, there's so many spectators around the ground and there's lots of places you can watch the game from. There's so many great vantage points. And I know the more time we spend here, the more we'll show you some of these spots. And I've got to say, I love the fact it's kind of like a bowl type ground. So you've got the hill on the right hand side of the screen. Wow, that one, it's going to be called a wide. It wasn't too far from the gloves. I thought I might have heard something in my effects, but umpire, I think rightly. Oh, did that get some of the glove? Am I seeing things? Yeah, called a wide, 50's up as well. Maybe it's the wicket keeper in me that detected a small deflection. Last ball to power play. It won't be because this one's wide of the mark. Yeah, so it is just me today. It will be Danny with me tomorrow, though. I might have 1 or 2 special guests a little bit later in the day. Once things settle, I think everyone's just really excited to have the cricket underway. And I know that in Jersey, and they have followed a lot of ECN cricket. Obviously, they've done very, very well in the ECL. Old Victorians made the final last year. Farmers won it this year. Slower ball does kind of full impede, and that's the end of the 3rd over. And Bradbury, well, probably won't have too many fond memories of his first ECS overs. He goes none for 46 in 2. I think you got to go back to Aston, don't you? He just took 3 wickets. I think you got to roll the dice. You can see the second over very different to the 2 Bradbury overs. But hey, when you learn in ECN cricket, you just got to take the good with the bad and just keep moving forward. They do go back to Aston, who took 3 for 4 in the second over. Bowling to Scott Van Breeder, facing for the first time. Yeah, so Scott mentioned that he also plays rugby for Jersey, and I think he was playing, it might have been yesterday. He was playing, they had a good win over Guernsey, of course. Guernsey, the other Channel Island. Natural rivalry, obviously. Although sometimes they do play together as a Channel Islands team. I've heard of that in the past as well. Slow bowled. Just straight over the tram line. And I think he got Pete kind of trolling a bit, acting like he was going to take a run there, even though it deflected off him. I do think this is going to be a very good-natured series. Competitive, but good-natured. Each players know each other really well. Slow ball from Aston. Well, having to hustle there, but they get through. Wayne saying, ECN, we visit Norway, why not Australia? I do think that the day will come where we branch out outside Europe, but I mean, still a few places to cover in Europe, I think. It's great to be here for the first time. All right, that one up in the air. Can he get in time? Not quite. Just a slice of luck there for Van Breeda. Carlian came in at a rate of knots. Action-packed opening. Slower ball hammered down the ground. Carlian does well. Right in front of the opposition dugout as well. Yeah, so I know that there's a kids area as well, which is pretty well protected. There's a net to stop them being any sort of danger. But I suppose the thing with the ECN field and that I mentioned is everyone's really close to the action. That's completely miscued. Keeper comes around and Kemp takes the catch. Van Breeda doesn't fire. And the fourth wicket down. Aston has all four now. And he will finish with amazing figures of 4 for 7. Barney, well, the special agent, because of his 3-digit number back in the ECC last year. Right now, he's got the 11 on his back. And he's sent Scott Van Breeda, very good hitter. He's going to have to walk back without making any impact. Kemp rocking the short sleeves on a single-digit temperature day. Now, some people have thoughts about that. I don't mind it, though. If you've got the guns, then you might as well use them. .55 for 4 after 4. Bossio comes on, he gets launched straight up in the air. Well, can anyone get there? Fielder comes in and looks straight at the bowler. Bowler looks at the fielder and the ball drops between them. Blampede really lucky to get away with that. Have a look. Well, they're almost like a couple that weren't talking to each other there. There were a few dirty looks exchanged. Bossio, I like the look of him as well. Left arm up, pushes that one through. New batter out there now is Scott Simpson. Again, a player we know really well. Plays for Royal Victorians in the club competition. What a start. Oh, well, early one. If this hits, it would have been gone, but clever line run by Simpson made sure that the bowler didn't get a look at the stumps at all. Yeah, Barney has 4. He has a special assignment, says the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Hello to Colin Mustafa as well. And the robot is in as well. Hello, robot. Some interesting comments there. I'll leave them alone. Wow, he's bowled him. That's a crazy shot from Blampede. It was a premeditated reverse. He saw the field. There was a big gap down there, but this is smart bowling. When you're trying to go kind of level 12 difficulty, you get a ball that's fallen on the stumps, it's going to spell trouble. You can see there, tried to cover the stumps with his body, but it just snuck around the leg, and so Blampede probably crosses the line from aggression into insanity, and he will be the 5th wicket to fall out for 24. It's 57 for 5. That's the thing with this format. A lot of these players, I mean, the ones that haven't played for the national team at the Euros of Cricket and the ones that haven't played for either Farmers or Old Vics at ECL, it takes a little bit of time to kind of work out exactly what your approach is. Reece Palmer comes on. He's also a very good off spinner. I'm sure we'll see him bowling later in the game. But Bossio does a good job. What's a good score here? Got a feeling, yeah. I feel the scores might end up going up later in the week as the bats kind of come to terms with how to go about it. Well, that's in the air. How far is that going? Straight to the fielder. That's gone as well, and it's 6 out. Simpson out now for just a single. Bossio with the double strike. They're not going for too many either. No boundaries in the over, and it's 6 wickets in the first 5 overs. 58 for 6. What a start. And the Royals, they were slight underdogs before the first ball, but now I think they're in charge of this, and look, they could even rock and roll the Commanders here. Simpson just didn't get all of that, found the fielder. And it's Joel Dudley. He's a very good fielder out there at deep mid wicket. He was never going to miss it. Heward comes out. He's the keeper for the Central Commanders. Comes out at number 8. You can see right now 36%. So still given some sort of chance. Remember the bowling they've got is very good, the Commanders. They've got Sumare. Obviously, he's very experienced in the format. Van Breeder, Scott Simpson. You've got Palmer with his off spin, of course. But how many are they going to have on the board? Palmer faces up. Time for over number 6 as Crocker gets the ball. Took a good catch earlier. Around the corner at short fine leg. Hello to Andy Brown as well. Very, very pleased to see you in the chat as well, Andy. Saying, yeah, Ben Healis and Barney Aston are best mates. And Ben scored 125 yesterday. What a difference a day makes in cricket. I think we all know that. Stewart gets off the mark with a single. One thing I'm really excited about is the fact that we'll see a lot more of the Jersey playing population in this series, and we'll get to see a few more players that we've never seen before, and for them to have that opportunity, I think is great. Pretty well bowled this time, fairly straight. Forrest, good fielder, you can tell that straight away. Covers the ground. And I don't think we'll get too many Tortugas on this ground. I think that it's a beautiful outfield. You can actually see to the right of the artificial pitch there is a turf pitch. And a couple of them actually. Obviously not prepared, having to play ECS cricket on the artificial because the volume of cricket that we play, obviously. Oh, soft hands there from Heward. And I think he kind of played for that a little bit. He's going to get the result, 4 runs. Third is up in the circle. Let's have a look. Yeah, kind of just had soft hands there, didn't he? Bit edgy, but that'll do. Hello to Jeff Mobbs as well. Good to see you. Crocker with the comeback ball. Wow, well, the reverse is tried again. This time finds the fielder. Oh, Heward. Hey. They say necessity is the mother of invention, but I don't know if the necessity was there, especially with 6 down. To be fair, I mean, Heward does actually get a fair piece of it, but he just couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. Really time it. It's a very difficult shot. And the catch was taken. Jack Lonsdale makes no mistake, and it's 65 for 7. This ball, I think if he missed it, he was in big trouble. LBW or bowled. But 7 wickets down. And remember, that first over, and the third over really. I mean, if you take out Bradbury's 46, that's 7 for 19 off everyone else. And now, Palliarakan is the new batter, comes out number 9, misses the first one. Crocker with a successful over as well, joins the wicket-taking club. And it's 65 for 7 after 6. Yeah, question about the boundary size. Yeah, ECN standard, 50 metres from the centre of the pitch, 30-metre circle. All the elements you'd expect in your ECS cricket. Have a look at this scorecard, quite amazing. Like I said, there's 2 overs that went for 46. The other 4 overs, 7 for 19. Crazy. As Forrest gets the ball, he's been fielding key positions early on. And let it Kai Bay as well. Everyone, isn't it exciting to go somewhere different? This one's flicked away. It can only be a single. Yeah, I love, that hill over there. I just think that's probably where I'd choose to watch from. I don't know if we can show that on the camera, but you got the beautiful tree-lined hill. Sit nice and high and look down on the players. And Pali Rakan probably wasn't expecting to get a hit, certainly not in the 7th over. Batting number 9. See there the Royals electing to field, and geez, hasn't that paid off? This one's not going anywhere. Hit high on the bat. Forrest. It's pretty businesslike. Yeah, so the format this week, each team will play 8 matches. Fawn at the stumps where he takes off and he might be in trouble. Oh, the throw pulled Kemp away from the stumps. You can see Palyarakan, just a bit of pressure getting to him there. Wants to get off strike. It was excellent fielding. Clean as a whistle, but then you can see Thurkettle kind of pulled the throw, having to throw from an awkward position. Forrest, only 1 run off the over. Last ball of it coming up. And it'll stay only 1 off the over. So a brilliant effort from Robbie Forrest. And after 7 overs, 66 for 7. You feel there's a lot on Palmer here to try and step up. Have a look at this. We are a triple threat at the moment. Cricket in Malta, cricket in Belgium tonight. We're in Jersey for 5 matches a day in the Liberation Series. But now later in the week, we'll be in Greece. And Tina will have to put the microphone away. She'll be playing for Germany in, firstly the ECIWs on Friday, and then a 4-match T20I series. In a week's time, we'll be back in Landskrona for the first time in a little while. I'll be there as well. Crocker gets 2nd over. Goes to the skies here, Palmer. Bermuda Triangle forms, and it gets through. 4 carreras. Well, maybe a bit of luck there. Some of the blue crew, led by Sam, good to have him back on the ground. But, yeah, geez, I suppose it's a clever shot. I mean, there's no deep cover. There's the long off. There's kind of the offside sweeper, more of a deep point. And the infield cover trying to go back. So, badly needed boundary for the Commanders. Now that's lifted up and away. Maximo! Right on cue. Palmer absolutely nails it. That's probably the biggest hit of the day. It's gone up the hill and it's out of the ground. Don't count out the Commanders from here. They'll be a very difficult unit to get away. Looking at their bowling lineup, looks very strong. And remember, you got the Royals batting for the first time in the series. Some players that have experienced, some not so much in the ECN format. Slow ball's good ball, and Palmer misses out. Yeah, so Muhammad Ullah, he says, so Jersey, is it in England or France? I'm confused. Well, you can see geographically, it's very, very close to the French mainland, but it is. Oh wow, that's gone wild. It's gonna be a no ball. And it's certainly very British influence. On review, maybe that ball was okay. No, this is the actual ball. I think actually it's too high in the first place. Yeah, I think. So yeah, I think to me, even though it's away from the body, it's probably going to carry a first warning, sorry, for a full high delivery. In fact, it's been called a wide now. So, okay, so they don't think it's too high. It's bounced after the stumps. So that's why it's not a no ball for off the pitch. So it means it won't be a free hit. So, of course, he's going to go for it anyway at this stage of the game. Slot machine, all 77 for 7. Yeah, so Jersey's a British Crown dependency, but it lies 14 miles or 22 kilometres off the coast of Normandy. It has its own independent administration while being under the sovereignty of the British Crown. Well bowled that time by Crocker, full and wide. Yeah, so Jersey is self-governing, but Britain is responsible for its defence and international relations. That's okay. I think it's straight over the line. That'll be the end of the over. So Crocker does a good job, 1 for 17 off his 2, and a 77 for 7 after 8. Yeah, and you might have heard the term that we've mentioned before. Certainly, when we've seen Jersey and Guernsey at the Carlton Oval, they're bailiwicks, which basically it's a historical term, meaning the area of jurisdiction. It's the area of jurisdiction of a bailiff. But yeah, like I said, Jersey has its own legal and administrative systems separate from the UK. And now we've gone to Jersey. I guess we'll have to go to Guernsey. I don't think they'll accept being left out for too much longer. Anyway, start of the 9th over. Paliarakan is going to get off the mark with 4. He's had to wait a while. He's had a tough time since he's been out there, but I suppose he's still there. It's looking like they will bat out their overs, although those 7 wickets have taken their toll. Forrest coming back. Now this is up in the air. Went carry down to long off. It's pretty straight. That's patted up. We have seen before as well. Hey, Dave was hoping to get to Jersey, couldn't make it. Well, the next best thing, I suppose, is watching on the telly, which we love to bring the action every day. Pretty well bowled this time. Palmer did absolutely nail one over the trees at Fleetwood wicket. We're hoping to reproduce that. 30% chance, so still given a fair chance here, considering it's a kind of underwhelming score. That's smart batting. Gets right across and couldn't miss it. It was on the stumps, but he didn't miss it. And Palmer will take 4 runs. Get Palmer from the Farmers Club, who currently have the ECL trophy. I know Jim's here. Maybe Jim can bring the ECL trophy to the ground. Not that he wants to show off, but yeah, the Farmers Club obviously thrilled about that back in March. Oh, slow ball. Drops at the last moment. Still gets a fair bit of bat on this. They should get 2. They will get 2. Just a kind of maybe an ugly 100 on the board. Very clever bit of bowling. Steps across, times this one pretty well against beautiful outfield here at Granville. And they'll keep that to a single. End of the 9th over, it's 89 for 7. And Palmer fighting 21, despite the wickets column stacking up. They could still get the triple figures here. A pretty interesting game. Bossio's going to come back to 2 for 3 in his first over, the left armour. And I'm really impressed with some of the young talent I've seen on display this morning. Speaking of young, we have Yorkshire Cricket College who are here. They're all basically 16 to 18. And one of their teachers is in the squad as well. So that's going to be interesting. As we start over number 10. As Palmer, get that one, copped it on the gloves actually. It'll just be a single. Yeah, 5 teams. They'll all play 8 games. Then we have the top 4 play on finals Friday. Of course, top 2 get the double chance. It's a pretty familiar format by now, finals day. So plenty to play for. Back away that time. Paliarakan just has struggled to get bat on ball at times here. 5 off 8, and 4 of those came in 1 ball. I think you got to run no matter what here. Big swing and a miss. And Palmer's looking to try and get down the other end. I think he's going to have a chat to him now. It might even be worth, maybe a strategic retirement. That's very late in the piece. Palmer, I think he's running, and where maybe even if he does miss it, he can force the keeper to throw to the bowler's end. Oh, that's even better. He gets bat on it. That will go for 4. So Ashraf, like I said, it's been a little bit of a struggle since he's been out there. He's coming in a tough situation. So he does well, kind of catches up with it. His second boundary. Commanders needing every possible run here. .94 with 2 balls remaining. Bossio's been very economical, 2 for 8 off 10 balls bowled. Remember, 46 runs came in just 2 overs in the power play. They've scored about that many in the rest of the time. Now, up in the air. Fielder going back from the infield, takes a brilliant catch. Sam Petita has run back and he's judged it very, very well. So Palmer, again, he's going to be stuck at the non-striker's end. Paliarakan goes to the skies there. Thought it might fall safely, but that's a brilliant bit of fielding from Sam. Again, good communication. He made it his, made sure that the outfielder knew. It's his captain, Carlian. He let him have it and he made no mistake. So Hutchison will get 1 ball. 94, last ball coming up, seatbelts on. Slower ball hit. Might as well keep running here. Take on the fielder. They're going to go for 2. I think they're going to get it. The throw pulled Kemp away from the stump. So it'll be 96 for 8 off the 10 overs. Very, very interesting 10 overs of cricket. It started with a bang, didn't it? Almost looked like it was going to go supersonic in the first over. But, well, special agent Barney Aston, he had a triple wicket over in the second that changed things. And then we had 5 consecutive boundaries in the third. So, yeah, we had 46 runs in 2 overs. And we had 50 in the other 8. So it really was quite a dramatic, I suppose, contrast. But I think, no, the Royals, they won the toss, they elected to bowl, and they would be thrilled to be chasing double digits, as their target will be 97. Let's have a look, and well, it was Julius o'clock, wasn't it, as he welcomed us to his homeland, and he welcomed the bowler Bradbury with a succession of blows. 3 Maximos on the spin in the first over, but then the game would change. Special agent Barney went bang, bang, bang. 3 wickets in the second, 3 for 5 off that second over. Then Bradbury came back just thinking, oh, look, maybe with Julius out in the picture it'd be a different story, but he went the journey, didn't he? Ended up with none for 46. And the wickets just kept on falling. Barney came back, took a 4th wicket, then Bossio with 2 wickets in the 5th, Crocker with 1 in the 6th, and at that stage, it was 65 for 7. The next over, there was only 1 run off Forrest. Some of the stroke play there, I think they've had their time over. Some of the batters may not have been so inventive. Palmer had one or two good blows, including one that went out of the ground. But I got to say the catching from the Eastern Royals was very, very good. Can't really remember one going down. Maybe there's a half chance for Forrest earlier in the piece that was a bit of a finger tipper. Paliarkin was certainly there for a while. Found it hard to get away. Ashraf did get a couple of boundaries before he'd fall to a very, very good catch. Petita running back from the infield to hold on to that, and then scrambling a 2 off the last ball to finish on 96 for 8 off the 10 overs. Pretty good performance from the Royals, who won the toss, have bowled. They bowled and fielded very, very well, I think, as a team. Just looking at the scorecard, Reece Palmer battles for 22 not out off 16 with 2 4s and a 6. Blampede looked good while he was there, 24 off 12, and Julius Summerer with 3 Maximos in his 19, but only facing 5 balls. Bowling-wise, well, mentioned the Bradbury did go the journey with none for 46 off his 2 overs. Had some control issues as well early on, but Aston with 4 for 7. Let's not forget how important that was in changing the narrative. You can see the scorecard there. Also, I liked what I saw from Luke Bossio, the left armour. He had 3 for 10. Crocker 1 for 18. And Robbie Forrest, though he didn't take a wicket, he only went for 13 runs. We'll take a break then. Back pretty shortly as the Royals try to make a right Royal start. 97 for victory. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, live from Jersey. Hope you're enjoying your Monday. We're back with more after this break in the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Jersey, our very first ECS game in the country, and so far it's been through a minute stuff with Central Commanders being sent in and being restricted to 96 off their 10 overs, so the Royals coming out needing 97 for victory. It is a beautiful day here in Jersey, plenty of blue sky, a little bit chilly I suppose early in the season, but 10 degrees as we get ready for the second innings. Do you have the bonus point graphic? So you can see that 96 was scored in the first innings. That means that if the chasing team chase it in 7 overs or less, they will take all 4 points out of the game. If the fielding side Commanders were able to do a real number on the Royals and restrict them to 67 or less, they would take all 4 points. Remember, 4 points up for grabs every game. Typically, the winning team gets 3, the losing team gets 1. But if it's a thrashing, then, of course, you can't steal the other team's point, which is something we do see. It's around about 35% of the time we see 4-pointers. Obviously, gives you plenty to play for. You've got 32 points up for grabs in your 8 matches. Warm welcome back to everyone after a pretty exciting first innings, as I said. The Royals have put themselves in a winning position, but I mentioned that there's a very good bowling attack that they're going to have to deal with, and one of those bowlers is Simpson. He's going to start with a wide. This one just bites away off the pitch. I like the way the pitch has played so far as well. It's a little bit in it. I know it's crazy. I always thought all artificial pitches were the same, but they're not. There's some are a bit more bowler friendly. Some provide a bit more seam. Simpson, someone we know really, really well from the Cardamore Oval. Good competitor. Wild swing here. And it's Joel Dudley, another player that we know very, very well. He's out there with the captain, Harrison Carlian. And yeah, it's certainly all set up here for the Royals. Dudley, a bit out of nick when we last saw him. Although that one is hit, and it's hit very well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Yeah, well, Dudley, if he strikes, then I think this 97 won't be too much of a problem at all. But remember, you know, some of the bowlers, obviously you got Simpson, you've got Sumare, who is a bit of a master with the ball. A lot of variations, well-disguised variations. You've got some spin in Palmer to deal with at some point as well, I'd imagine. Van Breeder is a bustler. And again, he's going to be called a wide. Remember, anything that's wide of that blue line when it passes the popping crease should be called a wide. You can see it hits the seam and moves away. Good, the keeper for the Commanders. Noticed that Malta brought up the win in the first T20, first 2 against Croatia. This is up in the air. Fielder goes right back to the line and takes the catch. Well, this is crazy. There's a cricket bat on the field. It's going to be 6 and out for Dudley. What happened here? Wow, just I think some of the players of the next game coming past, and suddenly they thought they were in the action, but they got to remember to stay off the field. Have a look at it. Dudley, look at that. He's dropped the dropped the bat going for the catch, and the bat actually ends up on the field. But luckily, it didn't interfere with the actual fielder who takes the catch. I thought I was seeing things. Scott Van Breeder. Well, Scott's not the kind of guy you want to tangle with either. National rugby player. He was playing on the weekend. Anyway, big wicket of Dudley. Jack Kemp comes out at number 3. That means I might get to meet Nicky Kemp for the first time. One of probably the most interested spectator right now as Jack walks to the crease. The end of the bat. Gonna run here. Marais does the fielding. Yeah, Kemp really has stepped up with the bat. I think last time we saw him, he was making a bit more of an impact. Wow, that's an absolute blast. Maximal, and it went so close to hitting the production van. Call the insurers. That was a proper strike, though, from Jack Kemp. I mean, if he keeps growing at this rate, he'll end up being 3 metres tall. And when I first saw Jack, I think he was 15. Do think he's older than that now. Can confirm. Yeah, he's still, well, he's just turned 17. That one's hit, and it's going to beat the field, and that'll run away towards the rope. Oy, well, I have a feeling that that's 4, but we'll have to check it on the replay. It's good effort there from Ashraf, who ran back. Let's give us a freeze. I'm pretty sure he drags it with him. Still in control there. I think his left hand's on the rope, and he still hasn't quite gotten rid of the ball. So I think that'll be 4 runs to finish the over. And it has been given. So it's 18 for 1 after 1. Hey, you know what would make this series even better? A golden ball. It's 32 matches since the golden ball, and I called that golden ball last Wednesday. That's how many games we got right now. That's 32 games ago, and that was an insane one. A team came from 0% chance of winning to get to a golden ball and then bowled a massive wide that went past the keeper and they lost. So maybe the supercomputer was right all along. Scott Van Breeder is going to bowl over number 2. It's a good start, but it's only a start. Fraction short, bit of a loosener from Van Breeder, and he goes up the hill. Maximal! Harrison Carlian is the captain, and he puts his first ball out of the park. Well struck. Just a fraction short there. Played it beautifully. Backs away. Not so sure that's the play. And Breeder with polite inquiry, but I don't think there's any edge on that. You can see there, normally when you back away, you're trying to create room for yourself. But I think most of the bowlers, they're giving you room in ECN cricket. Oh, that's well bowled. A little bit of shape away. It's much better length from Van Breeder. So good contest early. Got to get early wickets here to be competitive. This time he follows him. Backed away slightly. He was on the charge as well. Healess out there. Apparently in good form over the weekend. This is clipped away. Again, Healess got some work to do. Got to say the fielding stand has been very good so far. And they do hustle back for 2. Jack Kemp just identifying that Healess had gone to ground and he could steal a second. Hello to Monty Luce as well. Nice to have you with us. How are you liking the standard so far? Jersey played their first ODIs last year as well. Oh, that's a really good shot. Kemp is motoring at the moment. Maximal! They stepped across, and that's another ball that goes up the hill. Certainly someone you want to get soon. It was quite a remarkable first innings in that there were 46 runs in 2 of the overs, and the other 8 only brought 50. So it's quite amazing. End of the over here. It's 33 for 1 after 2. Having a look at the 5 teams we'll see. So Southern Spitfires and Western Towers playing the second game. And then Yorkshire Cricket College Well, they are going to have an interesting cricket education, I think, in this European Cricket Series. Pretty much their whole squad is between 16 and 18, also known as Jack Kemp's age. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how they go. Hutchison to grab the ball in over number 3, last over the power play. See, my temp's just to the left of the shot there on that camera. A bit of a way movement there for Hutchison. Carlian tries to put him across the road. No, I haven't actually been here long enough to know what's the other side of the hill. But if it's a road, I'm worried, because I'd say that's about 60 metres from the stick. It's a really good swing there. Loses it outside the wide line, but it's a good sign. Sun's coming out. It's a real family atmosphere as well, this ground. I also like the Royals ER. Reminds me of the, of course, the Queen Elizabeth insignia. So, I mean, to be honest, it's a pretty good opportunity for a 4-pointer if you can keep this kind of rate up. Of course, you can chase it in 7. Oh, that's high in the air. Now, this is a chance. Not an easy one, but it will be taken. And the standard of catching today has been magnificent in Jersey. Blampede, the captain, he had the best angle on that one. Ran around to his left, so Kemp goes for a bright 18. Now, you see that one off the end of the bat. It is the last hour of the power play. You can understand trying to go over the top. Protects the ball when he reaches the ground as well. Don Blampede, a very good catch. Hutchison with a big breakthrough. Kemp out for 18. It's 35 for 2. You can see that the raw power that Kemp's got. That time just wasn't off the middle of the bat. Again, good communication from the Commanders. Hutchison, it's that movement which creates that dismissal, I think. Hits Kemp low on the bat. Forrest, the new batter, coming in batting 4. Happy to see the first one out. Back to everyone in the chat as well. And Thomas Martinez, hopefully you're well. Rohit asking, what's the size of the boundary? Well, like all of our ECS cricket, it's 50 metres from the middle of the pitch. Unless there's something in the way or something like that. Sometimes it's minor adjustments. But yeah, that's one of the things about ECS cricket. Do try and maintain that consistency across venues. And the thing is, there's some grounds where you couldn't even have it bigger. I mean, here you could have a longer boundary to the left-hand side of the screen, but certainly not to the right. Again, backs away there. It'll be the end of the over. 1 for 3 off the over, so very good over from Hutchinson. You see there, struggles to reach that. It's definitely inside the line. This is probably a little thing that Harrison would identify when he watches that innings back, or watches this innings back. 36 for 2 after 3. Looks like they're going to go back to Simpson in over number 3, despite going for a few in the first over. That's what we saw the Royals do as well with Bradbury, who got taken to the cleaners first over. Unfortunately, his second over didn't go much better. In fact, he got hit for 5 consecutive boundaries. Fascinating game this. I'm not prepared to call it just yet. 14% chance the Commanders. 1 in 7. Shoot your shot. Simpson comes in to Robbie Forrest. It's well bowled. Again, no real foot movement there from Forrest. Just kind of wafts at it. Couldn't get any bat on it. Pretty good carry in this pitch. I don't think you can afford to get too short. Mason would have seen so far. Plenty of youngsters around at the ground this morning as well. This one in the air and out of the ground. Maximo! It's a stand and deliver job this time from Forrest. And despite the fielder being out there, wasn't able to get around in time. Crashes into the dugout of the Royals. Pretty good shot. First 6 for Forrest. Good comeback from Simpson, but also intelligent batting. Probably saw maybe a bit of over-aggression from the Commanders. Some of the shot selection probably weren't optimum in that first innings. A couple of reverses going wrong. And amongst the dismissals. And pretty much every chance that's been offered so far today has been taken as well. That makes a difference. Fraction short this time into the gap. That's going to be 4. That's a much better shot from Harrison this time. He just kind of holds his ground, doesn't he? Instead of backing away. Wasn't that short, but he put it away very well. Simpson's tough start continues. He does have 1 wicket, Scott Simpson. Scramble through for 1 run here. The hope's fading at the moment for the Commanders. They might have a bit of a battle. Even keeping their point if they concede some big overs here. 49 required in 19 balls. If they want to take all 4, but I think they'd be happy just with a win here. Get off to a winning start. Royals were slight underdogs before the first ball of the match at 46%. Now they're up at 96%. Simpson will finish his spell with figures of 1 for 30. But yeah, much better over from him compared to the first at least. And it's 49 for 2 after 4. See that the blue line had a big start and then another bump in the 3rd over, but then it was a bit of a slide to the finish, wasn't it, as the toll of those wickets lost was felt. They weren't quite able to post the 100. I think we'll end up with a par of around about 12 to 13 and over here, be my guess. Hutchison, not a good first overs coming back. 50's up for the Royals in this 5th over. But having said that, you know, take a couple of wickets here, get some batters out there that are new to the crease, might not find it easy going. You might also be able to get into a couple of the players that we haven't seen as much of in ECN cricket. Oh, this one is hit very well. Maximo! Oh, power from Carlian. And just had the confidence to take on the fielder, hit straight through the line of the ball. That one flew into the deep blue sky. Change up this time. Oh, it gets through the field. That's right off the end of the fingers, I think, of Kush Patak. And even more unpleasant, it's going to cost them 4 runs. Instead of the outswinger, that was the kind of out of the front of the fingers kind of slower ball, I think. But he got the line wrong, and then, well, unfortunately for Kush, got away from him. This one's hit very well as well. Cuatro más, and really riding it home pretty fast at the moment. Let's have a look at what they need to do to get the 4 points here, because this is definitely on 33 or 14 to do that. Nice little glance, timed very well. That'll beat the fielder. Oh, Carlian's gotten better and better as this innings has gone on. Just seems to be making better decisions now. Watch this, just beautifully timed away. 4 consecutive boundaries in the over. Hutchison. Last ball for him. Oh, it's a bit of a filthy slog, but he'll get away with it. And that could go for 4 as well. It does. Well, it's not going to win any beauty contest, that one. It'll still move the score forward as that over goes magical. 23 off it. And after 5 overs, it's 72 for 2. Still no Sumared with the ball. Surprises me. I don't know if Julius maybe isn't fit to bowl, but this probably is the time that you'd want to bowl him just to see if you can take the point out of the game now. Don't forget, with cricket here, we've also got cricket in Malta. And yeah, the home side turning the tables on the Croatians, who won the T10 series 3-2. But yeah, Malta winning the first T20I this morning. And it was only a 2-match series, so the best Croatia can do is square it. In the second match. Okay, full toss, but this should bring a wicket. It does. No, it's no ball called. Oh, I mean, it was touch and go. It was called on the field. We'll see it. Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. Calls it on the field. More or less waste. So, yeah, benefit of the doubt goes to batters. So just when you thought you had the breakthrough, not that it really deserved a wicket, but now we're talking kind of, what would that be? 21 off 12 to take the 4 points. What a start that would be. Free hit. Well, forced to take his medicine, just try and dig it out. They'll get through for a single. So that takes the score 75. So it's now 22. This is Ashraf. Paliarakan. Saw him crease for a while in that first innings. This will just be a single, so now it's battle just for a point. 20 off 9, so it's game within a game now, really. Again, a single point can mean a lot. Can be the difference between qualifying for the finals and missing out. Can be the difference between getting the double chance and missing out. Forrest haven't had a lot of the strike recently. Yeah, a lot of good comments about how nice this ground looks, and yeah, seeing the medal live, I have to say. Well, that one is hit very, very well. Maximal! That's miles over the boundary. Put the boundary back as long as you like. It's still going all the way. That's a classy shot from Forrest. Sees Carreras, and 14 off 8 now for the bonus point. And we'll see the Eastern Royals in the last game of the day, actually. They play the Western Towers in your old-fashioned East-West rap battle. Right. I'm from the west side. I'm going to try and be neutral in my commentary. Central Commanders, we'll see them take on YCC, Yorkshire Cricket College, in match 3. A bolt. Just caught Forrest backing away. Yorked him. And so Central Commanders, yeah, their second game today will be the first game for Yorkshire. Any Yorkshire supporters in the chat? This is a full toss, hit down the ground. Julius Sumared does well to field it on the bounce. That'll take us to the end of the over. So 84 for 2. So it comes down to this. They need 13 to win off this over if they want all 4 points. Of course, they've got 4 overs to just bring up the win. But yes, it's a big decision now. I was just asking Julius about not bowling at the moment. He's got a bit of an ankle injury, which is stopping him stopping him bowling. So they're going to go to Reece Palmer here in over number 7. So first time we've seen him, I think the way it's going, probably will only be the 1 over, if that. But he's got the job of defending 13 so that the Commanders at least walk away with their point. And Forrest wants to hit him to Timbuktu. Here we go, over 7, 13 to win. He gets it kind of into the gap, and it'll go for 4. Julius, well, getting that ankle tested out, does get a hand to it, and it gets through for 4, so a big boundary there for Forrest. Palmer won't be too happy. Wasn't a bad ball first up, just found the placement, didn't he? So 9 off 5 now to sweep all 4 points. Oh, well, that one's going to go as well. Maximo! And Forrest. Well, he's brought out the tall timber at the right time, hasn't he? And he's gone 4 and 6 and now can win the game with 1 swing of the bat. 3 runs required. And for the Commanders, well, just not their game here. Good bit of hitting. And Forrest just showing the bat, saying, yeah, it's a good one. 3 to win off 4 balls now. Take all the points. Palmer goes round the wicket. And success. Still possible to defend this. You just basically can't give up another boundary, obviously. Need to find a dot ball from somewhere. 3 off 3 for the bonus point. Just got to score. Probably don't have to pull out the big shot at the moment. Well, that's going to be it. Game, set, Maximo. It brings up the 100 as well. And the Royals, with a brilliant start to their European Cricket Series, they win this one with 20 balls to spare. They take all 4 points out of the game, and the Commanders, who were favourites at the first ball, well, they didn't stay favourites long. They have been slammed out of the contest. What a good finish it is as well from Forrest, who hits a monster 6 to bring up the win. And all 4 points. Commanders, like I said, they will have the opportunity to fight back. They'll take on Yorkshire Cricket College in match number 3. But the next match will be a chance to look at 2 of the other teams in this competition. And it's coming a bit of an early finish there, so we'll be back in around about 50 minutes with that one. Southern Spitfires take on the Western Towers. Just looking at those teams. Was that Tribe? He was in some sort of form when we last saw him in ECN cricket, playing for Farmers. He's captain of the Southern Spitfires with James Smith behind the stumps. Also a very, very good player that we've seen before. Western Towers, they're led by Daniel Birrell with Jack Vandervolt behind the stumps. And Jack DeGruchy, also a player we've seen before. And Harry Brooks, well, look out for him for the Towers. Charlie Brennan listed to open the batting. Watch out for him. He can hit the ball a long way. Like I said, that game is coming up in around about 50 minutes time. And the news from the toss is that the Spitfires won the toss and elected to bowl. So let's go back and have a look at the chase. And in the end, as we suspected, the double digits just not holding up, as this was a pretty bizarre one with a cricket bat dropped onto the field, but Van Breda was able to take the catch nonetheless. They just needed someone to step up. Harrison Carlian with 36 off 16 really showed that he can hit the ball a long way. 5 4s and 2 6s in his innings. Kemp also got off to a pretty good start, batting 3, before he was well caught by Dom Blampede, who judged it to perfection. But Forrest, he's a little bit scratchy early. They certainly came home with a wet sail. And then it was all about, could they do it within the 7 overs to take all the points? And the answer was yes. A barrage of boundaries was soon to follow. And for the Commanders, especially with no Sumareh with the ball, just didn't really have enough to be competitive in the second innings. Palmer was tried, and it's unfortunately it was too little too late. 13 required off that 7th over. They did it with 2 balls to spare, and they walk away with all the points. And for the Commanders, like I said, they'll get another chance in match 3 for Royals, where they can put their feet up for a while. They'll play in the last game of the day against the Western Towers. So pretty comprehensive in the end. The Royals even bringing up the 100 off the winning shot, finishing 100 for 2 off 6.4 overs. Good contribution from the captain, Harrison Carlian, with 36 off 16 with 5 fours and 2 sixes. Robbie Forrest was able to slam 35 in very quick time. Both those players facing 16 balls. 18 to Kemp. Look good while he was there. Hutchison had him caught by Dom Blampede for 18. And Dudley went 6 and out early. But yeah, despite just giving 5 extras, the runs came up with 20 balls to go. And bowling-wise, got some promising signs at times, but just weren't able to stop the bleeding, were they? Wickets to Simpson and Hutchison in there, but also some big numbers, a couple of big overs there, and just a bit more consistency, I suppose, with the bat from the Royals compared to the Commanders. I suppose the Royals, they had the benefit of knowing how many they needed to chase down. We'll take a break then, back in around about 45 minutes now with game number 2, and we'll see the Southern Spitfires taking on the Western Towers in that one. First one's in the book, but plenty more to come. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. If you like, you can always turn over to Multec in the break as well and check out some of that T20 IW action. We'll take a break though, but be back very, very soon in Jersey for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back to the National Cricket Centre here in Granville, where it's time for the second match of the day. And we'll get to see two new teams, I suppose, to ECS cricket, although you will know some of these names, I'm sure. We've got the Western Towers taking on the Southern Spitfires in match 2. A little bit earlier, we had Charles Crouch and the Sheriff out in the middle with the two captains of the coin. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Thanks, Vinny. Southern Spitfires versus Western Towers.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a head.
No, we're gonna have a bowl.
Spitfires won the toss. They're having a bowl.
And they saw their news from the toss. The Spitfires winning the toss and bowling, and they're captained by Zach Tribe, who was in incredible form when we last saw him. Of course, he was one of the real reasons that Farmers lifted the ECL trophy back in March. But yeah, the Western Towers, they've got some very good players as well. I just noticed that Charlie Brennan is listed to open the batting for them. And of course, this is match number 2 of our 5-match opening day. Here are the two teams. So yeah, Tribe and Joe Everett listed to open. And James Smith, a player we know pretty well on ECN as well, will have the gloves for the Southern Spitfires. And Toby Britton in there, listed about in the middle order, but his left arm orthodox will be a bit of a factor, I'm sure. Harry Brooks, a familiar sounding name for the Western Towers. Let's see if he bats as well as his sound alike. But yeah, like I mentioned, Brennan, he's a really hard hitter. Vandervolt listed to open with him. And the Towers will be batting first after being sent in by the Spitfires. We had a bit of an extended break, but it gave me the chance to say hello to a few people around the ground and actually pull in a guest commentator for this innings. Southern Spitfires listed as 61% favourites over the Western Towers. But as we saw earlier, it doesn't take long to turn the tables. In fact, the Royals were 46% underdogs, but ended up taking all 4 points out of that game. And yeah, two really nice kits as well for these two teams. As I said earlier, we have special guest commentator, and I've got Jersey International and ECC winning player Trinity Smith with me. And Trin, great to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Vinny. It's been a nice day so far. Hopefully some good games of cricket to come.
Yeah, well, the first one was pretty exciting. And well, I'm just going to put in the chat if there's any questions for Trinity. Now's a great time. Of course, we'll see you this weekend in the ECSW. That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely a good opportunity for us. It's a new tournament in Jersey, obviously, and all the girls are really looking forward to it. So it should be exciting. Hopefully a little bit less windy than it is right now. So hopefully some nice warm weather.
I'm not having any issues with the weather. Plenty of blue sky, 10 degrees. So it's a little bit cold compared to where I played my cricket, but still, it's a very English kind of day.
Yes.
Anyway, we're ready to get going. Everett to bowl to Brennan. Match 2, live from Jersey. And this one comes in and wraps Brennan on the pads. And yeah, so obviously the last time we saw you on the network was that final against Germany.
Yes, back in December.
Must have been an amazing feeling.
Yes, it was unbelievable. I think it's a first proper win of the season, I think it was last year for us. So it was definitely well deserved, I think, after a long season of us.
It's a long week as well. At that time of the year, I mean, yeah, similar conditions maybe to here, temperature-wise, playing in December, of course. All right, that's up in the air. Well, this is a catching opportunity. It's a real steepler, and it's going to get dropped. And we really haven't had too many drop catches today. That's Anos Tampi, who was the unlucky one, if you like. That was a real skyer, and Brennan gets away with it.
Would have been a key wicket, that. Charlie Brennan, opening batter, in some really good form recently as well after his 100 at Lord's.
Yeah, well, that's true. And well, welcome to ECN cricket. Tampi in the action. Everett could have had a wicket. Brennan dropped on 0. But yeah, so we'll see you this afternoon. So who are you playing for in the ECS
I'm
this
picking for the
weekend?
Eastern Royals,
Eastern Royals,
which is
right.
exciting.
Does
and
that
then,
make you an automatic Eastern Royals supporter?
Yes, definitely. Well, Harrison Carlyon is our coach for the series as well, so he's obviously the captain for the men's team.
Actually batted really well earlier
Yes,
as well.
he did.
Well, that's going to be up and over the top, and that will be the first boundary. So I will say there's a bit of wind around. It might not be obvious on your screen. It certainly came into reckoning with that high catch. But yeah, Brendan's a dangerous player. Yeah, so really excited for that series. So we'll have the Western Towers, the Eastern Royals, and MCC in the ECSW this weekend. It's only our third ECSW that we've done.
Oh my goodness, wow.
Yeah, you're an early adopter.
Yeah.
It's well bowled. Brendan tries to launch and misses. So tell us about your cricket season coming up. Obviously still pretty early in the cricket season in this part of the world.
So we've obviously had the tournament in Cyprus, which we won undefeated with the Isle of Man, Cyprus and Denmark, which was very exciting. Good start, good way to start the season, really.
Well, I called the Cyprus women's team over the weekend. They were in Prague.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
All right, that one is going to go a mile. Well, the spectators better watch out with Brennan about. He puts that one from Maximal 6 carreras. Yeah, so that must have been a great experience. Going to Cyprus.
It was really nice, hot weather, It's always nice to play some cricket in some sunshine. Some tough competition. There was a couple of close games against the Isle of Man. But we had a really, really good season. Really good pre-season leading up to the tournament, so we were confident going in. And then luckily results went our way, which was good. And then we have obviously the tournament this weekend, which is coming up, which is then our prep for our Div 2 qualifiers in May in Rome, which will be exciting.
So just a quick look at the Premier Division, and Jersey, after a bit of a battle to stay up last year, but I think they're going to do very well. They're in Group C. There's no easy groups, as you can see. This is the men's the Premier Division, which has 20 teams. So Scotland 11, as well as Portugal, Finland, Sweden and Switzerland in Group C, and only the winner of those only the winners of those groups go through to the championship group. And of course that's coming up in September and October from the Carter Oval, as Ed Giles hits the ball in over number 2. Again, someone we've seen before. But I mean, you must love playing the short format, and obviously we know from watching you bat and watching you do your thing at the Carter Oval, it seems like brings you a lot of joy. It's a really good group of players you got in that side right now. Giles. So
the T10 definitely suits the Jersey women's team as a style that we like to play. We like to be very aggressive, and our 2 opening batters are aggressive from ball 1, no matter whether it's a T20 or a T10.
Got the license, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. So it suits our team really well. So we're all really looking forward to this weekend. We're bringing a couple of younger ones up as well to come and get involved. Which
all
will be
roads
good.
are leading to December as well, where of course you'll be back at the ECCW again.
Yeah, back in Division 1.
Yeah, well that's in the air. That should be gone. Oh, it's dropped. Well, this one was a more straightforward catch. Tom Kearns, he got 2 hands to it, but right now the Spitfires, they've misfired a couple of times in the field. Got there fairly comfortably. Can't really say that was a challenging catch. And once again, they're going to pay the price as Brennan goes downtown. Maximal 6 runs. The Towers just making the most of a couple of missed opportunities. Hey, so this year you'll be in the Premier Division. So your opponents will be the England 11, Scotland 11, Ireland 11, and the Netherlands 11.
Yes.
It'll
definitely be a tough challenge, but I think we're all up for it.
Yeah, winning form's good form.
Exactly.
This is going to be clipped away for 4 runs. So Giles just gets that slightly wrong, gets onto the pads, and it is going to be another boundary to the Towers. And one of the really exciting things is that we've expanded to another division.
Yes, we've seen that. So that will be a good opportunity to get some women's cricket about and getting some more of the countries that haven't necessarily played as much T10 or T20 cricket on the radar.
That's miles down the leg side. Well taken by James Smith, who's a very good gloveman behind the stumps. Yeah, so obviously you're not in the Challenger division anymore because you got promoted, but Cyprus take your place in that division with the same other 4 teams. So you've got Italy, Germany, Austria and Spain.
Yeah.
And then Czechia, they've dropped down to the emerging division, which is brand new. Smashed, absolutely bludgeoned through the offside. Brennan, he's going to help himself to another boundary. Yeah, so you've got, the top of my head here, so we just actually revealed this, and we haven't actually officially revealed it, but I'm telling you, because I've been told how to get to the end of the over. So, yeah, pretty decent start. Just having a quick look at the table, though it's very early days, but the Eastern Royals, your
Very nice.
Your
Take
team,
that.
of course. Actually, we'll see the table. They've got 4 points, taking all 4 by chasing in 7 overs. Yeah, so you've got Czechia, Malta, Croatia, Sweden, and one more. Who did I miss?
Guernsey?
No, Guernsey, not just yet, although we would like to get them in. Malta, Croatia, Czechia, Sweden, and... Did I say Malta?
Czech? No.
Yeah, and Czechia. All right, well, we got a wicket here first up in the 3rd over. And it's going to be Vandervolt. Didn't have too much to strike while he was out. Well, he was out there, Kearns. Well, we saw him put one down earlier, but he will come back with the first wicket for the Spitfires, and the Towers are 28 for 1. Just a little bit of a scratch
Small
on
edge,
that.
yeah.
It really moved the feet. I feel like I might have said one team twice, so I will tell you just one more time. Oh, Greece.
Greece, there we go.
There you
Greece.
go. I knew it would come to me. And yeah, they've got a very interesting team as well.
That will be a very tight competition.
All native Greek players.
Very nice.
And they actually, I've seen them, they came to Czechia for an ECI series last year, took all 20 points out of 5 games.
Wow.
So I thought they were a bit unlucky not to be in it last year, actually, Greece. So
be a good opportunity for all the teams. I think
I
that'd be a
still
very
think-
tightly contested.
not my decision, but I still think I'd love to see us either go to a 4th division as well. I think it's
Oh
very
yeah, that
important.
would be.
Uh,
I think any women's cricket that's can be pushed right now is so good. Just to
or
get the
whether we
radar
go, maybe we can sneak another country into each of the divisions, go to 18. One way or another, I think it's great because we have slowly but surely seen the amount of women's international teams increasing. So I remember when I first started doing this, there were kind of 40-something countries in
Yeah.
the rankings. And now I think
It's at least over 70, isn't
there's
there?
77 right now.
Yeah.
As this is hit by Brennan. Should get
Oh,
2.
well fielded.
Yeah, well chased down there. That's Alistair Webster. But yeah, so tell us a little bit about, obviously because we've got the 2 Jersey-based teams this weekend in the ECSW and the MCC coming. So actually, Tina, who's been doing a bit of commentary for us, she probably would have been playing the MCC. This is hit, and the fielder is going to take a brilliant catch. Wow, how about that? That's Zach Tribe. Well, we know he's a very, very good fielder. Leading from the front this time. He saves a 6, and he does get Brennan before he does too much damage on the scoreboard. It's 31 for 1. What a brilliant piece of fielding.
Very tight on the rope there, but he's managed to keep his feet in. Great catch.
Natural athlete, isn't he? Zach Tribe. And well, it was a good little cameo in the end from Brennan, but he's gone. Doesn't make it out of the power play. 31 for 2. Timed the jump perfectly, and I think he knew he was going to land in play, so he didn't have to do anything fancy like try and throw it to himself or anything like that. Just kept it basic.
Keeping it simple, the best way to play.
Yeah, so the teams, have they been selected in any particular way? Was it like a draft? or
No, so Lee Malloy's just drafted them for us essentially. So we got that sent out early this week, which is exciting. So there's a couple of the women's players that are split out between the 2 teams.
Mhm.
And then between the other girls, there's some juniors, and there's a couple of girls from the Isle of Man and Guernsey who are coming in,
Great.
which will be good for them because we've recently
Fantastic.
just played the Isle of Man. So got there Lucy and Danielle, I think I've got in my team, which will be a great
Wonderful.
added
And Isle of Man's the
into
team
our
we've
team.
actually seen on the network before. They played in the Valletta Cup last year in Malta. As Bisson comes out and he smashes a 4 first ball. So that's a good finish to the over. Perfect start for him. It's 35 for 2 at the end of the power play. So pretty even power play. I tend to think around 120 is going to be par this week, although time will tell. You know, across the year in all European Cricket Series cricket, I think the average is 122 per 10 overs in men's. But I just, I think it's the kind of ground, because it's pretty quick across the turf.
Yeah, the outfield's quick at Greenville.
But you want to take the chances when they're offered, and we've seen a couple of catches go down. They haven't really been hurt too badly. The fact that Brendan's now gone, maybe he was dropped on 0. Phillips came out at number 3. He's going to be facing up Adam Hayward to bowl over number 4. Doesn't really time this one. Yeah, so we've got Trinity Smith in here with me, and I know that everyone in the chat is saying hi as well. I know Terry's in there. Dave is saying hello to you, and people obviously remembering from the ECCW last year. What a great performance that was.
Ooh, well bowled.
Yeah, good lines there from Hayward. You see Phillips just trying to go a little bit leg side on that. But yeah, if you've got any specific questions for Trinity, let us know. I've got to ask you a little bit about the celebrations though, because I was, as always,
Our team love a good celebration.
Well, I mean, I had the Premier Division starting the next morning. So anyway, this is in the air. Doesn't really carry to Everett. He's down a long off right in front of us. So yeah, how was it?
It was it was a good evening. Unfortunately, we were travelling to Gibraltar the next morning
right, yeah.
to go play in some international fixtures. So unfortunately, we had a couple at the hotel, and then it was an early
Back to
night.
business.
Yeah, ready for a big drive in the morning. So unfortunately, there wasn't any large celebrations.
Yeah.
But it was thoroughly enjoyed, and hopefully we'll be able to have some more celebrations in the Div 2 competition that's coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And yeah, I'm really thrilled to be in Jersey for the first time. I came in last night and had a good look around, had a walk around St Helier.
It's lovely.
Had a really nice dinner on a rooftop overlooking the water, which
Very
was
nice.
which was a good way to start my experience.
Yeah.
This one hit, but one bounce to the fielder. But this is a beautiful ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
You
All
gonna
the
play a bit of cricket
groundsmen
here?
Yeah, so this is like technically classed as our women's and men's, obviously the home ground. So
Yep.
we all train here. All our international fixtures are here as well. So when teams come over, so it's really, really nice. And then the boundary, of course, has some great food and great drinks. So
I want more breaks because I was in there before. I know we were having a chat in the club rooms. Great to see so many familiar faces. I've actually met so many people from Jersey in Spain though. So it's
yeah,
nice.
back in our home.
Nice to be here. Well, that's launched in the air. Well, bowler is under it. It's Hayward, and he's going to catch it. Well, we've seen some issues with the catching so far, but this time Hayward has no problems. Has to turn himself around in the process. Does very well to hold on to it. So Bisson's going to have to go, and that's the third wicket down, 38 for 3.
That's gone very, very high.
Yeah,
Good catch.
the wind is a swirly kind of wind here. This ground's kind of protected in a way from one side,
Yeah.
but I can imagine it.
Yeah,
It-
sitting
it-
as a spectator, you kind of have to walk around and just find the hot patches.
Yeah, I was going to say
And take a pee
there's so
there.
many places to watch. I think I'd be up the hill for
Yeah.
me, and it seems a really nice area to watch. So Phillips, face up. He's got a new partner out there now, and yeah, it's a nice look at the hill. And that's where I'd be going. And what's
Yeah.
the other? Is that? Am I seeing rugby goals behind
Yeah,
there?
that's
Yep.
the rugby pitch.
Wow, this one's hit.
Across the
Fielder
road.
comes around. He won't be able to stop it. Goes over the rope. Maximo. 6 carreras. Yeah, Phillips breaks the shackles. He was 3 off 6 before that. He's been joined by his captain, Daniel Birrell. Okay, so it's the rugby ground next door.
It's not the main rugby ground in Jersey, but it's where some of the teams train. And then
Yeah.
that's also the rugby pitch. There's a school behind there, so that's the school grounds
So-
as well, which they use.
I know Scott Van Breda was playing over the weekend for Jersey in the rugby, and he was actually playing in the first game. That one takes off as Phillips misses out. Curtains with a good comeback. He's got 2 wickets now.
Yeah, last weekend, not last weekend, yesterday was the Siam Cup, so the big Jersey versus Guernsey
Yeah,
rugby match.
and I saw that Jersey did win.
Yes, all 4. Jersey like to beat Guernsey quite often, which we like. Always on the winning side, which is nice.
Yeah, I know it's a friendly rivalry, but it's a pretty
Quite
strong
a big
rivalry.
yeah. It's a very strong rivalry.
I actually noticed there's some sports, I've seen Masters teams as well, that are Channel Islands teams are where they're combined, maybe sometimes for numbers. So I always think that'd be an interesting dressing room.
Yes.
Oh, a little bit short. That one pounded. Well, that one has embedded itself on the hill. Watch out for the spectators. Birrell comes out at the right time. Goes Maximo, brings up the 50 for the Towers as well. Trinity, come the weekend, I can see you hitting a couple onto the hill.
Fingers crossed,
Nice.
Vinny. If all goes well,
Yes.
there could be a couple going over the hill.
I think it's about 52 metres to the hill because the boundary's 50.
Yeah.
All right, this one in the air. Is it going to go? It's a catching opportunity, and it's dropped. Third one that's gone down. Dewhurst out there. Let it get too low on him in the end. And oh, that's a big moment in the game. Birrell's a big striker, and he's dropped second ball. You can see here, tried to give with it, but just burst through the hands. Now he's gone. Well, don't get one, but you get the other. Phillips tries to swing to the leg side, and this one crashes into the off stump. So all action all the time. This is ECN cricket. And after 5 overs, 52 for 4. Good bit of bowling from Kearns. He finishes with 3 wickets.
Very good spell from Kearns that.
You can see here, probably that's a ball he can hit straight, I think, if he had his time over. You try and cross bat a ball in the stumps. Sometimes you pay the price. 52 for 4. Wayne saying hello from Australia. Asking who will win the game. That's a very common question we get in the chat. So how about, tell us a bit about yourself, Trinity. So what got you into cricket in the first place?
So I only moved to Jersey 6 years ago. So moved to the island. Obviously love a bit of every sport. So I was playing some netball. And then one of my friends who I went to school with started playing cricket and said, do you want to come up for a session? And 5 years later, here we are,
The rest
which is
history.
exciting.
So you've only
Yeah.
been playing, so
I've been playing for 5 years.
only 5 years. Wow.
Yeah, 5 years.
You're a natural. You're probably natural at most sports you play.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Netball's a cool sport.
Yeah, netball is a cool
It's a bit
sport.
like
but
cricket, though. It's only known in some countries.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And I've unfortunately had to quit because netball is a very dangerous sport, and there was a lot of broken ankles
Can
and
be,
broken
yeah.
knees.
It is. It's if you could formulate a sport to create work as an ankle surgeon, I think netball would
Yeah,
be it.
100%.
You're going from sprinting
Yeah.
to stopping. Anyway, this is Toby Britton who's bowling for the first time. This one gets a bit too full, swept by De Gruchy for 4. So a good start for him. Toby's obviously someone we've seen a fair bit for the Jersey national side, for Farmers as well. But just a bit of a gift there. Full toss outside the leg stump. Okay, and obviously your cricket's going very well.
Yeah, so cricket is now #1 sport, which is exciting. And I think in Jersey there's so many opportunities as well because it's such a small island. We're such a close-knit group of girls, which is really exciting. So we're training together
Yeah.
twice a week, up to 2 or 4 times a week all together, which is exciting.
It's well bowled by Britain, just sneaks that one into the tram line. It's very crafty, Toby, for someone so young. So how about outside cricket? Tell us some of your hobbies then. Tell us something we might not know about.
Hobbies-wise, well, I work with children, so my life basically is looking after kids most days, most weekends, which I absolutely love. So
That's nice.
yeah, it's
Well,
lovely.
It's also nice for De Gruchy. He's going to get 4 more. And Toby just losing his control. The funny thing about Toby, so accurate, he just has these occasional lapses where he seems to miss by a lot.
Yeah, down the leg side.
And there's no fine leg either, so it's not where you want to bowl. He knows that though. 9 off the over, still not a bad result. Last ball of it coming up as it's in the air and dropped. That's the 4th drop. And the ball's following Thampy. He was the first offender in the early stages. This one he knocks up and he almost gets the second bite at the cherry. So another catch goes down. And that will be the end of the over. 62 for 4 after 6. The old adage catches win matches. At the moment, they're not sticking for the Spitfires. Okay, so you're working with children. How about... so what you had a particular interest in doing that in the first place?
Yes, so I've always loved children and always had an interest in looking after them, and then did that at college for a couple of years, and now a full-time nanny, which is the best job in the
You
world.
must be patient.
Yeah, it does require a lot of patience, but it is also the most rewarding job ever.
Definitely. I've worked with children a lot in the past, and you're right.
So.
Shenton comes on to bowl now in over number 7. And first one came off the body, so I'll be given a leg by. So I've got a question for you. What's the best age of like a kid? Like, do you have it? You know, or is this like a peak age where you're like, yeah,
see, I
would like to
absolutely
look
love
after a this-year-old.
I love shot.
That one is not a baby strike. That's a big strike from Birrell. Remember, he got dropped already. And this is a Maximal, a large one. Again, it's up the hill.
Yeah. I think anything under 3, I love. Like, watching them change every day in their own little minds working is
2 to 5.
So much fun.
Between 2 and 5 is when they go from, like, lump
Yeah.
to human.
Yeah.
Now this one's going to get fielded by the foot of Pampy.
Got 4 runs.
He's a ball magnet at the moment, isn't he? Isn't he, Pampy? That one just bounces off the size 42s. Actually, no, probably British shoe sizes here.
Yeah.
More like a 10. Clever bowling this by Shenton. They've got good variation in their attack. Spitfire, as you can see, a mixture of pace options and spinner options. That one's hit straight, and there's a big gap down the ground. Tribe won't be able to chase it down. Quattro mas. Good straight hit from Degruschi. So, do you know, have the captains been selected for this weekend in the ECS?
Yeah, so me and Chloe
are
captaining the 2 teams, which will be exciting to go against each other as we're normally working together on the field.
Of course, Chloe, world famous lawn bowler as well.
Yeah, exactly. She's multi-talented.
Well, this could actually go as well. I think that's okay. I'm not sure if...
Tight. I don't know if the knee was touching.
Because the thing is it over the rope? Is it actually touching? Well, I think there you can see that back foot touches. I think they're going to give this 4. Or is it above? I saw it live. I think he actually flicks the rope, but he might have flicked it before he touched the ball. See, there, I think he's definitely touched it. I saw the rope move, but he hasn't touched the ball yet. So, you know, benefit of the doubt on these goes to fielders. So he might actually get away with it.
That's a very
tight call. I mean, we saw it right in front of us, and I did see that he then lifted his foot above the rope. I think they might end up giving this not a boundary. So it goes down in the good fielding. File that under good fielding. It'll just be a single. So 75 for 4. The other thing is, you know, when you're looking at the replay, it's very kind of blurry, and so it can make it look like the foot's touching the rope when maybe it's not. So I think they're happy with it in the end. So 75 for 4 after 7. So looks like they're going back to Joe Everett here. It was a pretty good over from Shenton. It ended up going for 13 in the wash-up. Wild swing from Degruschi. He just made up his mind. He was coming down the track. So tell me, when you're batting, for example, in T10, how is it different from a T20? It must be a little bit different.
Yeah, obviously. I think in the T20, obviously, the boundaries are a lot bigger. So in the T10, I think you back yourself a lot more to clear that rope in women's cricket.
Yeah, sure.
So it's obviously just looking for that gaps as well in the field. I think it's picking your bowlers as well, as we do that quite well as a team, that we analyse the oppositions that we're playing quite a lot, and we pick the best matchups, and we pick the over that we believe that we can go hard against it and claim some reward from. So it is a very different style, but because it suits us so much, it's quite similar to what we usually play.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. The fact that you do back yourself, and it applies in the men's game as well. You know, the ability to clear the boundaries. This will be a funny one. Not funny if you're the bowler. It's going to just be looped over the keeper off the outside edge. The Towers battling a bit to get to that 100-plus score. Backs away again.
Big top edge.
Backing away, I've said a few times, probably not necessarily the percentage game here, but Degruschi gets away with it, moves into the 20s. Yeah, and obviously the fielding's pretty important as well. You've got to expect the ball to come to you all the time.
Exactly. There's no worrying about stopping the singles. If they want to take a single in a T10, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. But just a lot happens in a short period of time. Degruschi 22 faces Everett.
Oh no, it's going to sneak past the keeper, and that could be byes. It is 4 byes. It's always tough as a keeper when the batter comes across like this, blocks your view of the ball.
I think it's actually gone through James's legs there.
Just all
Oh,
got
yeah.
inside it, but yeah, you're right. James Smith
Through the
is
legs.
a very good keeper, but that one snuck through. In fact, almost hits the helmet. It would have been 5. It's almost as bad because it's gone for 4. We actually had quite a remarkable incident in Malta in the ECS last week. Come to it in a second. Big heave. Isn't contacted from DeGruchy. Where the ball hit the edge of the pitch and then just rolled into the keeper's helmet for 5 penalty runs. So that was a 6 because they took a single. And it was a game that went down to the very last ball that happened in the 9th over.
Oh my gosh.
And it pretty much swung the game. It was actually the difference in the game. So some people would say, get that helmet off the field,
Yeah.
especially it's a small field.
Oh.
Oh, he's hit that into his own face. This will be a good replay. DeGruchy might get their self-inflicted concussion test here. Let's have a look at it. Bush.
Oh,
And that's
ouch.
why the grill has saved him there, because that would have hit him right in the chops. End of the 8th, it's 87 for 4. Okay, that makes me think of a random question. Stupidest injury that you have done in
Wow.
cricket, or maybe stupidest thing. I'll
Do
start
you know
you
what?
off.
I'll tell you one. In Malaga,
Yeah.
in Germany, when we were playing against Germany,
Yeah.
and it was about the 8th over, and it was getting quite close, and someone skied a ball, and I've caught it, and I've thrown it up in the celebration, and it nearly went for 4 runs, but it was a no ball. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now you
that was
mention-
one of my most embarrassing moments.
I've actually seen that happen before.
Yeah.
I've actually seen someone throw it over the boundary and it was a free hit.
Yeah, luckily it actually didn't go over the boundary, and my teammates were aware of what I was not, and they managed to save the extra run, so it only still went for a single anyway.
That's pretty good.
But that was rather embarrassing.
I've done plenty of silly things. The
Oh.
stupidest thing I did, I think, was in indoor cricket, and it was my first training session for Australia, and I was trying to, you're meeting all the people from the other states and travel a long way to be there, and I was just flicking the ball in my fingers, like to, just holding the ball. We hadn't even started yet, and you wouldn't believe what happened. I flicked it up, and it just slipped out, and it hit myself in the eye, and I didn't know this is possible. I've cut my eyelid, so
Ouch.
I actually needed to get stitches.
Oh my gosh. From flicking an own cricket ball into
Yeah.
your head. Nice.
Which I still don't, just sitting there quick.
Yeah. Oh.
And trying to act really cool in front of the other players like it was fine. Got through the training session. Then when
Yeah.
I got in the car, I shut my eyes and I saw it actually had a hole.
Wow.
Not all the way through,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Still not ideal.
We see plenty of silly things with this much cricket that we have.
It's got to happen though, hasn't it? Give a team a few laughs.
Yeah, as long as it's not too serious. All right, Birrell, 16 off 7. Time to get moving. 9th over. And he will get moving. Up and out of the ground. Well, wind yourself on the hill. One hand, one bounce. It'll be 6 runs maximum. Nice shot. Hayward just giving them a bit of length to work with. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to having you on the weekend. I know that Grace has already been in touch. She'd like to do a bit of commentary. She might actually be able to do something on finals day with you.
Yeah, I think she's back Thursday evening, so she loves a bit of commentary, she does.
Backs away this time and finds a gap in the offside, and that'll be 4 more. So Birrell, he's getting moving at the right time. On for about, 111. It's been stuck around that for a while, the expected score. Smart batting actually that time. Might have been the time to back away because there was nobody back on the offside. It's another great spot to watch the cricket.
Sun's come out now as well.
It's a bit of a luxury having such a nice outfield as well. Obviously, I go to lots of countries where they just don't have the resources to keep a field in this condition. Some of them, for example, like in the north of Italy, they're not even allowed to water the field in summer. So
Wow.
it does actually become pretty tough.
Yeah, also Dan, who's batting right now, he's one of the groundsmen here along with Goffey, who I believe is on one of the other teams. I'm not too sure.
And I can actually see the turf pitch there, just to the right of the artificial pitch, obviously, that we're using here in the European Cricket Series. 100 comes up for the Towers with an over remaining. It's 100 for 4. Thomas saying, yeah, that's pure ECN Trinity. Just talking about what you did back in the ECCW. But I think that's the skill, isn't it? The coping skill of just always just thinking forward. Like I always say, in a day of ECN cricket, you'll have the best 3 moments of cricket life and probably the worst 3. And you're just going to have to just keep pushing forward. Yeah,
final last day of the game. And we obviously had all that trouble with travelling there because there was a storm in the UK.
Right,
so it was just a long, long week.
I remember, it was all worth it in the end.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Coming
out champions, can't complain, can you?
Having so many, having such a focus on women's cricket, I think has been awesome. I remember we had it's hard to believe, we're only 2 years since we had our first women's T10 on the network. And,
it's crazy.
There were some questions about, would it be, how would it go?
Yeah.
But it's been awesome. Obviously, sometimes it's a bit raw.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the Czech team, I think, had 71 extras in one innings on the weekend, which, it's tough to obviously be in the spotlight and have to pick up the game when that kind of scrutiny. But, I mean, that's how you get better. And we've already seen so much improvement in so many different countries. Well, that one is launched by Birrell. Well, that one is potentially a window breaker. And, hey, well, there we go. Is that Rick? He's sprung out of the action. Wow. Nothing is broken, I believe, but it's a Maximo. A real potential glass shatterer here in the 10th over. Wow. Britain with a comeback. Has hit very well into the gap. That's going to be 4 as well. Threads the needle, does Birrell. And a bit of a push here for the Towers.
Yeah. It's gone quietly for his first 10 balls, but I think he's now pushed on, trying to get that 120 for the team.
It's a brilliant shot, actually. Committed to walking down, and it's going to force a change of tactic from Britain, who's going to come around the wicket. Oh, well, lose it down leg side. It's a very good take, actually, from Smith. Could have easily snuck down to the boundary as well. Yeah, so we've really enjoyed having you in the commentary box. Thanks for jumping in.
You're very welcome. Vinny, always happy to give you some company. Shot.
Oh, it's an absolute blast. Well, how far is that going? That has gone over the roof of the clubhouse. What a strike. Maximo to the nth degree. That is a monster hit from Birrell.
That could potentially be in the road and gone all the way down the hill.
Oh, well, if you're driving past the Granville National Cricket Centre here, can we have our ball back? That's gone an absolute mile. That's a 100-metre plus hit.
There is a ball back. Don't know if it's the original ball.
It's a ball. It's not the ball. All right, so the last push here for the Towers, getting up towards the 120s. 2 to come. Hits it hard. They want 2 here. I don't think they'll get it. It was nailed straight at Dewhurst. So, yeah, I have this as a kind of middle-of-the-road target. I mean, 44% the Towers at the moment. I have that 120 to 125 as the par. Time will tell. Okay. Last ball. Ooh. Missed. That's why. Britain wants a wicket. I don't think he'll get it. It's going to be 118 for 4 off the 10 overs. And well, Tim just saying, didn't realise all those windows were there. There's no chance the Grizzly doesn't smash one of them this week. Well, hopefully not, because there's plenty of people inside. Hey, look, I think both teams will feel that this is a winnable game. Towers 118 for 4 off their 10 overs, so the Spitfires will need 119 to win. I do think the Spitfires will be slight favourites. That's what the computer thinks as well, just knowing what kind of forms that tribe's been in lately. But again, it's in the balance as we get ready to have a look at the highlights of this first 10 over stint. And it was the Spitfires that elected to bowl first. I will say it was a little bit a case of the dropsies early. I think at least
drop catches.
4 drop catches in the innings. That's for the Towers. Obviously, we know they've got plenty of hard hitters. Brennan was a bit of a force early on, 3 4s and 2 6s in his 28. But it's kind of an innings of ups and downs, wasn't it, for both teams?
Yeah, they had a few batters performing well, and then I think Dan's come in at the end there and really held the score together, kept it cracking on for the Western Towers.
Yeah, for sure. And bowling-wise, I mean, no one really went the journey over and above kind of 20 and over or anything like that. But like I said, just some good moments and bad moments. That was a pretty good catch from Adam Hayward, who had to deal with it. You could see some of them did go down. In fact, in particular, I think Birrell getting dropped early. It was pretty expensive. He ended up hitting some really big bombs, ended up on 44 not out of 15 balls. But yeah, I suppose Britton again, probably not quite his best outing with the ball as well, just kind of losing his line on occasion, and then kind of got taken down a bit in that last over. Having said that, he went for 28 off 2, which isn't so bad. That was a kind of a funny one where he had his foot hovering off over the rope. Umpire said it was all right. Bit of luck as well. DeGruchy looked pretty good when he was there. Tried plenty of things. Some of them came off, some of them didn't. Finished 23 off 17 with 5 fours, but couldn't clear the boundary. Wasn't a problem for Birrell though. He really went crazy towards the end.
Yeah, but Dan Burrell's got some good shots. I know he's been training hard in the pre-season, so I think he'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. And there's one that hit, and that kind of woke up the spectators who were just trying to mind their own business, probably have a quiet lunch. The next one didn't hit because it went over the club room. And in the end, 118 for 4, the Towers off their 10 overs. Just looking at the scorecard, Brennan was dropped before he'd scored, but ended up with 28 opening the batting. Van der Vault wasn't able to make too much of an impact. He was out for 1. Phillips, 10 at a runner ball. Mission 5, including a boundary. But it was that partnership between Dan Birrell and Jack DeGruchy. They came together at 52 for 4 and ended up putting on 66 in 5 overs to get their team to that score of 118. Bowling-wise, 3 wickets for Kearns. Remember, he was very, very good in the first half. 3 for 21, his figures. The other wicket went to Adam Hayward, a catch off his own bowling. Trinity, it's been awesome having you here.
Thank
I'm going to let you
very much,
go.
Vinny.
I hope you have an awesome lunch. We might chat to you later in the week. And, of course, we'll see you on the field on Saturday. So wishing you all the best on behalf of all of us at ECN.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Vinny. Bye-bye.
Well, Trinity is going to leave us, but I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll get to see the Spitfires chasing 119 for victory here in Match 2. Hope you're enjoying your ECN Monday. We'll see you soon for more European Cricket Series.
this.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we head into the second half of match 2. It's the Towers and the Spitfires doing battle in their first match of this European Cricket Series. And the story so far, the Towers were sent in and they have scored 118 for 4 off their 10 overs. So the Spitfires 119 to win. There's the bonus point equation. We already saw a bonus point achieved in the first game. The Royals chasing down within that 7 overs. And of course, if you're able to restrict a side to 70% or less of your total, in this case 82 or less for the Western Towers, then they would take all 4 points. Otherwise, the points will be split 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser. But anyway, beautiful conditions at the moment. Maybe a little bit on the chilly side, but of course it is the very start of May. But plenty of blue skies around. Looks like Birrell is going to open the bowling, the captain of the Towers, and there's one reason they have this many on the board. He's hit a few really, really big sixes towards the end. Zach Tribe, though, formidable opponent at the other end. Here we go, 119 to win. Tribe is going to slam a 6 first ball, just clips it off the pads. Maximo, and we're away. That was only a little bit leg stumpish from Birrell, but Tribe slammed it. Couldn't have timed that any better. Zach Tribe had some sort of ECL as well, playing for Farmers. He was a real consistent performer at the top of the order. Birrell, well, not too much margin for error for him. Oh wow, that's another one that's going to fly. Maximo, in fact, it's gone over the hill and far away. Come again another day. Bang, bang. That's getting your eye in ECN style. Well, Tribe, he's a very difficult guy to bowl to. He's got no obvious weaknesses at all. Almost like you're just hoping for a mistake, even at this early stage. Interesting as well. He's happy to let that one go past. So the Tribe knows how many they need. He knows how long he's got to get them. He's out there with Tom Kearns, who we saw chip in with 3 wickets in the first innings. Birrell love to step up. Gets the false shot this time. Squeezes away off the inside edge. Ben Kearns on strike for the first time. We did see the Spitfires put down some catches in that first innings, including a chance to get Birrell fairly early. Birrell ended up whacking 44 not out at the back end of the innings. An important partnership. Goes upstairs this time. That'll be the fact that we called a wide. Must have said this is over the head. Let's have a look at it on the replay. It's a harsh call. It's probably the one for the over for me, but I don't think it's a wide. Umpire has to make the split-second decision. No, Birrell will have to bowl that one again. Wild swing this time from Kearns. And welcome back all of our viewers, of course, watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, as well as those of you that are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And wasn't it great to get Trinity Smith on the microphone in the first innings of this game? And I know she's really looking forward to being back on the park in the ECSW this weekend. First ever ECSW, of course, in Jersey as well. Only our third ever. Kearns happy to just knock this out for a single. So looking at the Towers bowling lineup, quite a few names that we do know potentially available. Into the first over here. It's a 15 without loss after 1. 33 matches since the golden ball, and the yellow of the Towers reminds me of the old Victorians playing a golden ball in their first game of this ECL that just was completed against the Wolfenbüttel Optimists of Luxembourg. It was quite a remarkable game, to say the least. 5-over game. Unfortunately, didn't end too well for OVs, but it was a rain-affected group, you would say. It involved Farmers and Old Victorians. A lot of 5-over cricket played in the end. They weren't able to play a finals day, but Farmers, undefeated, went through and winning the whole thing. All right, second overtime as Toby Marrett comes in, but his first ball is smashed away over cover for 4. Cuatro carreras. Stand and deliver job there. Has this been called a no ball? It has. Yeah, I wonder if that was for... I'm not sure what it was for. Might have been for too many outfielders. Yeah, well, it's a good comeback anyway, regardless. Marrett. Well bowled, gets it nice and full. Kearns just finding it hard to get going here. 5 for a run of ball. I suppose if you maybe can build pressure at one end. Just notice as well in the Malta-Croatia series, Croatia bowled out for 102 in the 18th over. So Malta, 103 required to sweep the series 2-0. Burrell's got a bit of work to do this time. Does it well. Got to say, I love the effort that's been put in. All the uniforms looking magnificent in this Liberation Series so far. We've seen 4 of the 5 teams. We'll see YCC in their first game. In Game 3 coming up. Looking forward to that. Wow, this one is hit pretty well. It's a roofer. Tribe is on. Oh, 2025 has been Zach Tribe's year in the ECN universe. Not a bad ball by any means, but he just pumps straight through the line. Bang. Looks like the score is 10, so I think they know it was 6. They almost wore it. Got to say, I'm still a bit surprised that we haven't had a ball hit into my tent, but I'm waiting. 27 runs off the first 10 balls of this game. That's a good comeback though from Marrett once again. Went pretty close to kissing the outside edge of Zach Tribe's bat. Yeah, Tribe just pumping out the runs in the ECL. Of course, all these players know each other very well. Slow ball, but he picks it and he slams it, and it is going to hit the net. Well, the net has already paid for itself. It's housing, it's containing the children's play area. But that, whoever thought to put a net up, that was a very, very good idea. As Tribe's dangerous in more ways than one. It's the end of the second over, 33 without loss. Have a look at this. Bang. Net does its job. Kids continue to play happily without incident. What a shot. It was a slow ball. It's Tribe. He was all over it. As it looks like Burrell's going to come back. Just probably feels he's the best chance to pick up this early wicket. Maybe give them something to get them going, Western Towers. Yeah, so my tent is just to the left of that shot, by the way. So I'm at a genuine long on. And I will say I'm only about 3 meters back from the boundary line. So I feel it's a matter of time until I'm called into action as well. Maybe to protect the equipment. It's Burrell. Wow. Well, he's going to basically get wrapped on the gloves here. Kearns gets himself in an awful mess. Right, that's pace from Burrell. And he just turned and winked to me. in the last over. When I asked him about his hit over the club rooms, he said, yeah, it was a pretty good one. But, oh, well, that's really hurried up the batter. But Brill's brought himself back to get Zach Tribe. If you don't get Zach Tribe, you can kiss the game goodbye. And this is hit straight. Again, beautiful shot. Bangs into the sight screen. Maximo, says Mars. Just a very correct player, Zach Tribe. He was able to get on the front foot pretty comfortably here, and that was straight as straight hits come. Very, very good shot. Tribe's one guy I probably would go the Southern Cross field on him and put a very straight fielder. Yes, it's tough in the power play. Almost gets himself into trouble here. It's going to be the one for the over. Tribe living dangerously. The umpire must have thought that went over the stumps, and it gets given as a one bounce, one over the shoulder. Of course, you're allowed per over. Second one, if it is over the shoulder, would be called a no ball. Oh, wow, that's another one that's going to fly. Maximo! And if there's no broken windows this week, I'm a monkey's uncle, because that's another one that's gone dangerously close, and Tribe lights it up again. He's 37 off 10. That time just, punches straight through the line of the ball. Beryl misses full that time. Ouchies. 46 already on the board. Oh, what a shot. That'll bring up the 50. Tribe to 41 in just 11 balls. And if you're not wearing a yellow shirt, just sit back and enjoy. Get out the popcorn. This is an amazing shot. Just timed the absolute cover off at Zach Tribe. There's one for the purists here. Oh, holds a pose. 50's up in 17 rocks. Last ball of the power play coming up. And this might get away as well. Finds the gap. Excellent fielding out there. They're going to come for two. It's a pretty tight one. They will get back. That's a good stop in the first place from Brennan, who's patrolling the deep wicket boundary, but the damage is done in this power play. 52 without loss after 3. Tribe dominating with 43 off the 12 balls that he faces in the PP, and Birrell ends up going for 19 in the over, finishing with figures of none for 32. Have a look at that back end. They did kind of forge a partnership, didn't they? They were 52 for 4 at the halfway point. A couple of wickets there might have ruined the innings, kept them to double figures, but in the end, Birrell was pretty instrumental in nursing his team to 118. But, well, who's stopping Tribe? No one in Europe could do it back in the ECL. And he's really put a dent in this target already. Now they're going to change it up. I like this. Going to Harry Brooks in over number 4. So just asking a slightly different question. Kearns. Oh, not going to get this away. Kearns probably should be charged admission for being a spectator really so far. He's got a pretty good seat at the other end. Kearns was great with ball, we'll say. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. Oh, well, Kearns says, enough's enough. It's my turn to step up, and he does. He puts it over the hill. Maximo! That's just the one he needed, I think. Remember, for most of these players, it's very early in the season. I know they did play over the weekend, but it's still early in the season. Can take a little while before you hit your straps, especially as a bat. That was a very good shot, and you see why Kearns is at the top of the order. 61 or 40 required now, but they really need a wicket. They need a wicket soon, don't they? The Western Towers. Well, they had a bit of trouble finding that ball. I'm not surprised. So we've got a replacement out there now. Harry Brooks with the comeback. And he gets him. Excellent bowling that time. It was for York's Kearns, who goes 6 and out, and finally the partnership broken. 58 for 1. Spitfires lose their first. Excellent bit of bowling. It was a little bit quicker, but there was an imperceptible change in action. You can see just plays all round it, crashes into the bottom of middle and leg. Oh, wow, the Archers celebration from Harry Brooks. With a name like Harry Brooks, he should be on the big bucks. At least for Kearns. He does end up getting one out of the screws before he ends up having to walk back. He's out for 13. It's 58 for 1. Here's James Smith coming to the crease. Again, player we have seen play ECN cricket at the Cartermore Oval. Batting 3 here. Wow, first one up in the air. Catching opportunity and he's gone. First ball. Brooks is on a hat trick. Had an excellent catch. Remember the Spitfires, they did put a few down early in the piece. Matt Smith just not getting all of that, or even much. And the catch is taken. Bisson doing the job. So 1 brings 2, as they say in the classics. I suppose Smith not wasting any time. Well held. Right, hat-trick opportunity then. Giles comes out to face the hat-trick ball. Won't be a hat-trick, as Giles will get off the mark, but well, Tribe's the man you really need to stop. He change of pace for Tribe. He really wanted that leg side there. Probably wasn't his best effort, but he felt that there was a gap there he could get. Missed out in the end. And at the end of 4 overs, 59 for 2. Change as good as a holiday for Dan Birrell, who turns to Brooks, who delivers well. 2 for 7 in the over. Well, they need more of that if they're going to work their way back into this game. Yeah, Lithium saying, gotta love ECN cricket in a matter of moments. Momentum can do a 180. Certainly seemed that way. Dan Phillips is going to bowl now, so again, keeping the pace off the ball. Giles faces up. That's in the air. Is it going to go? It's going to go back, and it's going to be launched onto the hill. Maximo. That looks like Julius. That's taking a seat. And just a bit too short there from Phillips first up. That's going to be 6 as well. Flat bat job. Heads up. Oh, I thought that might be the first broken window, but not quite. The net does a reasonably good job, but I won't say it's going to protect absolutely everything. Maximo, that was a good shot, wasn't it? And well, I'm glad that no youngsters in the way. They've done their best to protect the kids. This time it's going to be 6 more. And oh, has he taken it? Oh, Julius Summerat. That's HCL Software Player of the Day worthy. Just sitting, taking in the afternoon sun, and he's taken a one-hand blinder. Probably the best thing he's done all day, and it's not even a game he's playing. Have a look at that. Oh, heard he's nursing an ankle injury. Obviously not bothering him too much. Oh, this is in the end. That's going to be 6 more. So Giles has come out and he's been the perfect partner for Tribe as well, taking all the pressure off. Another one, which is smashed out of the ground. And he knows straight away, Giles, that's out of here. Doesn't bother to look. Well, are we looking at another potential 4-pointer? Oh, maybe with hitting like that. That's Maximo, Seis Mas, and, well, Phillips, he's going the journey. That's 5 sixes in the over. Welcome. And that one's on the road, I think. So, are we going to have the 6 sixes and our first day of the Liberation Series, our first ever day in Jersey? Nowhere to hide on the perfect over. Can he do it? No. In fact, he's almost stumped. Oh, well, let's give credit to where credit's due. It's not an easy ball to bowl. You see, he does. He's almost in the air, but only almost. So I don't think it will be out. And surely that's over. 5 sixes and a dot. I mean, has he done enough to get another over by coming back with the 6th ball? You be the judge. But after 5 overs, it's 89 for 2. And now you can see what they need for the bonus point. They need 30 off 12, actually. It'll be after that. It'll be 30 off 12. Really, got two batters that are both on fire right now. Quick look at where we are, and we're pretty much everywhere. We've got the Malta T20s today, got Belgium tonight. Of course, I'm here in Jersey. Don't know if that was called a no ball. I don't always, unless we miscounted. I'm not quite sure what's happened here. I had that as 5 sixes and a dot. But you can see the score's going backwards, so that's a good sign. So, there was a no ball in there. The 3rd ball was a no ball, and I missed it. So that's not good news. Uh-oh, that's going to be 6 as well. So let's count it 37 off the over. Maximal. The 6 sixes is done. We had a phantom no ball that I totally missed. And I think most of the players might have missed as well. So he does hit the 6 sixes in and over despite there being a dot. And he almost got stumped off what we thought was the last ball. And that is peak ECN. 5 overs down, 96 for 2. I was wondering what was going on there. I'm not sure it was a no ball 4. Maybe a field thing. Maybe it was front foot. But anyway, the Spitfires now need 23 off 12 balls to take all 4 points. Yeah, some questions as well. Where's Dudley the Duck? Yeah, Derek has taken some time out after being overworked, our resident cartoon duck. But Dudley apparently is on the way in May. Maybe Liberation Day would be a good day for him to come out, of course, on Friday. All right, raining 6s at the moment as Wiseman gets thrown the ball for over 6. And he's going to start with a wicket. And Tribe just swings all around this full toss. Probably can't believe he's missed that, but who knows, maybe that's the turning point that at least might carry the Towers to a point. That Tribe, he'll wonder where it's all gone wrong here. Difference here compared to early is earlier on he probably is that he's trying to pull this. You see, it's definitely not a no ball. Passes him thigh high and then crashes in to the stumps. I have seen sometimes there be no balls that can hit the stumps for height, but that wasn't one of them. Tribe, oh, kind of upstaged a bit towards the end of his innings as it was Giles going on a hitting streak, but still brilliant knock. 6 sixes in his 43 off just 14 balls, striking it slightly better than 3 a ball. 96 for 3. Webster comes in with a bit of a job to do. They'll be disappointed if they don't get this in 7 overs now. Remember, if they can chase it in 7. Apparently, yeah, there was a no ball when Julius took the big catch. All right. Well, that could be out as well. Straight up in the air. Oh, swirler. Oh, well taken. Excellent take there. And would you believe it? We've had 4 wickets. And twice we've seen back-to-back wickets. It's Marrett who does very, very well to hold that one. And so Webster comes, Webster goes. You see he just kind of loses the front leg, the front shoulder there, skied, and very good piece of fielding there. So now Wiseman's on a hat trick. And it is going to be the perfect start for Wiseman. 2 wickets off 2 balls. Dewhurst comes in. Well, had a bit of everything in the last few minutes. Could we have a hat trick? Hat trick ball. Oh, and he gets that past him, but doesn't take anything on the way through. Just rolling the fingers on that rolling cutter. What he has done, Wiseman, he's put his team in a great position, at least to fight for that point. 9 balls required. 23. Clip away. Dewhurst off the mark. But here's the thing, Giles. He's been pumping the ball all over the place. Just hit 6 sixes in the last over. And with him at the crease, if he continues, and they will do it in 7 with time to spare. It's a slightly different question. This will be the one for the over. You can see here, Giles has been very powerful off the front foot so far. He goes upstairs. Yeah, it's a funny one because he was jumping. Probably wasn't over their head if he was standing. Last ball, the over. And it's skied. It's very high. It's a big moment here. And it's taken. Brennan, very safe pair of hands out there at deep mid-wicket. So Giles goes and, I don't know, is there a bit of the prospect of a big collapse here? I don't know. Just feel like it's an interesting time to get Giles, who goes down swinging. He wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Nice catch out there by Brennan. Giles goes for 37 off just 10, including those 6 sixes all in the one over. So 36 of his 37 in Maximo's 97 for 5 after 6. So now, obviously, they put themselves in a great position. Because of that over, Wiseman takes 3 for 1. And isn't that ECN cricket? We had 37 off the over before, and it was just bat, bat, bat. And then the next over, 3 for 1. And I don't know. I could be a few nerves in the new batters coming out. Still 22 to get. 4 overs remaining. If they get him this over, they could still get the 4 points. Bisson to bowl. Miss. I don't know. This is the time I think that you just would be reminding them that you wouldn't want to lose from here, guys. You've done all the hard work. And if you can get the runs required back above balls remaining, maybe you can just get a few nerves jangling. Well, that one's hit pretty well. Finds the gap. Oh, great fielding. Excellent fielding out there. Western Towers, well, like all the teams in this series, they're writing their own history. And what a way to start if they could defend from this position. Everett to face for the first time. Gosh, should have been caught. Cut straight at him. He went fingers up. Oh, well, that's Marrett. We already saw him take a good catch. He went fingers up. Just got a bit low on him. He just almost guides the ball straight to him. I'd already called it. Funny old finish this. In the air, is it going to go? Maybe not. DeGruchy takes the catch. And they get Dewhurst instead. And after that 37 run over, they have lost 4 wickets for 3 in the next 10 balls. And it's 99 for 6. You got the number 8 coming out. And suddenly, this isn't a foregone conclusion. DeGruchy takes it. Well judged. He's got a good pair of hands. He's in a hot spot there. So 20 required off 20. We know now that the Towers are going to get their point, which didn't look like it was going to happen. And now you got to tell yourself you're 4 wickets away from winning the game if you're the Western Towers. Hayward comes out to bat at 8. And he's going to be caught. Dropped at the first opportunity, caught on the second. Van der Vault. Oh, he would have had his heart in his mouth as that popped out of the gloves. It was a thick outside edge. And for the 3rd time in the innings, we've had wickets in consecutive deliveries. And the collapse continues. They've lost 5 for 3 in 11 balls. This is a great view. Oh, he was nervous there, Jacques. It popped out, but he did very well. He kept his eye on the ball. And we got another chance at a hat-trick. Pearson's got 2 for 2. It's 99 for 7, and it's the panic meter is ramped up now. We've had 19 hat-tricks this year. We haven't had one for 3 days. Seems like a long time in ECN cricket. But could we have one here? Just backed away there, didn't he? He barely reached it. Oh, well, all that matters is it was caught in the end. So now you're 3 wickets away from winning the game. And the Spitfires, I hate to say it, at the moment they're going down in flames. All right. Oh, it's 5 penalty runs. He's taken too long to get to the crease. So that's another 5 runs they have to get. You get 60 seconds to be ready, and that's it. Oh, boy. Oh, geez. So they're actually going backwards now. They've now lost 5 for -2 in 11 balls. Oh, gee whiz. Yeah, the irony is it takes so long to apply the time penalty, more time is wasted. Oh, I'm just going to confirm that's what it is. But yeah, I saw the 5-run penalty applied. I think now it's a technical issue as long as he's ready in 90 seconds, he's not out. But if he wasn't ready in 90 seconds, now the irony is, I think now we've got a technical delay. So yeah, I mean, could he be timed out here? I mean, did he take that long? Because definitely it's being queried by Birrell. He's saying, hey, was he ready in 90? Because if not, we're appealing for timed out, and then that would be another wicket. Boy, oh boy, what is going on here? So yeah, the conversation. I mean, I didn't have my eyes on the game. I don't have my clock, didn't have my stopwatch going, but the umpires do, the officials do. So if you're not ready in 60 seconds, there's an automatic 5-run penalty. If you're not ready in 90, then you're out on appeal. So there has been an appeal. And, of course, yeah, the irony being that the game is held up while they work this out. But, I mean, they're going to have to get it right. So, yeah, slight technical issue at the moment, which isn't in the batter's control. So that's nobody's fault. So, yeah. So, so let me just talk you through. So you got a 5-run penalty applied for not being there in 60 seconds. Then we had a technical issue with the connection, which has now held the game up anyway. So at the moment it's not. But also there wasn't appealed for timed out. So if he wasn't there in 90, then he'll be given out. The fact he's still out there, Hayward, means that I don't think he's going to be given out timed out. But now we're going to have to wait for the technical issue to be resolved. But I'm pretty sure I saw a 5 penalty run signal given. So, according to me, now they're chasing 124 to win. But again, it hasn't gone on yet. All right. So,
What do we make of this? So let me talk you through it. So there was a 37-run over. And then since then, Wiseman came on. He went wicket, wicket, dot, one, dot, wicket. Took 3 for 1 in the 6th. Bisson's come on. It's gone dot, 1, 1 wicket. And then a 5 penalty runs. I'm sure I saw it signalled, which means that the first innings will increase by 5 runs. And so if you count that as -5, they've actually lost 5 wickets in 11 balls while going backwards by 2 runs in real terms. Okay. So here we go. Ooh, good Yorker. So yeah, 5 penalty runs. This has had pretty much everything. It's very easy. So it's going to, yeah, so the target's 124 now. Just waiting for everything to update here. Very day one. Yeah, 5 penalty runs awarded to the fielding team. Batted too slow to face up. So the target goes up. Target's now 124. That was a hat-trick ball. Don't forget that last ball was kept out. So, end of the over. 100 is the score. So they need 24 now off 18. And wow. That's definitely doable. Wiseman. He took a wicket last ball he bowled. And he's going to be on a hat-trick again. He's got 4 for 1. And it's 100 for 8. What is going on here? It's the 4th time in the innings we've had a bowler on a hat-trick. There ain't no other cricket in the world like this. Ladies and gentlemen, just a little yabba-dabba-doo and a very good catch, kind of goalkeeper style to the left. And it's another hat-trick opportunity. Just guided it, just needed that extra elevation. It would have gone for 4. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Towers, they've got to be favourites from here. They're 8 down now for 100. And they've now lost 6 for -1 in 13 balls. When you factor in the time penalty. Could this be hat-trick number 20 of the season? I would classify the new batter's condition as nervous. Hat-trick ball, and for the 5 for. Pretty good shot. Let's not forget they could still win. They could actually win in 4 balls if they hit 4 sixes. What a game. Well, Liberation Day Friday. They need to liberate their innings now. Everett and Shenton left holding the baby. Wiseman on a 5 for. Oh, almost. Oh, now they're going to run. He's going to try and throw. He throws a grenade style. Did this carry? I thought maybe it did or maybe not quite. Let's have a look. Oh, I think it does carry, you know. It was a tough one low down. That would have been 9 out. Yeah, definitely gets him on the full. Cops it in the wrist. Back to live action. Oh, almost back to the bowler this time. DeGrucci will clean up. Everyone, get your golden ball thoughts out there because we could still have a tie as well. Wearing the yellow of the old Vs. Yeah, like in the ECL. Everett faces up. Still 21 required. And remember, the 5-run penalty being applied. And wouldn't they love those 5 runs back right now? 104 for 8. They need 20 off 13 balls. Out of nowhere. Oh, backs away. Hits it. Oh, gets through the fielder. And that could go, you know, and it does. A misfield. And Shenton gets 4. Sprung off the bat. Excellent shot under pressure. Well, come the moment, come the man. Shenton
will get 4 runs. Wiseman finishes 4 for 9, and the plot thickens. End of 8 overs, 108 for 8. 16 required off the last 12 balls of this game, and the 9th over coming up is the biggest over in the game so far. The Worms are dancing a dance there. You see the golden ball line. They're 8 out. Western Towers, they're 2 wickets away from an unlikely victory in their first ever ECS match. And they're going to go back to Harry Brooks. Don't forget, he took 2 for 7 earlier on when the game was a little bit more sane before it got loco. Everett, does he fancy himself to go over the ropes here, or does he play a bit more conservative? 16 required, 2 overs left. Forces it off the back foot, will only be a single. Shenton. 6 to his name, coming off a boundary. That's a nice shot, plays it late. Might look for 2 here, probably not. 8 out at the moment. You don't want to be throwing away a wicket thanks to a run out. Oh, Towers. See, now to me, who's ahead? I don't know. The wind predictors carked it, so we've got no idea. Oh, no way! Off the fingertips onto the stumps, and it's 9 out. Brooks with a magic touch. Oh, well, the cricket gods are smiling on the Western Towers. It's a fingernail job, and it's going to be Shenton run out for 7, and they are 1 wicket away, 9 out. And, well, Shenton had a bit of luck when he hit a ball straight at a fielder that went to the boundary, and there we go. You couldn't script this, folks. If you scripted it, you wouldn't believe it. They'd say it's too unrealistic. They are 1 wicket away from a victory. And guys, it's only the first game. You got 8 games of this for every team. All right, we're back to live action. They're 1 wicket away. 14 runs away. In the air, DeGruchy, can he get there? He can't. Oh boy, they get 1. 13 required now off 8 balls, but they have nobody left to bat. If they lose 1 more wicket, the game's over. An ECN classic in front of your very eyes. And it's Toby Britton batting 11. Some say that's too high. He misses this. Toby is not in for his batting. Very talented left arm spinner. Last ball of the 9th over. Oh, they're coming, they're not coming. They decide not to run. And it's the end of 9. It's 111 for 9. They need 13. They only should have needed 8. But that 5-run penalty for being slow to the crease, coming back to bite. I mean, even if they needed 8, it still isn't necessarily that easy. When you're 9 out, you don't have recognised batters at the crease. So 13 required. Now who's going to get this last over? Unbelievable game, really. But you saw it with your very eyes. So here we go. 12 for a golden ball, I'll say as well. It's Besson who's going to get it. Took 2 wickets in his first over. Miss. That's, you don't need to take the wicket. You can just defend 13. Basically need 2 boundaries here, minimum. Besson, if he's smart, he's going straight at those stumps. Try and finish it here and now. Oh, what a shot. He steps across and he carves a 4. The plot thickens once again. It couldn't get any thicker. Excellent shot. Probably would have been a wide, you know, outside the tram line, but he takes 4. Can Everett get his team out of jail? It's his first boundary. Moves to 9, and they need 9 more. 4 balls left. 9 runs required.
4 balls remaining, 9 out. Hit pretty well, got to run hard. Don't think you can go for 2 here. Any other circumstances, you're running to get Everett back on strike, but you just can't afford it with 9 out. Now, I think Toby's just got to... Even a 1 isn't a bad result. As he nudge away, got the 3rd back. I like that field position. Oh, he misses. And they're going to run. Oh, well, run out for the game. Misses. Oh, wow. How are they going to run there? It was suicide squad stuff from the Spitfires, who gave him a look at 3 stumps from 3 metres, and he misses. Oh, wow. That was for the game. And they still might win, but they might not. Now, I don't know if you're running here. I think you're just trying to hit a boundary this ball. 6 to tie. 2 balls left. Misses. And we still got a live game. So a 6 will be a golden ball now. Last ball. It's quite dramatic. And remember that they really should only need 1 to tie, but the 5-run penalty came in. That's ancient history now. Could it be golden ball 77? This game's had everything else. Does it have a 6 to take us to a GB? And our first ever day in Jersey. Bisson, surely from here, he's the one under pressure not to mess up. Here we go, Everett, Maximo to tie the game. Mr. 6, he'll get a 4. He'll take him over the 119, but he won't take him over the 124. And the Western Towers have won an ECN Classic here in match 2 of the Liberation Series. They were dead, they were buried, but they have come back and won this game. Quite remarkably, it looked like they weren't even going to get 1 point out of the game. They end up taking 3, and they recover from a 37 over bludgeoning to then just go on a ridiculous hot streak that included the score going backwards at 1 point, and they will hold on. The final score will be Western Towers 123, Spitfires 121. And I'm just going to have to take a moment to, we'll say that we have another game coming up in about 25 minutes, as we'll have Central Commanders taking on Yorkshire Cricket College. YCC playing their first game on ECN. That should be a good one, but that was a good one just then. Yeah, so coming up in 20 minutes, we'll be back with you for that. But yeah, it was a dramatic collapse that saw 5 wickets fall for basically -1 in a 2 over stretch. But before that, let's not forget Zach Tribe came out and he was making this ground look even smaller than it already was. And particularly with Giles, when Giles was out there, they had this game in the bag. And we were worried about windows getting broken and hoping that the young kids were protected. But it was just one-way traffic early on, wasn't it? It's a classic ECN game, that one. You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes, as that inning started to disintegrate, and it was an amazing turnaround. You could see there, it was Brooks. He did the early work, actually, bowled a really good over, got a couple of wickets. One difference is they pretty much held their catches as well. That's one thing they did do better, the Towers, compared to the Spitfires. But we saw Julius take a one-hand hanger in the crowd. That was this one. This was the 37-run over, and it was a case of just when will they win? And then Zach Tribe just missed a full toss. And even then, you thought you'd have to really try pretty hard to lose. But despite their best efforts, they would just go down in flames. The Spitfires shot down in this 5 for -1 in a 2 over period. We've never seen anything like it, even on ECN. And DeGruchy did well to hold that one. Jacques Vanderwalt did well in the end to grab this. 4 times in the game we had consecutive wickets. 4 times we had hat-trick opportunities. Although we didn't see a hat-trick, we saw pretty much everything else. That one looked like it was going to be costly. And then this, well, you know your luck's out. It's right off, see the deflection, off the fingers, onto the stumps. Harry Brooks, well, he claimed it, why not? The gods were smiling on him. And then, late drama
remember we had the 5-run penalty. This would have won the game then and there. He missed. Imagine if they lost from that point. But with 6 required for a golden ball, a little French cut, probably fitting because we're only about 22 kilometres from the coast of the French mainland. It was 4 runs and they end up going down by 2 runs, 123 to 121. But, oh well, it's only the start for these two teams. Looking forward to more of that kind of action. And like I said, we'll be back in 20 minutes with Game 3 and a first look at YCC. Well, Zach Tribe ended up leading the scoring with 43 off just 14 balls, striking it slightly better than 300. Got good support, was more than support really, from Giles, who hit 6 sixes in an over. 36 of the 37 runs that he would eventually score. But then it disintegrated below them. Have a look at that. Despite Everett's best efforts, he scored 14 not out. But the target, it went up from 119 to 124, and they finished on 121. And, well, you got to give credit to the Western Towers. They never gave up. They only gave up 4 extras in the whole innings as well. So they were right on target. Just the 1 wide in the entire innings. 4 for 9 Wiseman was on a hat trick twice and really changed things up. It was Brooks, though, that did the early work. He finished 2 for 10 off 2 overs and 2 for 12 Bisson held his nerve in a crazy finish. We will take a break and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes. And when too much is never enough, tune into the ECN and we'll give you something that you can remember for a long time. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll take a break and we'll be back shortly as YCC will be on the park for the first time. The Commanders hoping for their first result in the series. We'll take a break and see you shortly, hopefully for another ECN Classic. You're watching ECN. This is the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
Proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Well, I'm sitting here on the hill with some of the locals, some of them we know very well actually, and it's time for match number 3. There's so many nice places to watch the cricket from, and don't really want to head back, but I will be heading back very shortly. But before that, let's have the coin toss. It's Central Commanders coming off a 0-point game first up in match 1. They're taking on Yorkshire Cricket College. This is going to be really interesting. They're teenagers having their first taste of ECN cricket. Let's see what happens at the coin toss now with Charles Croucher and the 2 captains.
Thanks, Vinny. Central Commanders with the Yorkshire Cricket College to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We will bowl first.
They're going to have a bowl.
YCC into the action. Speaking of action, what about that last game? Still coming to terms with it, what we saw. And yeah, for YCC, what a great opportunity for them to get out there and show what they can do. And I was reading up a little bit about Yorkshire Cricket College, and yeah, they obviously run a cricket program, and it is fairly open as well. So it welcomes players of all skill levels and backgrounds. And geez, what a nice school trip this is. I mean, I could definitely have used this when I was at school. They're going to get an education this week in short form cricket, that's for sure. So having a look there, you can see that Commanders didn't take a point out of their first game. They've made 3 changes, including Tim Townsend coming in behind the stumps. I saw some red not bowling early. He's got a bit of an ankle injury. Didn't stop him taking a ridiculous catch though. But yeah, YCC, they will obviously be having their first taste of the format. And it'll be interesting to see who steps up for them. Almost ready to go. The 14% chance. As so yeah, I suppose they have to be underdogs. But I guess we'll see how quickly they can find their feet. It's going to be Joseph Dixon to bowl. Hello to everyone who's tuning in. I'm guessing from Yorkshire. A lot of family and friends, I'm sure, will be maybe watching the first ECN cricket. So yeah, you might have seen already that it's a dramatic format, 10 overs aside. The games are run to strict timings as well. So there'll be 36 minutes on the clock, and you need to finish 9 overs in that time. Otherwise, there's a penalty applied. There's also penalties applied for batters that don't arrive at the crease or aren't ready to face in 60 seconds. We saw that actually be the difference in the previous game, which was a pretty good advertisement for ECN cricket. But Commanders, they've got a bit of a job to do here. Dixon to get us going. That's a pretty good start. Klaassen didn't quite find his feet earlier on either. That's a very good start. We'll say that this YCZ team, they are actually all between kind of 16 and 18 years of age. There's just one exception, and it's Harry Wilkinson, who's their teacher. He's not in the team this time, though, as this is pulled away nicely. Fielded out there, though. That's Ethan Casely. He gets it back in to Harry Lambley, who's doing the keeping for YCC. So, yeah, warm welcome. My name is Vinny. If you're tuning in for the first time, I'll actually have Danny Hudacek with me from tomorrow. Today, I've been carrying it. Sumaret faces up, and he's going to pound this one over the hill and far away. Maximo. Well, Julius hit 3 big bombs earlier before finding a way to get out. But this is a guy, Sumaret, who has been he's played for Team Knights, the British and Irish 11, who won the Western Shield earlier in the year. Part of the winning Farmers side that won the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket, beating out 34 other clubs in Spain. And he's one of the best exponents in this format, Sumaret. But he gets beaten outside the off stump that time. It's good comeback from Dixon. That one just held its line. I also just think what a great opportunity is as a teenager to put your skills to the test. And if you can get someone like a Sumaret out, it's a big wicket in your CV. This one is in the air. It's uppish, but it's going to get away from the field. It'll be 1 bounce 4. It's right off the end of the bat that time. You can see Julius looking down at the toe. Just a fraction short. You can see he's very good at manoeuvring the ball to the leg side. If you give him any length to work with, something we've seen him doing a lot. Magical wrists. Slower ball, but he picks it, and once again, it's going to be over the hill, Maximo. Yeah, so the other thing is, I can imagine that the YCC kids, they love their cricket, but they never would have had this kind of cricket. It was like, as a bowler, it's not used to batters coming this hard at you. So we're at 16 off 4. We're still not out of the first over. Loses this one down the leg side. Just need a steady here, don't they? Yorkshire. I'll let all of our viewers from Yorkshire. I know we have a few anyway, but I'm sure they're extra interested. Are we ready to talk about match 2 yet? That was a crazy one. Yeah, so YCC, just like all the other teams, they'll get 8 matches in the qualifying phase, and if they make the top 4, they'll take part in finals day as well. Once again, too short, and Julius turns it around the corner. It will go, well, somewhere where I'm glad I don't have to fetch it. It's going to be a Maximo to finish the over. 25 without loss after 1. Yeah, you can see Julius very, very comfortable playing that shot. Plays it better than most. 25 on the board already. Now, one thing about this format of the game, so yeah, a lot happens very quickly in this game. As we saw in that last game. So, change pace already, it looks like, with the captain, Daniel Marshall, to bowl. So he's got a big responsibility. Marshall, obviously, choosing the bowlers and the field settings. 3 over power play, so you have just 2 outfielders at your disposal as the fielding side in the first 3, and then it goes to 5 outfielders after that. Klaassen faces up. Hasn't really found his stride yet. Pretty good start. Yeah, I like this canny move as well, I think. The pace went the journey in the first over, so Marshall bowling his off spin here in over number 2. Hits this one nicely into the gap. That'll find the boundary. Confidence builder for Klaassen. Wasn't a bad ball by any means, but that's the thing. Nobody back on the offside. They've got long off. They've got long on, I should say. They've got a deep mid wicket as the two boundary riders at the moment. Oh, probably should have been stumped. Just held its line, didn't it? Wasn't picked up cleanly the first time by Lamley. It still would have been tight. He turned around pretty quickly. Klaassen. Maybe a bit lucky to survive. Yeah, it was hard to tell because he still had a bit of work to do to get back to the stumps, even if he did take it cleanly. I suppose we'll never know. Summerat doesn't beat the fielder this time. Wild throw comes in, but they won't get any run there. So Marshall just bringing the game back. Of course, Yorkshire has a rich cricketing history. Produced many, many good players. Uh-oh, that one too short, and you just cannot bowl there to this guy. He will put you out of the ground every time. Maximal! And that will be the end of the second over. Bowled a good over at that point, didn't he, Marshall? But he'll be disappointed with the way it finished. And at the end of 2, it's 36 without loss. Still quite windy conditions here. 11 degrees, expecting a maximum of 12. So main thing is when the sun's out, it's quite pleasant. But I should remind you also that it's a big night coming up in Belgium because they actually play 3 matches today. And in fact, I think it will get going pretty shortly. In about an hour's time, they're already getting going. 12 Stars have the doubleheader tonight, but Hasselt have the triple header. Antwerp just playing the first game. Phil G standing by. So today you've got 8 games of T10 and you've got 2 T20 internationals on ECN. What a factory. Will Harwood comes on to bowl over number 3. That was a heavy ball there first up. Klaassen pretty frustrated. He couldn't get that more out of the middle of the bat. Got to say big thank you as well to Rick Firth, who presented me, along with his wonderful family, 2 jars of Vegemite. All right, well, that's in the air. Catching opportunity should be taken, and it's gone. Well, big wicket early on here because Summerat once again makes a start, but he can't go further than 28. It's Aaron McRae that takes a good catch, backing back out of the circle at mid-off. And well done to Harwood, who makes a bit of history. YCC, their first wicket in ECN cricket. Well-judged catch as well. On a windy day, an awkward day, to get under the high ball. Julius bangs 4 sixes and a 4. In fact, all 28 of his runs coming in boundaries. But he's the first to fall, 37 for 1. So, Blampede comes to the crease. Geez, he looked pretty good earlier as well, didn't he? Commanders, a good looking side on paper, but came away pointless in match 1. Lapid turns around the corner, quick single, but they get there. Right, look at Harwood.
probably gain pace as he continues growing. He's a really big boy. Well, getting a bit carried away with it that time. Digs it in, goes down the leg side. So I know that there's probably a lot of viewers that might be watching ECN for the first time. That's great. We've been around now for a while. Heading into this is actually our 6th full season during 2020. We started broadcasting regular cricket, domestic cricket. Klaasen opens the face nicely and he'll get 4, just using the pace of Harwood that time. Cuatro carreras. Very smart shot, low risk shot as well. You can see there, just happy to let the ball come to him, plays it pretty late. Yeah, so here's some of the key points of the T10 format. You've got a smaller boundary than usual. You've got a 50-metre boundary from the centre of the field, 30-metre infield circle. We ball all the overs from the same end. One notes that as well. That one is going to be 1 bounce 4 again. So it's going to be Klaasen. This time springs onto that bat foot. I think Klaasen looks a good player. I think the more he bats, the better he'll get. Sometimes, seen early in his innings, he struggled to find the timing. Yeah, 3 over power play. You're on the clock, win the field, and also with the bat. And also we do have a third umpire to deal with line decisions and anything else that's obvious that we can tell on the replay. That'll be the end of the over. Harwood, pretty good over, best so far. I think, well, it probably has to be because he took a wicket. It's 47 for 1 after 3. And yeah, this T10 format, it does test you in different ways. It's very good for your decision making. That's one thing. And that's something you can take into the longer format, even the T20 format. Because you put in a lot of different situations that you have to think strategically. You have to think on your feet. Yeah, a lot happens. It's a very intense format. Wakefield to get the ball. Oliver Wakefield bowling over 4. The first one bit short though and pulled away. And I think no spectators are safe here at this ground. Here in Grainville. First one short down the leg side, bit of a loosener with the young spinner. Blampede, his first boundary. 3 teams all electing to field after winning the toss today. 50's up for the Commanders as well. I like Wakefield's action though. He's an over the wrist style bowler, leg spinner. Kind of puts everything into it. Excellent bowling. Klaasen, not afraid to respect the good ball. I mean, that's the other thing, is often batters go one way or the other. If they haven't played too much, they get too aggressive or they're not aggressive enough. So you've got to find that balance. Fraction short this time, and it brings a wicket. Well, it wasn't really the way Wakefield intended it, I don't think, but Klaasen, he'll be kicking himself there. It was halfway down the track, but he slices and he finds the fielder. So, bit of luck for Yorkshire Cricket College. Wakefield with his first ECN wicket. He'll take it however he can get it. Check it out in the replay. I mean, it probably would have been a wide anyway. It was breaking wide of the line, but it was a good catch taken. And Klaasen, unfortunately for him, he's the second to fall, out for 15. And it's 52 for 2. We saw a few catches going down in the last game. Yeah, that's Bailey Goodlad there, he made that look very easy. Nice bit of fielding. Heelis comes out at number 4. I know Heelis is coming off some runs. Always tough for the leg spinner bowling to the left-hander. That's well bowled. That's the length that he's going to have to try and hit. You want the batter coming forward but not be able to drive it too easily. That's a good over. Well, almost brings the run out. Oh, that's close. I reckon this is out. He turned like the Queen Mary did Heelis. Well, watch this on the replay.
because I just got a sneaky feeling this is out. No one seems to be bothered about it. Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Let's have a look. Oh, he's out. He's out, I reckon. The stumps are broken there. Is the bail off, though? I think that's out. There was definitely an appeal. We'll have a look here. He's out there, and then the next frame, maybe you could argue the bails are off there, but the next frame, I don't think he's still out. I mean, it's very close, I will say that. Everyone's ready. No one believes it's out, but maybe you'll get the benefit of the doubt. He does well. That's a lucky break, I think, for Hearless. Very lucky break. Maybe they didn't feel it was conclusive enough to give. Well, it shows my spot. I'm not going crazy just yet. Was close. The other thing, and something I'd like to see brought in, is that you judge it on impact with the stumps. And if that was the case, it was clearly out. But the bail maybe not jumping out quick enough. The zinger rule, I call that, but you don't need zingers to apply it. As long as the bail actually is dislodged in the action. I think that would be an easier one to judge. Oh, that one's hit. It's hit very well. Maximo! Hearless. Maybe a bit lucky to survive last over. Was millimetres from being run out. But he has a second life, and this is a great shot. Watch this bounce off the sight screen as well. Thank you very much. 6 runs. This is Max Turner. Max Turner is a great name for a spinner, but he's not a spinner. In fact, I would go as far as to say that Max Turner is the best name for a spinner I've ever heard and that could exist. But the fact that he's bowling fast doesn't surprise me because he looks about 6'4". So what do you think? Playing Pete on 6. No ball called. Yes, it must have just overstrode there. Let's have a look. Front foot, something's got to come down behind the line. It doesn't. I think that's pretty clear. A free hit coming up then. Oh, thick edge flies away. Hearless riding his luck all the way to the bank. He'll get 4. A bit unlucky for Turner. It was a free hit anyway. Just flashes at it outside off, and that ends up resulting in a boundary. Yeah, ICC more than holding their own so far. Just misses the mark. Not a bad area to attack though. Remember that the wide rules are strict, but they're consistent. So when the ball passes the popping crease, if any of the balls on the line or obviously inside the line, it's legal. But if it's anything that's outside the line, wholly will be called a wide. It's well bowled. Really, really good bowling this. Turner making the adjustment for the left-hander. And Tommy Thomas likes what he's seen so far. There's a lot of talent in this Yorkshire lineup. Last ball, the 5th. Oh, that's up in the air, and it's going to go over the infield. Bounces just inside the rope, and Central Commanders will finish the 5th with the boundary. 71 for 2 after 5. I got to say credit to everyone at Yorkshire Cricket College, because these young men, they look very well drilled. They look pretty professional in their actions out there, their body language. They look confident that they can hold their own at the level. And I'm sure they'll just get better and better as the week goes on as well. It's quite amazing. You get 11 players here
for Yorkshire Cricket College, playing their first game of T10 cricket, and I like what I've seen so far. Charlie Wells gets the ball, and well, I think I've put the jinx on. This is going to get away. I actually think it's probably going to be a no ball. I think it's over the waist. It's been called wide. Now let's have a look. Yeah, that's going to be a no. So it'll be a no ball plus 4 byes. Always harsh on the keeper, that one. There'll be a free hit coming up. So, yeah, a bit of a loosener, unfortunately, for Wells. And Blampede probably feel. The free hit comes at a good time, and he's able to put it away. Maximo. So Wells basically bowls the first ball that costs 11. And one thing we know, that's from previous games and even from the previous game today, is that things can change very, very quickly. That one a fraction short. Tom just kind of waits on it. Smashes it out of the ground. It'll be a replacement ball job, I think. Now, for those of you that are familiar with the different accents you get in England, you'd be able to hear the Yorkshire accent in the effects mics. This one, more or less a middle length. Blampede will find the fielder. In fact, it's very good running. Blampede's able to grab an overthrow. And the keeper had plenty of work to do. Lamley kind of smothered it. But have a look here. You can see here, good understanding between the two batters to steal that extra run. Blampede gets the strike back. And he's going to use it. He's able to get down and sweep, and he's going to send the spectators scattering. Maximo! Wells having a tough time of it here. This over's now gone for 19. And we're only halfway through it. So it's a tough one as well. As a bowler, you just need to kind of put that out of your mind and refocus. Just try and hit your spot. Next delivery. Low full toss this time. Low full toss can be pretty effective. Healess get the strike back. Well bowled. That's a good comeback from Wells. Can't be easy. You know, Easy hasn't quite gotten it right so far, but that's a good ball. That's always a good length to hit. Just jams the batter. Healess is forced to just take the single. Nadeem saying there was once an Australian cricketer named Frank Bowler in the 90s. He was actually a batter. Is that right? I played against a bowler, and a guy with the name Bowler, who was actually a keeper, and now that was confusing. Who caught it? And they said Bowler. No, it was the keeper. Oh, finger smasher. Blampede is going to hit that, and I hope he's all right there, Wells, because this came back hard, and I wonder if he might have to come off after that. Right on the end of the finger. Nasty one. And almost no reaction time at all. It will be the end of the over, so 93 for 2, and if you thought the over couldn't get worse for Wells, maybe it did. I think he's going to come off maybe a bit of a bit of a fingernail issue. Hopefully he's all right and there's no actual damage. It will be the end of the over, 93 for 2 after 6. And it's going to be the captain, Marshall, to come back. He bowled the second over. Bowled a pretty good over, I thought, as well. So it does come back well, Wells, with 3 singles in the last 3 balls. In the first half of the over went for 19. The second half of the over he went for 3, but you just hope that he's okay. The ball on the end of the finger. Pretty well bowled by Marshall. I like the variety in the
in the bowling I've seen so far. They seem to have a really well-balanced attack. Well, that's attack of another kind. That's a slog sweep. That is going to fly up the hill. Maximo! Dominating. He basically stays put with the feet. He's able to get under this. That's the key. It's that kind of a length. Oh, this time he gets it wrong. And Marshall is going to do it himself. It'll be a caught and bolt. It's a good comeback from the YCC skipper. And so 6 and out for Blampede. And it's one captain getting another. It'll be 99 for 3 and a handy wicket for Yorkshire. Just, again, committing to that slog sweep. But it's a risky shot, especially he's fighting the angle there. The right arm around, he's not really turning it a lot. It's more just kind of sliding it across the right-hander. And Marshall did really well. So Blampede goes for 29. It's 99 for 3. And new batter. So has 3 balls to negotiate in the over. And this is a play we didn't see earlier on. Abhishek Hongeka negotiates his first ball, works it for 1. Mistimed by Hearless. Won't be able to get more than a single there. So Marshall's done a really good job. He's been chosen as captain. He's handled his bowl as well. Can't be easy running into a side that have a bit more experience. Only a bit more, I will say. But certainly within the Commander's side, you've got players like Sumara that played a lot on the network. You've got players like Scott Simpson as well, who's in the lineup this game. Reece Palmer. I've played the format in Spain quite a lot. End of the over, 102 for 3 after 7. Of course, this is just one stop on our roadshow, and we've already been to so many places. And what you'll find now is that, maybe with the exception of Hornchurch, that you're kind of looking at every week a different location. And it's something we've tried to do just so we can get more countries on the calendar in these summer months where the weather's a bit more agreeable. Got wide first up. It's Wakefield, the leggy comes back for his second over. Yeah, so next week we're in Sweden, the south of Sweden, and next week after that we're in Estonia. And then Hornchurch. That should be fun. That'll be a 2-weeker. Beats the bat this time. Hongeka. He's missing out in the cut. Wakefield, with his action, you expect him to get a lot of overspin, which can just make the ball jump a bit more than you think. Tosses this up. Have to settle for 1. Hearless has got a bit of an extra responsibility now to bring this home. A second ago, I think expected score was up to 150, but 139 it's down to now. Stands and delivers, finds the gap, finds the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Always tough, the leggy bowling to the left-hander. This is where, if he does have a wrong one or something like that, might be a good time to bowl it, just to keep the batter guessing. Yeah, good comeback though. Hearless will take 1, and that's all they'll get. Bit of a chance. Maybe you open up an end with the new batter. Not necessarily getting anything away so far. Oh, excellent bowling. That's the zone. You're not sure whether to come forward or back to that. Last ball, the 8th over. Very good shot this time, and Hongeka will get away with a boundary. It wasn't a bad ball really from Wakefield, but he just bought himself a little bit of extra time, went deep in the crease, came down on it. So 4 runs to finish the over. Still Wakefield does a good job, 1 for 15 off his 2 overs. And 8 overs in. The Commanders are 113 for 3. See that Samaret delivered a big first over with the bat up to 25. But then they've brought it down to, more or less 14 and over at this stage. A big couple of overs coming up. If you can maybe go 10-10 here, 130, you bat well. It's tough because you haven't played it before, but it's cricket principles still apply. Make good decisions at the crease, be selective, make good shot choices. We'll see where you're at. As this is going to be McRae, who's going to disappear first up. That's going to be 4. Kind of awkward one out there. See here, just kind of all hands, but awkward bounce, wasn't it? 2 meters in front of him, and he ends up going for 4. Good comeback though from McRae. Slides that one across the left-handed Healess. Ahmadullah asking Norway already. More Norway questions. We will be in Norway later in the year, I told you. It's on the calendar. The T20 series. Now this is going to be in the gap. That's going to be 4 as well. So Healess just puts one over the boundary in a similar area that he got the 4 earlier in the over. This time it was away from the fielder. Yeah, so I know we'd love to go for a European Cricket Series in Norway, but hey, you got to have the Norwegian Federation basically willing to do it, and we hope that they are at some point for a full European Cricket Series. That one is going, and it's gone. Maximo! That's first one to hit my tent. I feel like it might not be the last. Luckily it was on the roof. Healess, this cracking shot. Straight through the line this time. You can see there, it's got a beautiful swing of the bat, doesn't he? Ben Healess. Great, it's that kind of length you can, in other forms of cricket, it's a very good length, but at this stage, it's kind of in the slot. Slower ball, good variation, but that's going to find the gap again. He threads the needle, does Healess, who moves to 40 in quick time. Just looks very confident at the moment, Ben Healess. Again, it's that middle kind of a length. I think you've got to try and hit block hole at this stage. Try and go full and straight, or just full. Doesn't. Bangs in, to his credit, gets away with it. Heavy kind of ball. So, breaks the run of 3 consecutive boundaries. So that will take us to the end of the 9th over. McRae goes for 19 in his over, and the score 132 for 3 after 9. Looks like Will Harwood is going to get the last over. Remember, he bowled 1 for 11 when we saw him a little bit earlier on. But it's also nice to see him throwing the ball around a little bit. 7 different bowlers used in this innings. Harwood impressed me a lot. Last overtime. Oh, first one straight, and that's a good fielding position there. It's almost dead straight. I always think that that's worth persisting with. You can see here where this gets hit. Almost would have been the best caught and bowled in history, but yeah, to be able to cut that off, good effort. Ongeka takes the strike. And well, another teaser for the bowler. Right, it'll only be a single. I think one thing we can be sure of, there's plenty more action excitement coming this week. Got a lot of teams that can all beat each other in any given game. It's probably a wide down the leg side. Well, is it? Well, I think that's a wide. One, for at least one reason. Yeah, there it is. Remember, anything that misses the leg stump, unless it's between the body and the stumps, it'll be called a wide. Healess on 42. And he's going to be gone. Nice catch taken there. It could have gone anywhere, really. Healess found the fielder, and that's a good effort. That's Hassan Ali there. You can see there, got plenty of it, but I've loved the way YCC have held on to their catches. Probably, again, not exactly what Harwood was planning, but in the end, he gets the dangerous Healess just short of his half century, out for 41. And 135, 42, pardon me, for Healess. That's in the air. This is going to test the fielder. Does pretty well. Late adjustment there from McRae to prevent the boundary. Two to come. Wow, blasted. And they're up in the 140s. A Maximo. Well, Simpson, he's going to get a bit more of a go in the bat in this series. Coming in and just clearing that front leg. Hits a long ball. Maximo. Up to 143 with a ball to go. Last ball coming up. And that's going to go as well. Oh, the spectators on the hill have had plenty to do. So a 6 to finish, 149, and they do end up posting a very healthy score. The Central Commanders, YCC, will need 150 in their first game to pull off the win. We'll say, though, they had their moment, didn't they, YCC? Probably just the consistency, maybe letting them down on occasion. But Simpson, he certainly showed that he's more than capable of finishing an innings there. And they end up with 149. Let's go and have a look at the highlights. And Sumaret, well, once again, he started in some sort of style, didn't he? In that first over, putting 25 on the board, got them off to that flying start. But YCC, I like the way they went to spin. Captain Marshall bowling himself. One thing that is clear is that Commanders have a lot of guys that can hit sixes. That was the wicket. McRae took a good catch, backing back to get Julius Sumaret. I just think they'll be better for the run, YCC. They took some good catches in this innings. Now, that was one moment I still think I would have probably given that. For me, I was satisfied that he was short of the line. But the umpires felt kind of between frames and they weren't positive. And so they let Healess continue. And he would end up continuing all the way to 42. But yeah, sixes hit in the innings. We saw 11 of them in the 149. This is a good catch as well, wasn't it? By Marshall to get the dangerous Blampede for 29, the Commander's skipper. But Healess just continued on, didn't he? That was an awkward one. He had to field for the fielder there. Eventually he would go in the last over. Nice catch taken by Hassan Ali, who was round the corner. Where then Simpson said, hey, I'll show you what I can do with the bat. Maybe auditioning for a spot a little bit higher in the order. Man with the unreasonably smooth head walked off with two big sixes to put an exclamation point on the innings. The Commanders 149 for 4. Healess with 42 off 19, leading the scoring, though he had plenty of help out there. Blampede, the captain, with 29. Sumaret with 28 in only 8 balls faced. Klassen hit 3 boundaries in his 15, but again, we'll be a bit disappointed he wasn't able to make more of an impact on the scoreboard. Simpson there with 14, including 2 big bombs to take them to that 149 in the end. And like I said, 4 good catches taken during the innings. Certainly were times that YCC won small battles, just probably didn't string too many of those wins together. Bowling-wise, one thing I really liked is that we saw 7 bowlers all hold their own in the bowling innings. 2 for 28, Harwood gets the figures. Wickets also for Marshall. Oliver Wakefield's a bit of an X-factor bowler as well. He finished with 1 for 15. We'll take a break. Back after this with 150 required for Yorkshire in their first ever ECN match. Can the Commanders get their first win in the series? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and see you soon. Live from Jersey, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Jersey on our first ever day of ECN cricket here. And right now it's pretty as a picture. We're into match 3, so exactly halfway through the day. And we're watching the Commanders coming out, Central Commanders, to defend there. 149, there's the bonus point equation. So if they can keep the Baby Blues to 104 or less, then they would take all 4 points. And kind of 104 or less would give them a 4-pointer. And remember, they didn't take a point out of their first game today, so it kind of, I suppose, bring them back to more of an even keel with 4 points out of their 8 in the day. Having said that, YCC are a bit of an unknown quantity with the bat. Commanders, certainly on paper, look like a very, very strong side. Looks like Scott Simpson's going to open the bowling here. You've got Lamley, who's doing the keeping for YCC. He's opening the batting as listed. And we're about to get underway. 150, so 15 and over is the asking rate. Let's get ready to rumble. His opening partner, by the way, is Bailey Goodlad. A good catch as well earlier on, Bailey. Here we go with Simpson. 150 for the win. Oh, well, first one. He's going to get away with it, but he's lucky to get away with it. Kind of didn't go through with the shot. Maybe that saves him in the end. Was in 2 minds, or maybe 3 minds. But in the end, it pops short of the fielder. Simpson's a slippery customer with his left armers. This guy we have seen playing before for Old Victorians, who made the final in an impressive run through the ECL back in 2024. Ended up going down to Hornchurch in that game. Hornchurch of England, of course. Well, we will be for European Cricket Series pretty shortly. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers and all of our chatters as well. Good lad, happy to see the first one out. Yeah, so I think, 150, it's a bit of a tall order, especially in your first game, but if YCC can, work towards that 105 and then maybe have a crack at that game, at the game. Wow, how about that from Goodlad, who just launches this one leg side, and that will be the first boundary for YCC. Picked that one up nicely, just used that natural angle that was coming into him. Hello to Chris Smith. He was giving a bit of extra information about Jersey in the chat. I was talking about it a little bit earlier on. One way that I'm picturing it as well is it's an island that is about 9 miles or 15 kilometres across, west to east. Oh, this one, he missed times. It won't go too far. And it's around about 5 miles or 8 kilometres north to south. So it's basically around about twice as wide as it is tall, if you're looking at it on the map. Simpson sometimes looks like the bad guy from a movie. Sometimes that I do think about sometimes. He's got that good fast bowler growl about him. Well, that's going to be a bit of a backwards pull shot. Oh, well. I'm not going to be technical here, but did that hit the helmet before it bounced over the line? I suppose it becomes a boundary automatically when it hits a structure that's over the boundary, but it just shows you it makes sense to have the helmet back off the field. Although it gets hit here anyway. Donk. Is that 9? No, but Simpson, I think I'd love to see him trying to draw Goodlad forwards here rather than letting him sweat in the back foot. He tries. That one really hoops. Goes down the leg side. Good take. Tim Townsend is into the 11 this game. He's doing the glove work. First game we saw Jonathan Heward fulfilling that role for the Central Commanders. You can get that online with that kind of swing. It's going to be tough. You can't get it online just yet. Right off the end of the bat, I think, from Goodlad. So more or less get close to what they need in the first over. It'll be 11 without loss. Look at that, right off the end of the bat. That one, 11 without loss. And hey, one of the cool things about ECN cricket, we are the home of the golden ball. We've had 76 of them, including Victorians from Jersey earlier in the year in the ECL in their first game. A golden ball occurs when there is a tie, and it's very, very simple. The batting team has one more delivery to score 2 or more to win the game. If they don't do that, they don't win the game. In fact, our last one was last Wednesday, and that's already 34 games ago. It was 5 days ago. We'll say we're only 20 minutes away from having cricket from Belgium and cricket from Jersey on at the same time. A big ECN Monday. Hutchinson comes out and he's going to get slammed. Leg side, Maximo. Good lad hits the first ever 6 for YCC on ECN. And Hutchison does get good movement right to left. We saw that earlier, but this one straight into the wheelhouse for the left-handed opener. Do not count these baby blues out. Uh-oh, feeding it again, and that's going to go as well. Maximo, back-to-back, and suddenly YCC on the pace. Hutchison has things to think about out there. I think maybe he goes to the cutter now, or certainly want to stay away from the body of Goodlad. You can see there, about hip high, he turns on it. This is a very good start. 16%. We'll roll a dice. You roll a 6, you win the game. Good comeback. Just adjusting the line there. I think this could be a good chance to get Reece Palmer into the game, the off spinner with the left-hander out there. I just think it's a good matchup. I wonder if they're confident bowling him in the power play. Uh-oh, that's not going to be a good result either, although it might not go, but it might. Great effort, actually. That's Schausberger, who is into the lineup as well. Does a really good job of trying to chase this down, but Hutchison asking for trouble and finds it short down the leg side. Again, I love the effort. It's a beautiful ground to dive on, I will say that. A bit nicer than some of the grounds that we have ECN cricket at. Oh, once again feeds the pool, and that's also going to go. And so 6 more, Maximo. Hutchison just not learning his lesson, puts it outside the leg stump again, and Goodlad's feasting on it. He's 31 off 10 out of a score of 33. The lefty dominating the power play. This over, it's gone magical now. It's gone for 22. Last ball of it to come back to live action. Make that 23. You'll have to bowl that one again. Right idea, though. You'd rather miss there than be short down the leg side. Test you in funny ways. This format. Bowlers have to deal with the batters coming hard at them pretty much all the time. Oh, this time he goes straight down the ground. Sumaret, well, he doesn't drop catches. He's not going to start now. He'll pouch it. And the cameo comes to an end. Goodlad out for 31. Hutchison has the last laugh, but the damage was already done in the over. He takes 1 for 23 in the second, and YCC 34 for 1. Julius is one of the best pairs of hands in the whole of European cricket, and he looked very, very confident under that. So Goodlad does a good job. Makes a bit of ECN history, a bit of YCC history in the making. But he will depart with 8 overs still to play. But they are ahead of the rate at the moment. Obviously, it's pretty simple when you're chasing 150. You're just trying to go 15 and over. So they're 4 ahead on that calculation. I like this. Go back to Simpson, who's now going to get a chance to bowl at the right-hander. And he's getting late tail away. Not even that late. It's hooping. And that's in the air and gone. just hurried him up a little bit there. And Simpson, here's a good move to bring him back. Here's a handful. Catch taken by Clarkson, who comes in a little bit sore, I think, is Clarkson. But anyway, fairly simple catch because he's just late on that. Skews away, and wickets in consecutive deliveries across the over. YCC 34 for 2. A new batter comes in, Will Harwood. I will say that these are boys, 16 to 18-year-old, but there's some pretty man-like figures out there for YCC. There's some big boys. Look like they can hit it a long way. Harwood, and it's hurried up a little bit. First up, Simpson. I think he's enjoying bowling at the right-handers now. In that natural movement from right to left. Simpson, real competitor. Can they find another partnership here, Yorkshire? Oh, gets a bat on this, but finds the fielder. So just on a bit of a run at the moment, aren't they? The Commanders disappointed not to take a point out of their first game. They'd love to take all 4 here. Need to defend 70 in 7.5 overs. Certainly very possible. Well bowled. Simpson finding that channel. And even consider maybe putting another outfielder out the offside if Simpson's going to continue bowling this line. Got a deep mid wicket, they've got a long on at the moment. I think you'd almost want to encourage the batter to try and hit leg side against that angle, against that movement of Simpson. Anyway, it's working for them regardless at the moment. And I suppose that's why I'm not a captain. Goes out to the leg side and had a couple of fielders there to cover that. Ends up being fielded. Hongega in the infield. Marshall impressed me a lot with his tactics and with his off spin. The Yorkshire captain in the first innings now gets a chance to bat. Glances this. It's good running though. Good backing up from Harwood. Gets through for the single. As that will take us to the end of the power play, and a pretty even one, I think, all things considered. 36 for 2 after 3. I suppose one of the issues is in Yorkshire, they're chasing an above average target. It's more or less, I think if there was such a thing as an average power play, that's probably it, 36 for 2. But most of the damage done in that second over, 23 off it. But Simpson only goes for 2 in the over. He ends up with figures of 1 for 12, and another very good effort from Scott. Lampede, the captain, is going to get the ball over number 4. So we're out of the power play now. Up to 5 outfielders are available. And sure enough, they elect to go with 5 outfielders here. Lampede, good to see him getting a bowl. Bowls some handy leg spin. See him bustling in. Really trying to give it a few revs. Marshall. Whoa. Missed stumping this time. It was a tough one. It really did zip through. You can see it bounced as well, didn't it? I mean, even if he takes that, not even so sure he would have been able to get the bails off in time. Maybe. Would have had to have had very, very quick hands there, Townsend. You can see that the height it came was an awkward height. It was kind of chest high, wasn't it, by the time it got to him. Bowled him. Excellent bowling, Blampede. Rattles the off stump. He just lured Marshall into that stroke, and the YCC skipper has to walk off without registering his first ECN run. It was an excellent piece of leg spin bowling, though, from Dom. And Yorkshire have lost a 3rd wicket. It's 38 for 3. Just have a look here. See, bit of turn as well. Not an easy ball to try and slog sweep. And yeah, Dom may be just working on a few celebrations he's got in the works. But this is where I think you're getting a bit hungry. If you can grab 2 more wickets, you're looking very, very good for the 4-pointer. Remember, 105 or less, 104 or less, they would do that. It's a good look from the reverse angle of what the batter had to deal with there. Hassan Ali comes out to bat. Gets the first one away nicely for a single. Blampede, though, you can tell he's a handful. Trying a novel tactic as a spinner of actually spinning the ball. It's working for him so far. That one fraction shorter. Again, he'll only bring a single. Hutchison out there. Yeah, very, very good over. Just 4 runs off it, including a bye and a leg bye. That's good footwork. Excellent shot from Hassan Ali. He made that into a half volley. That's a pure cricket shot to neutralise the fizz of Blampede. That's an excellent shot straight down the ground. So good finish to the over for YCC. But still a very good one on the whole for the Commanders. It's 44 for 3 after 4. So you can see on the graph the golden ball line, which is line for a tie. But that red line is obviously, you need to remain above that as the batting side to keep your point. And so there's 4 points on offer every match. And in a typical game, 3 to the winner, 1 to the loser. But if you hello, welcome back. Apologies for that. Just a slight technical issue. Typical day one stuff, really. But hey, the main thing is, we are back now, and I think you might have missed that there was a run out just before play was halted. So right now, YCC 52 for 4. Will Harwood got run out coming back for a second. That wasn't a very good idea. And so Yorkshire Cricket College, the youngsters playing their first ECN match, 52 for 4. There's 2 balls to go in the 5th over. Kush Patak was involved in that run out. Reece Palmer came in. The batters tried to steal 2, a ball that never left the infield and it just wasn't on. And Patak, who now he's got the full Kate Winslet pose. I think that will be getting going very, very shortly. Again, apologies. A slight technical issue. And as normal, we will blame Corey for any technical issue that comes up. But got to say, everyone hits the stumps from the outfield. Palmer was the fielder that was involved in the run out. Harwood got run out for 9. Not much you can do about that as a keeper either. That won't carry, but will only be a single. So remember, Yorkshire, they need 150 for the win, but if they can get to 105, then at least they will get to hold on to their point as it takes it to the end of the over. I know the score's not quite back yet, but I can tell you that it's 55 for 4 after 5 overs. Hassan Ali has been joined by Max Turner, and I said it before, the best name for a spinner in history is Max Turner, but he does bowl seam up. He's a good bowler too. It looks like Palmer is going to get a chance with the ball now. I like the idea of him maybe coming out and bowling earlier when Bailey Goodlad was all guns blazing, the left-hander. But yeah, Reese is a very experienced campaigner. Seen him at the Carlton Oval for Farmers before, of course. He's going to go round the wicket first up. Probably try and slide across the righty. Now, Hassan Ali's already shown he's light on his feet. Just misses the mark. Can't have missed by much, but the umpire thinks that's fully outside that blue line. Touch and go that one, but almost finds the paint. Oh, he likes it for a stumping. I think Palmer just querying the wide. Remember, not going to be stumped. But you know the wide interpretation now is pretty basic. That is down the ground. What's up in the air? Simpson coming in. He won't quite get there. Bounces pretty much on the 30-metre circle. Yeah. So even if the batter moves around, the line is the line. But the difference, the bowler does get the line now. So that's the trade-off. The bowler never used to get the line. Now they do. And not just that, they only have to even touch a part of the line as that ball's going over the popping crease for the ball to be legal. Used to be that if any of the ball went over any of the line, it was a wide, but the line would move and just create a lot of inconsistency. Loves to use his feet and hits that one pretty well, but Hearless equal to the task down at long off. So the rate's got up to 20 and over required. I think that's probably off the table. Oh, that's absolutely nailed this time. That's gone all the way. Maximal. 50.5 metres. That was flat. It was hard. And well, Max Turner. It's a movie star's name as well. That's a movie star shot. Uh-oh, trouble with a capital T. The quicker one down the leg side. That's a really tough one for the keeper. And there's 5 bonus runs. The dreaded Minimo. Yeah. You can see here the keeper did everything he could. He moved reasonably early, but you can see what he's dealing with there. That's almost the keeper's view. And this is hit pretty well as well, this time straight at Hearless. Palmer, 17 off the over. Hassan likes to use his feet. Does again, this time he'll be gone. So Palmer just continuing that tactic of hunting that tram line. And this time Townsend will get on the stats sheet. Regulation stumping. This is just one, you know you've got heaps of time. You just got to take it cleanly. And it will be the end of Hassan Ali, who played some nice shots in his 11. But he's the 5th to fall, 72 for 5 after 6 overs. 78 required for the win. Although, if they can get 33 off 24 balls, they will at least keep their point. Commanders, they're in a commanding position, obviously. They will be thinking this is a 4-point job. It'll be disappointing, I think, if they don't do it. Kushpatak to bowl out with his left armers here in the 7th. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a launch. Well, that's the Julius zone when he's on the hill, but right now he's on the field. That's going to be 6 runs. Maximal. It does seem like the crowd's building up as well as the day goes on. Bank holiday here today. Geez, that's a good shot, though, from Turner. Good comeback, though, from Patak. New batter out there, not facing at the moment, is Ethan Casely. That one's hit pretty well, but I like they've got that straight fielder there
not quite dead straight, but it's a very straight long off. He's been in the action a fair bit, Ben Hearless. Shorter, miscue. Oh, well. I could have a run out here. Oh, we should have had a run out. Well, it's a good movie, point blank. And Dom, I don't know how he's missed from there, if I'm honest. I mean, first, it's almost like Patak forgot how to walk. And then Tom comes in and he missed. He could smell the stumps from where he shoveled that ball from. And now they're going to get hurt because that is going to fly maximal 6 runs. Well, ECN cricket. Patak looked like his car didn't have a reverse gear when he just couldn't work out how to backtrack. Casely, you probably remember his first ECN run for a long time. Yeah, that was it. You're only ever one ball away from being a meme. Something I tell the players sometimes. Last ball the over. That's a nice shot, finds the gap. That'll probably run away for 4 as well. It does. So turn it to 25. Showing they've got a bit of teeth in the middle order here, YCC. Not going quietly. Really should get their point from here. As that over ends up going for 18. It's following on from a 17 run over the over before. So a good rally from the Baby Blues. They're 90 for 5 after 7. Don't forget, still 2 matches to come after this. Not just that, I think we're already underway in Belgium as well in the night series, which starts in the afternoon today. So YCC play back-to-back games. They bring in Sam Martin and Elliot Mitchell in match 4. The Towers, well, they had their proper miracle match in match 2. They make 5 changes to their side. And the Towers, back from the dead, they'd love to go 2-0. That game starting in around about 40 minutes. As this is in the air, that's gone. Just a little chip this time. And Dom, he makes amends from the missed run out last overs. Casely never really went after this, did he? Never really tried to hit it hard in the air. Obviously didn't keep it on the ground. And he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. So Blampede does the job, and that'll be the 6th wicket down. So it's 90 for 6 in the 8th over. New batter comes to the crease, Aaron McRae. She took a catch in that position earlier himself, did Aaron. Still a chance to take the 4 points. They probably need to bowl them out though. 15 required. The batting team to hold their point. Well, that's in the air. It's another catching opportunity. Oh, he's just misjudged it. It's going to be 4. That's Hungoka out there. But this was a chance. They're having to deal with the sun at this time of the day. So you can see it's a bit of a complicating issue. Couldn't find the drop zone. Handy 4 runs. Where's that 4-pointer just slipping away? McRae hits his first ball in ECN cricket to the boundary. And misses the next. Good comeback from Hutchison. I think we'll prefer bowling to right-handers. We saw him get taken down earlier on by Bailey Goodlad. Nicked and caught behind. So Hutchison will chip in with another wicket. That's the, even though he did go for some big runs earlier, that's now his 3rd wicket. And you can see that big deflection. Townsend does the rest. Behind the stumps. A regulation catch. So, well, maybe still a chance. They can only allow 10 more runs, Commanders, if they want the 4 points. But they have them 7 down. It's a left-hander coming out as well. Joseph Dixon batting 9. He bowled pretty well earlier. Even though I know it's tough to judge in the format, but I like his action. I think he's going to cause a few problems for bats in this series. Dixon, right now he's got the bat in hand. Wow, he's not afraid to use. That's launched. And the fielder's trying to find it. He's caught it. Wow, that's a really good catch. It's a windy day. And that's Klassen back there. I actually think that he thought this ball was going to go for 6. And he's like, hold on a second. I think it blows back into play. And he ended up judging it perfectly. And so, a bit of bad luck for Dixon, who he smashes that first ball into the skies. But he's got a golden duck to his name. And that's 8 down now, 94 for 8. Still 11 required for YCC to keep their point. As far as golden ducks go, that was one of the better ones I've seen, actually, because he smashed that. Just too high, not quite far enough. New batter is Oliver Wakefield. He's happy to see this out. I mean, now you really do need to concentrate on just getting the 11 runs required. So Turner, he'll get the strike back. End of 8, 94 for 8. And Hutchison finishes with 4 for 27. So what a good over. After he got smashed around a bit in his first over. 3 for 4 in the 8th over. Helped out by his fielders as well. George? I like this move as well. Blampede coming back. Turner, 25 off 8. They need 11 to keep their point. YCC. Here we go with the 9th. Oh, this one isn't really timed. It might sneak away though, and it does. It's 4 runs. Patak in that position, but it was over him, and it was always going to kind of spin away towards the boundary. Turner, pretty handy innings this. Looks like 6 is very low for him to bat in this format. Hits the ball very, very well. That's a good shot as well. In fact, that'll go for 4. They're looking the goods to take the point now. That brings up the 100 for Yorkshire. And you can definitely say that they're a team that can win some ball games this week. I think, a couple of overs got away from them in the first innings. That's why they're chasing 150, not something more reasonable. Well, that's in there, and that's going to go for 6. Maximo! So there's the point. It wasn't a bad ball, really. Got the treatment. Turn it to 39. Eyeing off an ECN 50 on debut here. There was several fumbles coming from Hutchison in one ball. Probably won't matter too much here in the wash-up. So well done to YCC to at least play well enough to keep their point. Nice cut shot, finds the gap. That'll run away for 4 as well. Wakefield off the mark. Nice shot to bring up his first runs in ECN cricket. Hello to Jack Chambers, good to see you. And yeah, jump in the chat. Maybe if you're watching for the first time, let's get to know you. It's something pretty cool about ECN cricket, that we can have a bit more of a two-way conversation. Last ball for Blampede. It's a pretty good one. And Wakefield keeps it out. End of the 9th. It's 113 for 8. I suppose we walk over to see now if Turner can bring up a 50. He's 40 off 12. So, yeah, big hello to Jack. I'm sure I'm watching from the UK. I take it. Now, who wants this last over? It looks like they're going to go back to Palmer. When it started, there's to Thomas as well. Watching from Madrid. Palmer, 1 for 17 in his first. Well, 6 sixes for a tie. And the way Turner's going, who knows? We've already had 6 sixes in an over earlier on. Well, there's one of them.
There's a launch job. Windows. They stay intact. The net does its job once again. Maximal. Oh, dare to dream. If the next one disappears, the panic meter might be lifted to a non-zero amount. Turn it to 46. It's a very good straight strike. Oh, get some of it, but not the whole thing. Fielder comes in. Can't get there. They'll get two. Ongeka might want to invest in a pair of sunglasses if he's going to field in that position. The squint tactics not really doing the job. And he never found the drop zone of the ball. 48 now for Turner. Pretty much should put the game to bed. And that will be his 50. It's probably not the prettiest shot to bring it up, but it's an excellent innings from Max Turner in his first ever ECN match. He brings up his 50 with a 4 and a 15-ball half century. What a way to put your name up in lights. Also thought he bowled very well. It's not a bad score at all. 125 with 3 balls remaining. Now he gets hit in the face. So that's cricket. Goes down and tries to sweep it. I suppose if you are going to get hit in the face, to a spinner is probably my preference. The helmet does its job, he's fine. Now we'll sweep and he'll get 4 more. So 129. The margin's not going to be that big. I mean, right now, 20-run margin. And you would say that Yorkshire Cricket College, they will have learnt a lot out of this game. Turn it to 56. Been a good knock. Last ball coming up. That's a nice shot as well. Pops it over cover. And that will be 4 runs to finish it off. So 60 for Turner. What a good knock that was. And despite his efforts, they'll go down. 16 runs the margin in the end. So Turner with 60, the highest individual score in the game. But the Commanders hold on. Have to settle for 3 points in the end. And for YCC, like I said, they learn a lot out of the experience. I think they do take a point away from the game as well. So it's something. And the Commanders will all finish their first day with 3 points, I should say, out of a possible 8. So they're a little bit behind the 8 ball, but still plenty of matches to play. As well, classic phantom handshake, maybe adding a bit of spice. No, all in good nature, I'm sure. And I bet that everyone there were plenty of debutants in that game. I bet they really enjoyed the experience. And I think it'll also settle the nerves a bit just to get that first one out the way. About half an hour away from the first ball of match number 4, YCC going back-to-back, taking on the Western Towers, the miracle men of match 2. But you can see plenty of changes, 5 changes for the Towers. YCC bring in Martin and Mitchell, and the Towers won the toss, elected to bat. First team to elect to bat today, probably because they defended the undefendable, or the indefensible, in match 2. So stay tuned for that one. Let's roll the highlights though and have a look at this second innings. And anyone that thought that the Baby Blues couldn't swing the bat, I think you learn a few things. With this power play in particular, it was Bailey Goodlad. It was brutal on anything down the leg side. So yeah, they do get to a pretty healthy total in the end. Sumaret, he's in the right place at the right time. Took that catch. You look at that now and you might just have a bit of a better idea what your batting order looks like if you're YCC. And in particular, I think you've got to get Turner up higher, especially because some of the batters towards the top were hurried up by Simpson. He, to be fair, is a good fast bowler. Good to see Blampede with the ball as well. I think he provides even more variety to their attack. I love the way that Hassan Ali moved his feet, although he went to the well once too often. That wide one getting him. And then we had classic ECN cricket here. It's the old Jonty Road style gone wrong from Blampede. It didn't cost him too much. He was able to take a catch moments later. And Hutchison recovered after a bit of a tough first over to grab a bag of wickets as well. Some good catches here. That was a good one from Klaassen. But Max Turner batted really, really well. Ended up bringing up the half century late in the piece. He was able to steer his side at least to a point. And they may be boys technically, but they do hit it like men. The YCC. That was a nice moment for Max, bringing up his 50. He wasn't done yet either. He was able to take 10 more runs, ending up on 60 in the YCC total of 133. So 149 to 133, not a thrashing by any means, and YCC thoroughly deserved their point in their first ECN match, but they want more. They want to win, and they will feel a lot more confident, I'm sure, heading into their next game against the Western Towers. It starts in around about 25 minutes time. Great experience, I think, for YCC to be a part of this European Cricket Series, and they hold their own. I think getting to 133 going to win you quite a few ball games with a score like that, but unfortunately for them, they were chasing 150. Bailey Goodlad with 31 up front off just 11 balls, 3 fours, 3 maximos in his total. But it was Max Turner that stole the show with 60 not out off just 18 balls, going at a magical pace. But you can see apart from that, there wasn't a lot to write home about. Like Hassan Ali did play a couple of nice shots in his 11. I like the way he danced down to the spinners. Bowling wise, well, the experience kind of won out in the end. Hutchison recovered from a tough first over to finish with 4 for 27. Singles to Simpson, Blampede and Reece Palmer as well. In particular, I think that Simpson, he was able to swing the ball around corners early on and make life pretty difficult for the opening bats. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes to take you into match 4 as the Baby Blues have another chance to open their account and have their first ECN win. But can the Towers go back-to-back? The Miracle Men will be back at the Field of Dreams. We will take a break and we will see you very, very shortly, the other side of it, live from Jersey. You're watching the European Cricket Series, Belgium underway as well, so in the break, feel free to check that out. We'll see you shortly for match 4.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island. But everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Well, still 2 games on opening day here in Jersey. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu on the ground. I've got Tom with me. Tom, how are you today? You going well?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's good. Are you enjoying the cricket?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
And?
I'm pretty sure some teams are doing pretty well and some teams are doing very good.
That is true. Hopefully soon we'll see you out there. Would you like to be on the field in a few years?
I wish.
Okay, well, coming up now, we've got Yorkshire Cricket College who are playing back-to-back. This time they're taking on the Western Towers, who had a dramatic win earlier in the day. So are you ready for the coin toss?
Yeah.
I know Charles Crouch is ready for the coin toss. Let's see what happens here in match 4.
Thanks, Vinny. Yorkshire Cricket College with the Western Towers to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
We'll have a bat.
Western Towers have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Birrell wins the toss for the Towers. He is a Tower, isn't he? Probably fitting he's the captain of that side. And he's the first captain to elect to bat in the series. And part of that might be the impossible defence that they pulled off. At one point, they had the other team score going backwards, and that doesn't happen very often. They lost 5 wickets for basically -1 in 2 overs because of a time penalty. YCC impressed me a lot in that first game. They looked very capable. Sam Martin comes in for his first game. Elliot Mitchell, his first game as well. But Max Turner, I think he's got about a little bit higher than 6. I think he looked very, very good. Bailey Goodlad got him off to a good start. Western Towers, though, we'll say that Birrell looked in very good form. Hit one over the club rooms earlier on. Charlie Brennan, also a very, very good player that will likely open the batting. 74% favourites here, the Towers, but don't count out YCC. I think they learned a lot out of that first game. There's only 16 runs between them and the Central Commanders, who certainly had a lot more experience in the format, but yeah, called them the Baby Blues, as they're basically all between 16 and 18 years of age. They've travelled from Yorkshire to be here. I was reading up a bit about the program at Yorkshire Cricket College, and I just wish I'd known about it when I was in high school, because I think I would have absolutely loved it. And even where they're set up at the cricket ground there, it sounds very, very cool. Brennan, the lefty to face up. It's going to be a bit of a young tearaway in Will Harwood to get us going. I liked what he delivered earlier as well. He certainly hurried up some of the opposition bats. So maybe just with the way they've walked on the field, they've already improved to 30% YCC. So that's a good sign. 3, 2, 1, let's play. Match 4 live from Jersey. No ball called, oversteps. We'll check it out here in the replay. Harwood not getting it right. And the world's biggest seagull has just walked past me, and I can't believe what I've seen here. It's come on the field. I don't know if we can get the camera on that, but that thing's massive. How big are the seagulls in Jersey? It's basically like having a 12th fielder. Free hit, miss. I tell you what, if I was the batter, I'd be asking. That doesn't do it justice. That is a huge seagull. It's honestly, you're going to have to stop it walking behind the bowler's arm. That's distracting. They've basically got 12 fielders right now. Brennan hits it to the seagull side of the field and crashes into the chair. 4 carreras. You know, this reminds me, the Sporting Alfest ground is actually owned by the Ducks. And once a day, the Ducks walk across the field. We're on Seagull Watch. Currently, it's at mid-on. I'm glad I'm not fielding behind it. Oh, now the Seagull getting very close to the ball. Now it's taking off. Yeah, it's not scared. Now the Seagull. There we go. Top left. So now it's kind of it's like a fly slip. Brennan to 5. Early days. Pearson up in the air. Fielder going back. Can't quite make the play. And it runs away for 4. And this checks his shot there, Pearson. Mid-off was up in the circle. And he's off the mark with 4. This has been a really good day so far. Western Towers, though, match 2. Well, we'll be talking about it for years to come. They end up winning 123 to 121, despite only making 118. They had 5 runs added due to a time penalty. Proper bouncer this time. That'll be the one for the over. Harwood, I like the confidence from the young man to bang it in. Let's keep the batter guessing. I think that's okay. I think he's standing up. It's probably top of the head. Yeah, it's Southern Spitfires versus Western Towers, 123 to 121. Crazy game. Go back and watch the finish if you can. This is going to test the fielder, and I think he's going to be 4. It definitely touches the rope, and he's holding the ball, so that will be another 4 to the total. Topsy-turvy first over here. Yeah, Towers opened up with Brennan and Jacques Vandervolt earlier. Vandervolt didn't really find his feet with the bat. That will be the end of the first over. 14 without loss after 1. And Jersey will be in Group C of the Euros of Cricket. And I think they'll be a bit more competitive this year if their whole squad's available. Last year they were juggling other international commitments. But they've been drawn in Group C along with the Scotland 11, Portugal, Finland, Sweden and Switzerland. And that's a 4-day group, 3, 4, 5, 6 of October. And if they win the group, they'll come back as part of the championship group, 16, 17, 18 of October. So if you are from Jersey, you want to support the team, now you know when and where. Cardimer Oval. Oh, face fielding. Not great, but I think he's all right. Max Turner. Well, I say you get behind it however you can, but look, he knocks this. Yeah, that's hand to head. He seems all right. Yeah, face fielding, I can't see it catching on, but it's better than no fielding. And you get a single. Marshall, the captain. Oh, that's hit hard. And it's another finger buster. That's McRae. I reckon he might have copped that in the end of the fingers as well. We saw one finger injury, didn't we? That last game, Charlie Wells, he's out of the side. This game, hopefully, it's not too serious for him. It's a long week. Stay fit. Oh, wow, is that out? I think he's touched it. So then the question is he out? No, my question is a hard maybe. Could be the second one of these today. There's 2 things at play here. Does he touch it and is it out? He's out if he's touched it. He has touched it. He's going to be gone here. It's a clear deflection and he's not back. We'll show it one more time. The bat isn't down. This is going to be out. I'm telling you right now. That, unfortunately for Bisson, it's going to be the end of the road, and there's the decision. So, lightning striking twice in the day. Marshall will say some kind of finger genius because it just comes off the fingertips. And really, to be fair to Bisson, he wasn't even that far out of his crease. He was only a step out, and he tried to put his bat back, but he just couldn't get back in time. You could definitely see when the ball hits the stumps, he was out. You could clearly also see the deflection. How's that, says Daniel Marshall. And eventually, the decision's given. So, a bit of luck for YCC. Towers, 16 for 1. Now, this could be out as well. Oh, it'll be dropped over the line. It's a Maximo. 6 runs. And McRae, who just had his fingers busted earlier, has just had one drilled at long on, and he puts it over the rope. Oh, Brennan's not a play you want to drop either. Now walks at this one slightly. Does Charlie Brennan. He'll only get a single. Birrell's come out at number 3. I like this. He was in really good form earlier. So he's got the hot hand. He comes out to bat a lot higher this time around. Biggest hit of the day easily was Dan Birrell putting one over the club rooms without touching anything. And he's going to start in similar form here. That is a monster strike. Maximo! And that is a man in form. Well, it's his 50th run for the day, I think. As Marshall does conjure a wicket from the cricket gods in there, thanks to run out. But his over goes for 15, and at the end of 2, it's 29 for 1. I will say it's a multi-story club room / pavilion here as well, and it went miles over. So Western Towers hoping to finish with a 2-0 record for the day. You would have thought that was impossible when you saw how far down they were. It didn't even look like they were going to get a point in their first game. And they came back and got on a ridiculous hot streak. As Max Turner comes in, another no ball. Yeah, costly. Because it's another ball you have to bowl. Watch the foot here. I don't get a great look at it, but I think you can see there's nothing behind the line. Umpire calls it straight away. So, free hit coming up. Birrell put the only ball he faced so far up the top of the hill. Yeah, pitches up this time, so they don't score off the free hit, so he kind of gets out of jail. Turner batted really well, scored 60 not out in the last game. And I think he's a guy, I would consider opening him, at least batting him 3 in this game. I think you've got to go with guys that are feeling in form. I know you'll have plenty of time also to give opportunities as the week goes on. I think now it's a time where they want to play their in-form guys. And right now, this man's in form, Birrell, who's going to put this one miles out of the ground. That's gone to the kids' game. Maximo! Turner bangs it in. And Birrell, he's the groundsman here, actually. That bat looks like it's like a popsicle in his hand. He's a giant. And he's 12 off 3. Backs away, has to dig it out. Good comeback from Turner. That's the kind of length, I think, that should be your default. Especially to a guy who's been so good at hitting on the up. It will be a learning experience for the YCC players, but I also think they've got a very competitive squad for this tournament. And they're really suited to the format, we'll say that. Oh, no ball called, so this is going to be a catch off a no ball. Ah, oh, there you go. Turner. We'll check it out again. But he just overstrides. This would have been out. And now another free hit. So basics. Now, has to spend some time in cricket detention now. Another free hit. Oh, it doesn't time. So doesn't get hurt on the free hit again. But cost himself a wicket there. He really should be aiming, I always think, for bowlers, at least half your foot behind the line, give yourself some margin for error. You don't really get any discernible advantage for an extra few centimetres. The consequences are pretty harsh sometimes. Pitched up this time, Birrell will go to the fielder. Now they're going to get an overthrow, although maybe it'll create a run out. I think he was home anyway. Brennan scrambles through. Probably worth the throw in the first place, just fumbled by the backup fielder. And the ball hit Brennan as he was completing his run. So 41 for 1, last ball to power play coming up. Turner. Yeah, well, it's pretty well bowled, but an even better shot from Brennan, who's able to jam down in it, gets it behind point to the boundary, and that's the extra ball, or one of the extra balls he had to bowl because of the no ball. Well, no balls earlier in the over, so it will be the end of the power play, 45 for 1. The Towers off to a pretty good start. I will say one of the really nice things about today is how good it has been to have a decent crowd down here. Mixture of the locals and some of the Yorkshire Cricket College fraternity. We've got plenty of good vantage points at the ground with the hill. We've got a couple of little mini stands as well that are available. Some people watching from the club room. There's a nice shot of. We have to name that part of the ground. Maybe we'll call it the grassy knoll. But it's definitely somewhere you'd want to be paying attention to the game, as it's going to be young Oliver Wakefield with his leg spin. Was pretty effective earlier. He's just got a bit of X factor about him. That's how I described it. Kind of puts his whole body into his action as well. Looks like his whole head's going to go with his bowling arm. I think he'd be quite awkward to face. Right now he's going to have to deal with the left-hander, Brennan. That is up and that is out. Wow, there's a big wicket. Brennan out for 19. Well caught on the boundary. Max Turner. Oh, he's been a very, very good contributor, and that would have been 6. It also might have been the end of the commentary box. It was heading straight for us. Rule 1, protect the equipment. And luckily for us, Turner was in the way and he took a good catch, about shoulder high. And you can see comfortably inside the boundary. So I've been really impressed with the professionalism of this YCC lineup so far. The Baby Blues get the dangerous Brennan out for 19. It's 46 for 2. Well caught. That's another one for the Turner highlight reel, which you feel he might be cutting out tonight. Don't know if these kids are old enough to have social media, but that would certainly be on it. Anyway, more action for Turner down the ground this time. It's important you have your best fielders in the hot spots as well, and definitely down the ground. You get a lot of action. Yeah, so credit to Wakefield. He gets the big wicket of Brennan. Jacques van der Walt comes out at number 4. This is Birrell facing. Backs away and misses. So just bringing it back here a little bit. Obviously, Birrell's been in very good form. He's not someone that you'd want to have there for too long if you're a Yorkshire fan. Pitches up. Well, this is in the air. Just climbs over the rope. Maximo onto the grassy knoll. As Birrell will bring up the 50 with a 6er. Again, just kind of plays it on length more than anything else. And thought for a second the fielder might have had a play on it, but it was over his head. Still a decent over this from Wakefield. Last ball of it to come. And off the back foot. Well, this is a flying attempt at a catch. It was an impossible task for Harwood, but he still tries. It finds the hole at deep mid wicket, and so 4 runs to finish that over. I think it's kind of getting ruined there for Wakefield, but still a decent over, only goes for 12. And that was just a bit of fortune, I think, for Birrell, that it found the gap. 57 for 2 after 4. So over to Jacques van der Walt. We saw opening earlier on. He didn't quite hit the ball the way he would have liked. Gets an opportunity here at 4. McRae to come on in over number 5. Remember, we're out of the power play now, so you can have up to 5 outfielders. That would have been an amazing catch. Harwood launched himself hoping for the best, but he couldn't make the ground. Good start from McRae. He goes across the left-hander. Van der Walt at this stage can probably be happy enough just to turn the strike over. Birrell's been hot today. He might have been hot. I won't say the weather's been particularly hot. I will say now that we're up to 11 degrees. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot from Jacques, who goes Maximo. Just kind of flourishes off the hip here. Thought he was a bit cramped, to be honest, when I saw the ball come out of the hand of Well, welcome back. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a technical delay, but you didn't miss anything. We'll pick the game up here. Van der Vault gets a single, and it's 70 for 2 with a ball to go in the 5th over. Just a couple of gremlins in the system today, but the main thing is we're still running on schedule. Apologies to everyone in the chat and everyone out there. Davis pushes this one a little bit too wide. Will be called. Hello to Jack Chambers saying everyone from Swanwick Hall CC behind young Ollie Wakefield and the rest of YCC, of course. Hello Chris Coates as well. Hey, great to have some other names in the chat. Steve Cook's in there. Hey, Rico Fool's in there as well. Nice to see you, Rico. Great job in Malta today. What about the home nation? Back in the winners list. That one's pounded. Through points. Really good shot. And so Jacques has started to find the middle, hasn't he? He'll move to 17, into 5 over, 74 for 2. Yeah, Rico, I'm sure Rico would love to be here, but can only be in one place at a time. But Rico, I think you'll enjoy Jersey if and when we do come back. It's a really great setup here at the ground in Grainville with the club rooms, with the kids area as well, protected by the giant net. There's plenty of places to watch the game from as well. Anyway, here's Elliot Mitchell. He's going to have a decent first ball. And for Mitchell, obviously it's great to see him getting an opportunity here. Into the side. So this time gets a little bit short and he's going to get whacked to the leg side for 4. It's going to go up the hill. Again, kind of got a volunteer ball retrieval service, don't we? Everyone's scrambling to get up the hill. Nice shot from Birrell. He's in a bit of a purple patch and actually brought down the purple earlier on. Mitchell. It's a nice off spinner's action, doesn't he? He really comes up and over the top. Gets a few revs on the ball. Nice to see an off spinner actually trying to spin the ball. And Birrell swings straight through that one. Very well bowled. I think that goes over the line. Oh, harsh. Check it out. I think that gets some of the line. I suppose if you're not sure, it gets called a wide. Maybe umpire wasn't sure. And, well, when he does get closer, it's going to get slammed. That's a big, big hit. And once again, time to go get it, kids. Maximo! Well, when Birrell does hit the ball anywhere near the middle of his bat, it flies, almost like it's a golf ball flying out of the ground. Mitchell, you'd rather miss wide than offer something in the zone. As this is straight up. Well, Mitchell, the moment of truth. Oh, and he can't find it. It was a real Class A swirler off the bat of Birrell, and it has to go down as an opportunity that doesn't get a hand on it. Oh, well, I suppose to be positive, he did create the opportunity, did Mitchell, but he's not able to grasp his first ECN wicket. Now, this is a better matchup for him against the left-hander. Pretty well bowled, although it's pretty well played as well. Hit into the gap, but they are able to cut it off, and it'll take us to the end of the over. So pretty eventful start for Elliot Mitchell. He goes for 13 in the over, and the Towers 87 for 2 after 6. Yeah, I'll be disappointed that he couldn't hold on to the caught and bowled opportunity. But yeah, I really like the mix of bowlers in this YCC side. And it sounds so awesome. I mean, they're based at Headingley at the ground. Imagine that's your school. Yeah, a few clouds around, but nothing too threatening right now. As we go back to Ollie Wakefield. Pretty well bowled first up. There's a big 4 overs here. I mean, if YCC can restrict, we already saw that they've got a bit with the bat
I mean, they scored 133, and that was after a suboptimal start. Fraction short hit, and well, it's an outstanding piece of fielding. That ball had sprung to life off the Grainfield turf. And that was Dan Marshall, the captain. Just has to go on instinct here. And did very well. I'm sure all the officials behind him were pretty happy that he stopped that as well, because that was probably heading in there. Oh, Birrell backs himself into a corner. He has to eat the dot. Well, won't be backing away, Dan. I'll be fronting away, if anything. No way he's hitting him today. Well bowled by Wakefield, though. Good area. And this time he will hit down the ground. It's just hit far too well, and despite the best efforts of Turner, it's going to end up going for 4. This outfield is very fast. Well, actually, he's got a good view of it here. He hurls himself at it. Actually got a piece of it, did Turner, but he couldn't pull it back into play. 138 expected at the moment for the Towers. Again, well bowled. There's a lot to like about Wakefield. And that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Wanted the wide there, Birrell, straight over the blue line. That's fine. Oh, in the air. Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. He went Paul Collingwood style, kind of wrong-handed. It was the only way he was going to reach it. Well, I mean, it's a good save, but it would have been, proper lights, camera, action play of the day. But it just doesn't stick. And that was Sam Martin, who's playing his first game as well. What a way to announce yourself. In the end, does well to reach it. End of the over. It's 93 for 2 after 7. This is a look at where we are on the calendar. It's our primary tour, but also there's other cricket. There's night series. There's T20s at the moment as well. So keep an eye on the website, EuropeanCricket.com. Right now we're in 3 locations. We've come from Malta with the ECS. Now we're here for the week before we head to Sweden on Monday. Landskrona, which is, it's not too far from Malmö in the Skåne region. It's very close to Denmark as well. It's only about 2 kilometres across the ditch to Denmark. And I remember when we were there in 2021, we couldn't go because of COVID and restrictions. But this time I definitely think I'll try and get over there. Some really cool places. So Danny Hudacek will be with me from tomorrow. And then next week, Tina will be with me in Sweden. Rico having a little bit of a mini break after Malta, although he will be back for the Estonian series, which follows on from Sweden. So plenty happening. Just gets tied up here, Birrell. Kind of, I don't know if you can say he's gone cold. I mean, he's 42 off 21, but he hasn't quite been bringing his A game in the last few minutes. Hey, Jacques. He's played some good shots, though. Marshall getting his second over. Off spinner to the left-hander. It's pretty well bowled as well. Scoots on down to McRae. He handles that one without a drama. So it'll be a good test for YCC, this chase. Let's look at 130's chase. Birrell, it's gone. Well, there you go. He followed him. Birrell backed away. Might be time to put that one back in the kit bag because it just got him into trouble a couple of times. That time was a thick inside edge, and Marshall comes up with a wicket that'll go into his figures this time. It'll be 97 for 3. Birrell, it's going to be such a great finishing option for the Towers. He goes before the end of the 8th over. Disappointment there. Daniel can't believe it. The big man has got to go. And it's 97 for 3. Good catch as well. I mean, didn't really have to move, but he held it well. And that's Mitchell. I'm happy to see him grab one. Obviously, it was an opportunity off his own bowling earlier, but he did well. Actually, I like the way he gets down on one knee. Just got in a comfortable catching position. DeGruchy comes in. And he misses the first ball. So another good spell from the captain, Daniel Marshall, with 1 for 18 in his 2 overs. And don't forget the run out off the fingertips.
It's 97 for 3. And YCC, well, they've climbed up to 46% now, and a good finish. They could actually start the chase as favourites, but it shows you the game's in the balance, in the Goldilocks zone, as we call it sometimes, between 40 and 60. So 9th over coming up. We have a bit of an expression on ECN. It all happens in the 9th. And it's going to be Joseph Dixon to bowl it. Bustling in the left armour. Oh, stumps do the fielding. And they're going to get a run. That time it isn't touched on the way through. That was hit hard. I think the umpire's pretty happy he hit the stumps. Otherwise, I think I was going to hit the ump. Well, we saw a potential 12th fielder earlier with the world's biggest seagull coming on, but that's the real 12th fielder, the stumps. It's only a single in the end. DeGruchy get to score. Comes on strike. Yeah, teams have been good with time today as well. Still 10 minutes to go on the clock to bowl this over. Pretty well bowled, so that's fine. Very good bowling. DeGruchy new to the crease, so not really got the feet going. Actually, look where he's setting up. He's setting up well outside leg stump, and then he steps further away. That's an excellent location for Dixon to lock in. Just see if DeGruchy makes a bit of an adjustment. Right now, 50-50 now on the wind predictor. Clever bowling again. This time DeGruchy can't get it away. Frustrating start for Jack. And by the way, I haven't really had a chance to mention it. How good is the intro video at the start, where it shows you all, tells you all about Jersey? And what about the fact the island doubles in size when the tide's out? That's crazy. I sometimes feel like I double in size after a weekend out. It goes to the leg side, but this should be out. And it's caught. So Dixon chips in with a wicket. And the Baby Blues looking good, playing with confidence. Holding onto that catch. Dixon with the slower ball. DeGruchy just tried to clip him away over the rope, but he comes up short. And it's 98 for 4. This will be a good view as well. You can see going that fingers up style. Maybe a little bit awkward because it was dropping on him slightly, but hey, all's well that ends well. And a 4-ball Dudley for DeGruchy. 98 for 4. Nice shot of the catcher once again. But yeah, that's Ethan Casely out there. That holds on to it. So Freddie Harbin gets a chance. Only 8 balls left in the innings. Goes full. Push, but doesn't beat the fielder. Dixon, brilliant over in the 9th. Only conceded 2. Last ball of it coming up. And that one will be hit over backward point. That'll be 4. So I suppose still a very good over for YCC, but it finishes on a bit of a sour note as the 4 runs comes off the bat of Jacques van der Walt. And after 9, 103 for 4. The 100 coming up with that shot. So they've done really well. They've gone from basically looking at chasing 135, 140. Now expected chase is 117. But you got to finish strongly. Once again, you can see that throwing the ball around YCC, and we've seen 7 bowlers again. As it looks like Will Harwood is going to bowl over 10. Let's play. Oh, that's going to be 4 first up. Cut shot played, and 4 runs to Harbin. His first boundary wasn't actually that wide, so he had to get a bit creative with the cut. but he swung the bat at the right time. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Had a bit of width to it. Just unleashed the wrist at the right time. 107 now. Really does feel like a tournament where anybody could beat anybody, and that's what you love. That's a good comeback from Harwood. Harbin couldn't really get the back foot that time. Yeah, Belgium up and running as well. Already finished their first game, believe it or not. It slips and it's a huge wide. This one for height. Hey, we haven't talked about it too much, but the YCC team, they really wouldn't be used to playing on the artificial. Yeah, I know sometimes when you're very young, you will play on it, but in England, it's not something that really exists a lot. So especially for a faster bowler running in, you know, you don't have the spikes going into the turf the way you would normally. It's a good comeback though from Harwood. Max does the job. I'd love to see him batting at least in the top 3, Turner. Really impressed with 60 not out. A few clouds around at the moment. I don't think there's any rain in the forecast. The forecast just said wind. And I know Tina was talking about, she has played in Jersey, and it is a very windy place. I believe her. 3 to come. Nice and muscle this. Won't get a run at all. Vandervolt likes to keep the strike. So let's see how they go from a position of favouritism here. YCC. Hello to Dilkhan, I see you. Hello to Yogesh. That's going to be 4 runs. Just pretty good at getting out of those awkward positions, isn't he, Vandervolt? He's able to get the bat out in front of the body. I still think Harwood at this stage probably needs to be trying to hit a full length. I think when you get to the last 2 or 3 overs in particular, you pretty much, okay, you might have one bouncer in there to mix it up. Otherwise, I think you're trying to hit the block hole. Vandervolt, he's come good at a good time, hasn't he, for the Towers? It's 30. Last ball coming up. And yeah, the full length works. They won't be able to get a run. So, 113 for the Towers. Remember, they defended 118, which grew to 123 before, thanks to the run penalty. But they did concede 121. But for Yorkshire Cricket College, it's a golden opportunity for them, the Baby Blues, to register their first victory in the European Cricket Series. And for the Towers, well, they love making life hard for themselves, don't they? They had that miracle defence earlier. But if they don't take early wickets, I think they could be in a bit of strife against the young men from Yorkshire. As the players walk off, we can have a look at the highlights of the first innings. And it started with the world's biggest seagull invading the field, almost bringing things to a standstill. Like some sort of unofficial 12th fielder. That was a great effort from Casey down there. Then we saw the face fielding from Turner, which probably wasn't great. This was great though, wasn't it? For the Yorkshire fans. Marshall fingertipper onto the stump. Second time we've seen that today. And that was a very unlucky way for Bisson to go. But I did like the move of Birrell to 3. I think he's hitting him well. He started with a couple of big strikes. Kind of lost his way a little bit towards the end of his innings though. But I think YCC, when they have a look at some of the footage tonight, they'll have a really good idea of kind of what worked and what didn't. What's really clear is they've got a good balanced attack. We've seen them use 7 bowlers in both games, and we've seen a lot of intelligent cricket from them. We'll say it was a good time for Jacques van der Walt, the Western Towers batter keeper, to come good, as he had a pretty important contribution. We saw Elliot Mitchell go pretty close to taking his first wicket as a caught bolt, and that was Sam Mutton, who was flying without a license, getting one hand to the ball, but wasn't able to pull off a miracle catch. Then Birrell went late in the piece, and this is where YCC actually came above the 50% barrier, and they will start the second innings as slight favourites, but still plenty of work to do. Van der Walt, he was able to nurse his team up to 113 in the end, but certainly short of par. I think a good 10-15 short of par. And time will tell if it's enough. Let's have a look at the highlight or the scorecard of that first innings. And Daniel Birrell, I like the move to 3. The captain batted himself first drop and top scored once again. Hard to say that he was off, because he wasn't, but yeah, 42 off 22, but just kind of lost his way when he wanted to put the foot down and accelerate. A 42 to Birrell, the top scorer. 30 not out for Jacques Van der Walt, including 3 4s and 2 6s in there as well. Brendan looked good for 19 early, had a bit of a life, got dropped over the bound.
sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Well, good news, blue sky and a bit of sunshine here after that rainstorm swept through the ground, and we're getting ready for the second innings. It's a 6-over reduced game now. Originally they were chasing 114 in 10 overs. Now they're chasing 75 in 6. And so, yeah, sounds about right, probably because it is right. DLS, they need 12.5 and over rather than the 11.4 that they would have originally. So 6-over second innings coming up. And yeah, that means we'll have a 2-over power play. And it means that only one bowler can bowl 2 overs. Everyone else is restricted to 1. And so I've had a special guest. We've had a bit more of a chat off air than on air because we had to sit through the rain delay. But I've got Jersey Cricket Chairman John Harris with me for this second innings. And John, welcome to the commentary box.
Oh, thanks, Vinny. Great to be here.
What's even more exciting than 10-over cricket? 6-over cricket. Even though I know the Jersey side's had to deal with a lot of 5-over cricket in the ECL recently. But yeah, how are you enjoying the first day of European cricket series?
Oh, it's been terrific. I mean, we could have done with a little bit warmer weather. We were challenged a little bit by the breeze, but no, well, it's been absolutely
keep your wits about you. We're in the hitting zone here. Wiseman bowled really well earlier. And the first one is kept out by Goodlad, young left-hander. It must be really exciting for you to see the Yorkshire Cricket College guys as well. I mean, most of the players, the Jersey-based players, I'm sure you're very familiar with, but
no, it's fantastic to have an external team, you know, somebody. This is all about variety for us. This is a fantastic.
Now, good lad. Doesn't time this at all.
No.
And you can see it's still a bit slippery underfoot. So yeah, tell us a little bit about cricket in Jersey. Obviously, we're thrilled to have such a great relationship with Jersey Cricket. That brings us here for the first time. And of course, Jersey currently holding the ACL trophy.
Well, Jersey cricket has been going from strength to strength for quite a few years now, you know, particularly internationally. But what we've also been trying to do is to reinvigorate club cricket in the island, because it had become a little bit staid in some senses because people were always playing the same teams, and you know, and it got a little bit stagnant. And this is a fantastic opportunity to, you know, as I said earlier, just have a bit of variety in the local game.
He launches this one. Harwood is going to put it 1 bounce and 4 runs. That's what they need to do. Only a 2-over power play and a good strike from the youngster. Yeah, so yeah, honestly, it's great to be here. It's a unique cricketing environment. You must be really proud of what you built.
Yeah. Well, like everything, you know, we're really proud of what we have so far, but there's always more to do and more to develop, including.
Well, that's going to fly away for 4 more at least. And it almost goes for 6. But Harwood swings hard. Yorkshire searching for their first victory in the series.
Yeah, I was going to say, including the relationship with you, which, to be honest, has been a shot in the arm for club cricket, with our teams coming down to play, you know, in the championship and doing well, and that's bred a lot of interest here. And the fact that you've come to these shores to, you know, to have a series here, absolutely first rate.
Yeah,
I think
honestly,
everybody's very excited.
The facility, second to none here. We've had such a great first day. It's probably going to be a wide, just wide of the line. Wiseman won't like the call, but he just misses the paint. Certainly, I think there's so many players now from Jersey because of their ECL experiences, and of course the fact that Jersey have been in the Euros of cricket as well, that are pretty comfortable with the format. Really love it. I mean, Julius Samaria is someone we saw starring for the British and Irish 11 in the Western Shield recently, and I know it's improved his game a lot as Wiseman gets this up in the block hole. Harwood can't get this one away. Yeah, but just tell us a little bit about the domestic structure here and how the cricket season runs.
So we have really these days probably only 4 full-time cricket teams playing each other in a variety of different formats, 40 overs, 20 overs. We've tried a bit of T10 as well. But
I actually remember as Wiseman comes in to finish his over, and well, it just didn't see that off the bat at all. Maybe the glare because the sun's behind him, but Brooks almost wears it. It'll go for 4. And at the end of the first over, it's 14 without loss. Just reminding you, this is a reduced second innings due to that storm that swept in. And the target is 65 in 6 overs. Yeah, so I know that the qualification for ECL, I've been told, it's typically done as kind of a mixture between all the formats. They're trying to reward the best side over the whole season. 36 matches since the Golden Ball, and Jersey have a bit of form with Golden Balls, with the Old Vics having one in their ECL group.
Yeah, I mean, it is, as I said, the idea that, we could have a little bit of extra variety in local cricket. I mean, during COVID, the Inter-Island League with Guernsey, that fell away, but we've reinvigorated that. And this is another shot in the arm. The fact that you're here playing cricket, playing this format of the game in Jersey with all of the production values you bring. I mean, it's just really, really great. I'm delighted to have
we're
you here.
really lucky to have such a great partnership with Two Circles. As this will be Tayyab Ali, who's getting a bowl. The first one kind of craps. Good lad for room, and I'll get a single. Hey, you're a cricket lover, obviously, so it's a helter-skelter format. But congratulations, obviously, Jersey playing 50-over cricket for the first time, playing ODIs. That must be a very proud moment for you as well.
Well, we've played 50-over cricket for a long time, but we got our first full ODI victory in Namibia in 2023. We're still competing at the top of the next tier down and hoping to make that breakthrough into the second tier, if you like, of ODI cricket worldwide, which would be quite something.
Hit pretty hard. It's an awkward one for Birrell. And the greasy surface here, but he does well to make the stop. I know it's a lot of countries gunning for 50-over international cricket. Not too many make it.
Yeah, and we got fairly close in Namibia. We needed to finish one place higher, and we would have had a full cycle of 50-over cricket in League Two, which would have meant big changes for our game internationally. We would probably have had to professionalise fully.
Round the wicket to the lefty. Bowls a good one here, Tayyab. And you're talking to me off air about the fact that the challenge for you, it's a bit unique compared to some other European cricket countries come to, is you don't really have a constant supply of new players that are coming in from other countries.
No, that's absolutely right. Contrast, say, Germany, Spain, Italy, whatever. And so really we have to grow all of our own cricketers. We have a few overseas diaspora cricketers, one from New Zealand, one from South Africa in the first team, which is great.
Here's Harwood facing up. He reaches at this but can't get a good location.
But by and large, we have to have a development program that produces, male cricketers and female cricketers, which are capable of every year or two or three of them being international standard.
Yeah.
So that's a great aspiration. It gives opportunity.
Tayyab really hit the tram line. That last ball was perfect location as gets his four. I like his length at the moment. It was low full toss, hard to get away. So I should mention, yes, you've got the ECL trophy thanks to Farmers in this year's tournament, but Old Vics last year coming runners-up was a big effort as well. And let's not forget the first ever ECCW Challenger trophy. I know you must have been really proud of the women's team.
Immensely proud of that, for reasons I'll say in a minute.
Last ball the over here, last ball the power play, it's full toss. It's skied though, an awkward catch in these conditions, but it's taken very easily. Birrell's got buckets for hands and a bucket hat. It's going to be Tayyab Ali getting some reward for keeping it really tight there. YCC just fall a little bit behind the 8 ball in the second over. They finish at 18 for 1, and that's a dangerous hitter, Bailey Goodlad, who has to go. And reward, I think, for keeping it full. And Birrell, despite the greasy conditions, he's able to hold on to the catch. Yeah, but that was an amazing performance, actually, from the Jersey girls that saw them with the trophy.
Absolutely, and they're now starting to get the same opportunities the men have had over several years, and it's aspirational, Vinny. I mean, what that does is it says to young girls on the island, look, you can do this too. You can go and play cricket internationally. I was chatting to some of the
under-13 girls before, and that's great that you got that junior set up.
Yeah, we got a junior set up. We've got a sort of, the next gen first team set up, and then we've got the girls in the first team, and they are really performing, and all the time they're getting better, and the sort of exposure they had to the ECL and then the whole experience for them and the skills development has been, it's almost like it's on rocket fuel.
Yeah, well that's what it feels like. It's great to have you along for the ride. As Bradbury's into the side, first one short wide, probably would have been a wide. Oh no, and there's the misfield. Mentioned it's slightly awkward conditions. Did everything right technically except field the ball there. Went down on the one knee. Bradbury, in a sense, he got lucky, then he got unlucky. It's going to be 4 runs. Lucky break. I would say there's not too many excuses out there, though, because this field's in great condition. I know the rain may be complicating things slightly. And this is going to be up and over the top. Maximal! So Harwood can hit a long ball. This game right now is a 50-50. And, well, John, we'd love to give you a golden ball since you're a special
well,
guest.
it'd be quite something as well. This is in the balance. I think, you know, the Western Towers innings fell away, didn't it, really? And it was a bit of a shame because they were looking good for a while. But that's the other beauty of this cricket. It suddenly changes so quickly.
I mean, we saw that
couple
with
of wickets.
The Western Towers in the first game. That was an incredible comeback. It's one of the games of the season. I think we're already up around, I don't know what we'd be up to now. I think we're up around the kind of 600 or 700 games for the season already. But that was
quite a tale. And it has to be said, influenced a bit by 5 penalty runs.
It was, yeah.
Beauty of cricket.
But it was a crazy collapse. I love how high Bradbury gets in his action here. Really tries to stand tall. Didn't expect to get a bit of bounce. That one gets past Harwood. Good comeback from the bowler. I just got a funny feeling this could be another nail biter. If you've got any nails left at this stage. Harwood 24 off 10. Now muscles this towards the leg side. It's 3 outfielders on the leg side now. We're out of the power play. Remember, it was a 2 over power play instead of a regular 3. So how about you? What did you think of this T10 format when you first saw it? What do you think now?
I'll be honest. I was, you know, I'm a bit of a cricket traditionalist, but the more I see, the more I think, you know.
Nice shot here. Yeah, you develop a taste for it. Part of a balanced cricket diet. I mean, I love all my cricketers.
Well, I think it also encourages a lot of, first of all, playing skills development, but also psychological skills development, because you really need to show a bit of resilience in this form of cricket. You know, you're going for 20, 25 and an over sometimes.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Bradbury's gone for 12 in this one. He drags it a bit short, but it creates an opportunity, and it's going to be dropped. It's going to be 4 runs, I think, in the end. Harwood just had to find that. He kind of came in, then he had to double back. It's been given 6, but I wouldn't mind having a look at this on the replay. Got the bounce. Go back. Maybe it did just carry, actually. The umpire was pretty confident. Let's have a look. Goes through the hands, gets a little touch on it, and yeah, it does go for 6, so the umpire's spot on. It'll be a maximal. And yeah, YCC still in the box seat. They're pretty much at the pace, 36 for 1 after 3. You double that, you get 72, which tells you it might be a very, very close game. So yeah, I think like a lot of the viewers, you know, you're probably like a lot that probably thought, oh, I don't know if this is for me, but once you start watching, it's hard to look away.
No, it's very Moorish, you know, that once you get hooked on it and you realise that it's a spectacle and it's often close and there's always something happening and there's always a story, like a bowler going for a lot, or a batsman getting out when he shouldn't, or somebody giving away 5 penalty runs.
Well, you watch sport because it's unpredictable. Just a confirmation it's a 6-over game, and well, that goes horribly wrong for Fahad Siddiqui, who drags it left and off the pitch, no ball and a free hit coming up. As they say in Major League, just a little outside that first one. Also really good to see how these squads have been built. I think every game is a toss-up. And it's also nice to see some of the players that we've seen before, but also plenty of new faces to ECN viewers. That's a much better ball, except it's not potentially going to be a good result. It's rolling away. Well, maybe the outfield just slowing down a little bit thanks to that shower.
A little bit of juice on the outfield, I think. Yeah, he benefited from that there.
One of the all-time great slides there. Some good meterage. But did make the stop. So Siddiqui kind of gets away with it to an extent. 36 off 17. Siddiqui's a wiry customer. He's settled now. The first one was a proper loosener. And obviously we're really thrilled to be here, and hopefully this is the first of many series here, because it's certainly well set up for it.
Well, we'd love to see you again, you know, and I'm sure we will. We think that, you know, we've got great facilities here, so why not? There's absolutely no reason.
Again, that's well bowled. It's right up in the block hole. So Siddiqui's made a mercurial comeback after the first ball, missed the pitch comfortably. So, yeah, again, plenty of pressure on everyone. Yeah, no, I've got to say,
for a new venue, you've done an outstanding job in getting it ready, and credit to everyone at Jersey Cricket and everyone from the local organising committee, because we've been really well looked after. This is great over now, although that's an even better shot. Dug that out of nowhere and slams into the sight screen. 4 runs. What a shot. And that's the power. I mean, I'm finding it hard to believe that these are basically high school kids. But they're hitting the ball very, very well.
Yeah, they are. No, thank you, Vinny, for the... yeah, we've worked hard. All the team have worked hard. I won't count myself in that. But they've worked really hard to get everything spick and span and looking good. And good playing conditions make good cricket, don't they?
Certainly played all your cards right for us to come back. We're already kind of calling dibs for the next one. This one down the ground again. Oh, it's always tough when you misfielded one. Sometimes it's good to get another one straight away. Wiseman does the job. So Siddiqui, again, it's a good recovery after the first ball went wrong. He's only gone for 9 in the over. 30 off 13. So, yeah, YCC getting a cricket education. Being put to the test here. Last ball, the over. Slower one that time. Sliced away, and it's a fantastic effort. And has he stopped that?
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Harbin, well, he'll save 2 runs there, even though the throw gets airmailed. He hurls himself to his left. Yep, does really well. You see, he stays inside. Then the ball just kind of crept away towards the rope, but he was able to recover in time. So, well, we saw them give away a boundary unnecessarily, but they kind of squared it up with that, because that really should have been 4. But it will be the end of the 4th. It's 47 for 1. 2 overs left. YCC need 28.
28 off 2. So this is the key over, isn't it? This is the one that's probably going to decide the match.
I will say that, Birrell not bowling here yet, but he still could bowl. Maybe you can have one bowler bowl 2, but everyone else is limited to 1 anyway. And the other thing is, with the slippery, slightly more slippery run-up, maybe not everyone's as confident bowling in this innings. But anyway, we'll see what happens, because we're going to get Harry Brooks coming on. He bowled really well earlier, so we're going to get a bit of spin. And, well, I know that you know our expression, it all happens in the 9th, but in 6-over cricket, it all happens in the 5th, and we're about to see it.
Penultimate over, yeah. Pace off the ball could be good.
Well, he walks at it, and he's going to get it. Maximo, good strike from Harwood, who's come of age here in this innings. He moves into the 40s, and a perfect start to the over for YCC, brings up the 50 for them as well. Yeah, just made up his mind. He wanted to get on the front foot there. Let's see if there's any adjustment from Brooks. He goes full up, but this one's in the wheelhouse, and that one goes down to the ground as well. Maximo! That one's gone over the hill. I've got to say, one thing I love about this ground is there's so many great places to watch the cricket. There's so many good vantage points.
We've got the banking there, which has always been a feature of the ground.
I think I'm a hill guy.
Yeah.
I honestly, I just sit there.
It's also a perfect windbreak, by the way, for people who are feeling the cold a bit.
No, but honestly, it has to be one of the nicest grounds we've ever been to. And obviously, as well, I know you follow it, that a lot of the grounds in Europe, I mean, they don't have the kind of infrastructure. Some, for example, in Italy, they're not even allowed to water them. So in summer, it's real tough. Harwood to 48 now. 16 runs away, and now he's going to get one that's full toss. Catch a ball. Great catch. And he's going to go. They might check this for height, but I think it's all right. And what a good catch by Birrell in these conditions. So Brooks with the big filthy full toss is going to do the job, I think.
And there we go again. One ball, one catch, new batsman in. It just changes the dynamic, doesn't it, and the flow of the game.
I mean, the Towers, they came back from a way worse position earlier to win. I'll have to go and check what their win percentage was, but I think their win predictor had pretty much given up on them, and then they came back. Like I said, at one point they had the other team's score going backwards. But you've got to feel for Harwood. He'll go for 48, just misses it out on a maiden ECN half-century. But he puts his team in really, really good shape. But Birrell catches win matches, and that was a very, very good one by the big man getting down to ground level. He's also the groundsman, so he knows every blade of grass out
this
here,
facility. Yeah, absolutely right.
All right.
We got 16 off 9 balls.
16 off 9. New batter comes out. Max Turner. It was brilliant earlier. Max hits the first one hard, but straight at the fielder. And if there's one guy you wanted out, you'd want to replace Harwood, it would be Max Turner. Batted 6 earlier. Got a bat higher. Well, he's batting higher. He's batting 4 here. 2 big deliveries to finish the penultimate over. Oh, that could be gone. It will be
There we
gone.
go.
It's very well bowled by Brooks. He slid that one across Marshall. Thick outside edge and a simple catch. So, Towers, I think they're winning over their neutrals with their kind of break-back ability in this series so far.
But in 1 over, you're seeing, it illustrates all the good things about fast-paced cricket, doesn't it? 2 sixes, you think, well, game over. And then suddenly, back they come, 2 wickets, both of which are dot balls, of course, which make a difference.
And I think you do chalk that up to good bowling. Brooks might have gotten a bit lucky with the full toss resulting in a wicket, but this time it's a pretty easy catch. It's James Bradbury that takes it. Doesn't really have to move. Can't miss him in that white hat either. But it'll be 60 for 3, 7 balls left with 15 required. Last ball for Brooks. Oh, this one's going to be slammed leg side for 4. And it's a good shot. That's Harry Lamley coming out and got the hands out in front here. It looked like it was cramping him, but he did very well to get the bat out in front. And an important boundary. That'll be the end of the 5th over. 64 for 3. Well, you know what? Thought this might be a thriller, and it is. They need 11 off 6. With Turner on strike, I think there's no doubt YCC are favourites. But Western Towers, if they can have a good start to the over, they could get the ascendancy back. We've had 8 golden balls this year. 4 to the batters, 4 to the bowlers, and our last golden ball was actually Wednesday. But it's already like 36 games ago. I actually called that one. That was in Malta, Crusaders beating the Bajiba Blasters. It's got to be a distinct possibility here.
It's got to be a possibility, yeah.
Wiseman's going to bowl. I like their tactics. They've bowled 5 different bowlers, and then you can basically take your pick who you want to bowl the last over. Now, on performances, you might not choose Wiseman in this game, but he bowled really well earlier on. His first over went for 14. 11 to win. Last over coming up. First one's miscued. Hook could be gone, is gone. Nice catch. And Turner, he's a dangerous batter. He scored 60 in the last game, but this time will only contribute a single. And once again, the plot thickens in a Towers' second innings of a match.
Gee, this is such an exciting format, isn't it? It just twists and turns.
I will say,
every ball.
When you get used to the pace of this game, that even T20 can seem pedestrian, even with things like the clock that we've got that just kind of forces everyone to. There's actually real consequences to not.
Well, we saw earlier, didn't we, with the guy didn't get out here fast enough, and 5 penalty runs cost the match. Yeah.
Yeah. So nice catch taken out there as well. And if you drop that, I think you probably dropped the game. 64 for 4.
It's also so good to have a couple of close games in the first day of the tournament, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, 5 games a day, and we've got 8 games today actually across 2 venues at T10. Bisson taking that catch. Casely gets the ball on the middle of the bat first up, finds the fielder. They think of 2, they won't get it.
Wow.
So 10 off 4, and suddenly YCC are narrowly behind. It's like 49%. They might take a drop. After that, next one's only a single. They just felt Wiseman was their best death option here. So far, he's stepping up. 10 required off 4. Lamley. Oh, can't catch up with this one. Crashes into the pad. It's only a single. It's a good result for the Towers.
Good bowling cramped him up.
The Towers a proper Houdini job from them if they can somehow walk away with two wins out of 2.
Yeah. Hard to call.
Very hard. Well, Casely, now would be a great time for him to send one over the ropes. 9 runs required, 3 balls remaining. Oh, it's a huge wide. Oh, I don't care how tall your batter is. That's going over the head. So 8 off 3, every run crucial. It's also the one for the over. Won't even be on the screen, this one, but it was there.
So interesting there, he changed what was working and went short. I mean, very short, but you have to wonder why that was the choice.
Okay. Well, straight up in the air. Surely someone's catching this. It's gone. So Casely will go, and Wiseman pulling the Towers out of the fire once again. And YCC, it's going to be a long road from here with 8 runs required off the last. 2 balls now, 67 for 5.
So what are we looking at now, the equation? It's...
He's only 8 off 2 now. So basically, you've got to hit a boundary here. If you don't hit a boundary...
Game over. But
I mean, look, you could go a 1 and a 6 to tie.
and that assumes no wides or no balls.
Exactly. So Dixon comes out. Tough spot for him. Left-hander, though. So, again, the bowler has to readjust the tactics. And once you get to the 10th over, you can take as much time as you like. So I like that Birrell's coming in here and having a chat with him, saying, all right, what's your tactic here? So I think my tactics, new bat, I'd probably have the deep third back. I'd probably go full and wide. And if you sneak a dot here, because a dot ball basically wins you the game, assuming you don't bowl a wide. So I think and they're going to do exactly that.
Yeah, good to have that guy back.
It's been great to have you on, by the way. Big thanks to John Harris for joining me, chairman of Jersey Cricket, just telling us a little bit more about cricket here on the island. And I'm looking forward to exploring more as the week goes on.
Well, look, Vinny, it's been great. Great start to the tournament. Really fantastic to have you here. Really looking forward to the rest of the week and enjoying everything that this format has to offer and your coverage in particular. So many thanks.
Well, we love it. Dixon needs to score something. Oh, and he doesn't. Oh, it's going to be called a wide. This will be an interesting replay. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it's a wide. Yeah. It's missed by a bit. But I like the tactics. But now, you know what that means is they can tie the game with the 6 here. I like the idea, though. But Wiseman just missed his spot there. 7 to win. 2 balls remaining. Oh, similar kind of ball. It's going to fly away. It could go for 4, and it does. Well, Yorkshire Cricket College back from the dead. Dixon slashes at that one. He couldn't leave that one alone. The third was back, but he was too fine. And we've got to finish on 2 runs here to tie, 3 to win. Another thriller involving the Towers and the Baby Blues. They are 1 shot away from victory.
Or two runs away from a golden ball.
That's right. That's right. Well, here's the thing now. It's an awkward time. I know the field's drying up pretty quickly in the sunshine, but I mean, you're running for 2 no matter what. You're not settling for a single. This day's had everything so far. It's had power outages, it's had computers crashing. Haven't had a golden ball yet, though. The execution in the field is everything here. You've got to get the ball back to the stumps and prevent the 2. 2 for a golden ball. 3 to win. And it's going, and it's gone. YCC win. Our last gasp victory. Dixon's the hero. A Maximo to bring it up. A sensational game of cricket. Once again goes to the very last ball. And the Baby Blues have pulled out their first ever victory on the European Cricket Network. What a game. You're speechless, John.
I am absolutely speechless. I didn't see that off the last ball. I didn't see that. I thought, we're going to get a bit of helter-skelter, crazy running, maybe a run out or whatever. But there you go. But what a beautiful illustration of the ups and downs of cricket. Western Towers plucked one out of nowhere earlier on and then probably were favourite beginning
I think
that last over or pretty close.
Definitely after the first couple of balls they were. But, I mean, Dixon, think about what he has done. He actually had his birthday yesterday, so a bit of a late birthday present. He's only 18 years of age, and for him to be able to hit the last ball out of the ground, I mean, that must be the highlight of his cricket life right there, to hit a 6 off the last ball to win the game. And, well, thank you to Messrs. Duckworth and Lewis, by the way, because they set an awesome target. And Yorkshire Cricket Club, you felt they deserved something out of the day. It also throws the group into complete chaos because both these teams are now 1-1 after their first 2 matches.
Yeah, and I think it's great for the visiting team to register a victory. I mean, fantastic for them. They're young folks. They're coming over and they're really going to be enjoying that. But it's wide open, isn't it?
It is so wide open. Just a reminder to everyone, we're back on time, so we will be starting the last game of the day. So the Towers actually will play back-to-back here to finish. It's the old East-West battle to finish the day with the Western Towers taking on the Eastern Royals, who, don't forget, took 4 points out of the very first game. We haven't seen them since. They bring in Sanchetti and George Cousins to the lineup. The Towers also making 4 changes, obviously playing back-to-back. But, Birrell's been in good form. Vandervolt found some form, but it wasn't quite enough. Even with the reduced target, they weren't able to defend it. Watch out for Charlie Brennan there as well for the Towers. And Bisson probably deserves a bit of luck after he's run out off the bowler's fingertips. Let's have a look at this highlights package, though. Well, it was Super 6 cricket. as YCC, the Baby Blues, they're all basically at school, but I wish my school was a bit more like this because it's a lot of fun. And they've also, I mean, they might be boys technically, but they're playing like men, and they take down a very good Western Towers team here off the very last ball. There's just a couple of these look might be costly in the wash up, but credit to the Towers. I mean, it's probably good that they're playing straight away again because they won't dwell on that result too much. But I think everyone accepts that this is a very wide open tournament, and anyone can beat anyone at any given time.
Yeah, I think that the whole thing about, form is temporary is going to be absolutely key. I mean, as you say, you just come off a loss and you get back out there and, just get on with it, really. And in fact, one of the guys earlier on, I think it was the first game of the day, wasn't it, where Central Commanders got pretty much caned.
Yeah, they got hammered.
Yeah, and their captain said, look, it's fine, we're out there again in a few minutes. Well, we're looking forward to it. And that's the right attitude to have.
You just got to stay in the present. But I like this comment from No Man who's saying, I love ECN T10 cricket, best cricket. Thank you for bringing ECN to the world. Well, we're happy to bring Jersey to the world today. I know we've got millions of viewers all over the globe that are tuning in. But this was Dial D for late drama, wasn't it, with the topsy-turvy nature. And then we saw the wide, then we saw the slash four, and they're needing 2 to tie. Just an over pitch from Wiseman, who misses the wide Yorker, and Dixon pumps the game to bed. And he's able to do it off the very last ball, hitting the ball to his teammates. It's a brilliant feeling, and YCC certainly go away feeling very confident about their ability to compete at the level, and they've been a treat to watch.
I think they're going to be not quite the surprise package of the tournament, but I think they're going to put on a good show here. I mean, not just because they just won there, but even in the first game, they were in it for a while.
Yeah, definitely. They certainly were. I just think they're competitive in all elements. You wouldn't say they've got one part of the game where you say they're a bit weak in that.
And the other thing you see with young cricketers is no fear.
Yeah,
they're just playing.
Exactly.
They're just enjoying it. They're just seeing what they can do, and clearly they can do a bit.
Yeah, they can. Well, Will Harwood set it up with 48 off 18, but Dixon came out and was able to hit the last 2 balls of match 4. Well, 1 to the boundary, 1 over the boundary. So his 10 off 2, potentially a player of the match performance, even though Harwood set it up with his 48. Not too many extras in there from the Western Towers who battled hard, but just couldn't quite find the finish. And yeah, maybe you look back, Wiseman did kind of play them into a winning position, but then just couldn't quite hit his spots in the last couple of balls. He finished 2 for 27, 2 for 17 off Harry Brooks over. Again, it was his topsy-turvy. Tyre Valley, I mean, looking at that, did he deserve that last over on performance? 1 for 4 of his over. And it's obviously something that we'll never know how it would have gone, but a highly entertaining game ends up in a 5-wicket win for Yorkshire Cricket College off the very last ball using the DLS method. So we might have to even thank the rainstorm for coming in and just setting up that 6-over smash. Well, John, I'm going to let you get back to it. I hope you enjoy the last game in the sunshine, and thanks so much for having us here. We've thoroughly enjoyed our first day.
Well, microphone's a bit wobbly, sorry. So, thank you, Vinny. I was trying to say it earlier, I'm not sure I got it in, but we're delighted to have you here, and we're really pleased for the first day, and I'm sure it's just going to go from strength to strength all week. We've got the women at the weekend as well. As you know, we're very committed to women's cricket in Jersey, and just can't wait to see how the week unfolds, really.
Yeah,
so thanks very much.
Honestly, it's been so entertaining, and thanks so much for your hospitality. Well, John's going to step aside, and I'll be back though for match 5 when we return. And it's coming up pretty quickly. We'll be back in about 7 minutes to take you into it, 12 minutes away from the first ball. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. John Harris, my special guest, the Jersey Cricket Chairman. And we'll see you for more nail-biting action when we return to Jersey for more European Cricket Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
No one is an island, but everyone likes to visit one. In Jersey, you're only ever 10 minutes from a beach, or a historical monument, or even this. And if that's not enough, our island doubles in size when the tide is out. So you get twice as much to enjoy. Jersey, where sea meets soul. Come and pay us a visit at jersey.com.
Hello and welcome back. Let's get straight into match 5 with Western Towers versus Eastern Royals. Almost ready to go. So we'll give you the toss news that the Royals won the toss and elected to bowl. So once again, Towers bat first. I think they like batting first. They won one game almost impossibly in match 2 defending. And then they almost defended there. They just went down last ball to YCC as we're getting ready for this one. Brennan, big factor at the top of the order. Royals, 73% favourites against the Towers here. But I mean, the Towers, they're a team that never say die. Went right down to the last ball in the previous game. And yeah, we're almost ready to go already. So warm welcome back to everyone. Big thanks to John Harris, the Jersey Cricket Chairman, who joined me for the second half of that, or what became a 6-over game. A reduced game that ended with Dixon from YCC hitting a full toss out of the ground. A walk-off Maximo. You don't see that very often. But the Royals, well, they've had plenty of time to think because they played the very first game. They took all 4 points against the Central Commanders in match 1. And now they'll be hoping to have a good performance here. And they could easily finish at the top of the table after day 1. As Adam Bradbury is going to bowl. Adam Bradbury playing for the Eastern Royals and James Bradbury playing for the Western Towers. So, yeah, all you fans of 90s hip-hop, you got your classic East-West battle in match 5, last game of the day, and here it is. I should say last game of the day in Jersey because in Belgium, they're already deep into match 2 at this stage. Brennan and Phillips out there for Western Towers this time around. So, yeah, Phillips gets an opportunity at the top of the order. They've rotated the openers around Brennan. Brennan's opening every match so far. And he's going to slam this one. Really good shot. Just stand and deliver job from Charlie. And he's off the mark with 4 runs. Bradbury going round the wicket to him. Kind of top of the bounce. Everyone enjoying that last game. And a lot of great comments. Yeah, Towers still coming to terms with that first win. Brennan will pull this one out, drags it from outside the off stump. Just a single fielding done out there by Sam Petita. So, what does the last game have in store? I'll say it's a 6:30 start local, which I know it's 7:30 in Europe, so it's very late for us to be playing in our regular series. I know we've got the night series happening at the same time as well. And of course, T20's in Malta continuing. Well, that one is slightly over pitched and it's well hit. Straight bat shot from Phillips. That's a good confidence booster for him early on. So it's a funny old draw for the Royals playing the first and the last game and then having the big break. I don't know if some of them have kind of gone and just gotten away from it. I always like to kind of try and get away from cricket if I had a multi-game day. Just try and take my mind elsewhere. But it's pretty hard to avoid it. That's down the ground, and that could easily go for 4 as well. Great effort. Fantastic effort. Actually created a bit of spray. Robbie Forrest, he's a very good fielder. We saw that earlier today. But it's all in vain. Have a look at him entering stage right. Whoa. It was a very, very good attempt. So 13 on the board. Last ball coming up. And in fact, will be called a wide. So 14 now. barely on the pitch that one. It flew through to Jack Lonsdale, who's doing the keeping. Jack Kemp in the side, but playing as a fielder. This time with Lonsdale taking the gloves. Oh, that goes very, very wrong, and it will be the dreaded Minimo. Just can't get out of the over here, Bradbury. Oh, well, that one almost hit the square leg umpire. Like, it goes very wrong, and there's no keeper in the world that's stopping that. And 5 bonus runs, so what was it? The radar just going wrong for Bradbury. So Phillips, 2 legal balls face 2 boundaries. His last ball's basically already gone for 6 and it hasn't even been bowled yet. Western Towers already almost 50%. That's a good shot as well, and no one's stopping that. Cuatro carreras. Last ball ends up going for 10. And just like that, it's 23 without loss and a magical start for the Western Towers. This is a really nice shot from Phillips all the way along the carpet. Handsome off drive. 23 off the first over. Quick look ahead to tomorrow, because we switch over to T20I men's cricket in Malta, with Malta and Estonia doing battle in 2 matches. Tina's last day actually on the commentary for a little while because she has playing commitments later in the week, but Rico is there with her, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India. That is a 3-match series with 2 matches being played tomorrow and then match 3 on Wednesday. Back here, and right now, it's Barney Aston who's coming on. He was in form before with the ball, but right now, the ball's going to be whacked out of the park. Maximo! And Barney, special agent 611. He's lost the 6, but he still has the 1-1 at least. And the first one dragged down, and Brennan smashes him out of the ground. Took a 3-wicket over to start his tournament, Barney. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Pretty good one, actually, I think, for the Western Towers. They're giving me old Vicks vibes from the ECL with their playing strip. Rolling cutter this time. Good comeback from Barney. So, if we've got the baby blues, what does that make the Eastern Royals? Because there's some youngsters in their squad as well. Well, maybe they're the Jersey Blues, if we've got Yorkshire as the baby blues. Another rolling cutter, bit of a miss hit. Fielder takes the catch, big wicket. Aston, clever bowling. He rolled the fingers on that, and Brennan, a lot of bottom hand in that shot, didn't time it. The catch is taken out there by Sam Petita. Look at it on the replay. Have a look at the variation here. See how he just rolls it like a fast off break, and Brendan knew he was in trouble straight away. Sam's a very good fielder, something we've seen him do very well, and we have seen him on ECN. And Brennan, a bit of a disappointing day by his standards, I think. Still contributes 11 here. He's the first to fall, 29 for 1. And you can see there, bat kind of turned in his hands. The catching's been a bit variable today. I think for the most part it's been very good. It's also a very nice field to dive on. And not that he had to dive that time. And Barney Aston, the man with the golden arm, gets the big wicket of Brennan. New batter out there is Bisson. He got run out off the bowler's fingertips earlier. Oh, gee whiz. That was quick down the leg side. Does this get glove? That really zipped through. Oh yeah, it's off the glove. Thankfully, thought he almost fielded it with his hat. The keeper that time, Lonsdale. That was good pace from Aston. Rolling cutter again, another miss hit. Well, fielder running back. Can anyone get there? They can't. A bit of a lucky one. Harrison Carline, the captain, ran back. We know that the outfielder there, Forrest, he's very fast as well, but it just fell into no man's land. Still in the power play, don't forget. This is only the second over. Could be another thriller to finish the day. Aston bowls that rolling cutter very, very well. He can mix it up with the on-pace delivery. Listen, lines him up down the ground, but he'll only have to settle for a single here. $12 stars, 118 off their 10 overs over there in Belgium. And Tim Harmon is saying it's tough switching between all the games. Yeah, it is at the moment. Wow, false shot again. Falls safely. Both batters get a bit lucky in that over to survive. Will be the end of the second over. It's 36 for 1. Had a question actually about the age of some of the players. I mean, we have some young players in this series. Yeah, Luke Bosio, youngster in the side for the Royals here. Again, he's only 15 years of age. I mean, 15 is the minimum. In fact, normally even it's 16, but you are allowed a certain amount of 15-year-olds, assuming that they're capable of playing at the level required. And, oh, speak the devil. Here's Luke, who is going to bowl over number 3, bowling to Phillips, who's made a good start. First one, though, is going to be called a wide. Just misses the mark. Not a bad spot to miss, I'd say. Almost gets a little edge, but will be called a wide. Remember, that's a hard wide line when the ball passes the popping crease. Anything that's completely outside is called wide. Next one kind of cramps him for room. So last game of the day here in Jersey. I'll say it's random question time if you'd like to throw any random questions in. Wasn't it great hearing from John Harris as well, telling us a little bit more about Jersey cricket and how thrilled they are to be part of the European cricket setup as well. And obviously they've had a lot of success on ECN. A little bit short, way too short actually, and it's going to get hit very, very well to deep mid wicket for 4. Big gap there. We're still in the power play. This game right now is a 50-50. This series just continues to enthrall. And now we got a field intruder. We got the giant seagull back. Oh, there it is. There it goes. Well, that one's hit hard and well caught. Excellent catch from Forrest. Misses fresh out of luck. Oh, the impending seagull of doom walked across the pitch, and it's a bit like when you see a black cat. You got to watch out. And Bisson, he hasn't had a good day luck-wise. Got run out off the fingertips of the bowler earlier on. This is a very good catch from Forrest, because it was flat and it was hit hard. It was really, look at how fast it's travelling, even in slow motion, but he made it look easy. Excellent pair of hands, and so Bisson has to go. Gets a pat on the back from the seagull on the way past. He's out for 7. It's 42 for 2. Yeah, see, when the seagull is on the screen, batter beware. Well done to Bosio, who grabs a wicket. And Birrell, he's been in good form today, and has to work hard for a leg bye first up. And we've had some great games today. Yeah, Bosio, he impressed me earlier. Good to see the new generation coming through. 2 balls left in this power play. This one, bit of pace off from Bosio, well fielded. Oh, Forrest is everywhere at the moment. And so keeper's tested with the throw. That is workload pretty full on first stage of the game for Lonsdale with the gloves. Wayne is right, it's a giant seagull. It's got to be the same one. Birrell will get a single, he's off the mark. And to finish the power play, Western Towers are 45 for 2. Again, pretty even power play. I think Towers will be happy with the 45 runs, probably not thrilled with the 2 wickets. I believe it is a seagull, Wayne. I saw it. But it is big. That's one thing, you know, a lot of things are bigger in Australia, not the seagulls. There's some giant ones. I mean, even in Spain. These things, I mean, I feel like they could probably, they don't need to drive a car, but they're probably big enough to, they can probably just fly where they want. 23, 13 and 9 in the 3 overs. As we have the tennis ball from the kids' game, just intrude onto the field as well. Yeah, Bosio, the 15-year-old, took 3 for 10 in his first game, and he chips in with a wicket early on here. Aston's back to bowl out in the 4th. And the first one, that's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be hit for 6. It's a 7-up. Other brands of lemonade are available, but a Maximo. And Birrell, he's going to get the benefit of a free hit as well. Just goes wrong for Barney, there's no doubt. Well, the kids better watch out, because with this free hit, maybe Birrell's been hitting them. I don't think anyone's safe. Barney with the comeback. Probably goes pace off here, but I think he's waiting for it. Going to get through the field. That's going to be 4. Maybe a slight tough bounce, but still you'd expect it to be kept in the infield, and so Birrell will get 4 more. Another full toss. This one not quite as high. He might have taken a little sideways hop there, but still you'd expect that to stay on the field of play. 50's up now for the Western Towers, and they go past 50% after basically an 11-run ball. Just waiting to see. Yeah, the score now, according to me, should be 56. Yeah, that's right. 56 off 3.1. Okay, some conjecture about what's a seagull and what's not. I go by the adage, if it looks like a seagull, it's a seagull. But I mean, don't get all existential. Uh-oh, big trouble. That one ain't coming back. Maximo. Birrell goes big. That one's over the hill. Don't bother looking for it. New ball's coming out. That is a real whack from Birrell, who hit one over the club rooms earlier, and what was an absolute giant hit. And I think, you know, they'll learn after a while. I know it's the first European Cricket Series here in Jersey, but don't bother trying to find it. We'll just throw another one out there. Find it later. Souvenir for one of the kids, maybe. Great to have such a great attendance as well here on day 1. 5 days of men's European Cricket Series, 2 days of women. Big week, this Liberation Series. Good comeback from Aston that time. Birrell will just get a single. Don't forget that it's Liberation Day on Friday, which coincides quite nicely with the finals of this series. The top 4 teams will play on finals Friday. The top 2 will get the benefit of the double chance. Well, Phillips has kind of been upstaged a bit since his early boundaries. Still batting well. He's on 14. And now he will be more than 14. He'll be 18. That's dangerous, actually. Well fielded. Couldn't quite make out who that was, but it was a very good piece of fielding. It just finds the hole here. And, wow, one hand, one bounce. Phillips to 18. Aston trying to stay out of the naughty 40s. Change of pace. I think you heard John Harris earlier talking about how the format builds resilience. And certainly you got to stay in the moment. Uh-oh, that's trouble. It'll be a second beamer of the over for Aston, and he will end up in the naughty 40s. And really, where that ball ends up is where this over's gone for Aston. Oh, it's a big fully. It's about almost shoulder high. And gets put away. And Birrell, not the man you want to have to face on a free hit. Aston 1 for 41. Well, the special agent, he's blown his cover here, hasn't he, Aston? He's 1 for 41. Can he finish well? He can't take a wicket off this ball, but can he at least keep it on the field? Birrell with the licence. Oh, good slower ball, but still might go. Fielder does very well. That's Carl Lyon, the captain, who did very well to keep that on the field, but still, over goes wrong for Barney. He concedes 29 in the fourth over, and it's 74 for 2. It's a day of ups and downs, isn't it? In this first over earlier in the day, he took 3 for 8. And well, this time, despite picking up a wicket, he finishes with figures of 1 for 42. That's ECN cricket for you in a nutshell. As the Towers certainly won the start now. There's a lot of seagull chat happening, and I will catch up on it when I can. Now, Wayne, must be pretty late for you now. Just some workout, do some maths. It'll be 10 to 4 in the morning, I think, where Wayne is. It's a very late finish for a European cricket series. Well, we still got some sunlight to work with. Nigel Crocker to bowl. Again, we saw him making some good contributions earlier on. Took a good catch, and I like what he delivers as well. With his left armers. Birrell, 23 at the other end. And make that 29, because that's a big strike. Maximo! Well, at least that one will find. And it will get thrown back. Yeah, no time to settle really for the bowlers. As Birrell's just got a very economical swing, but he hits the ball miles. And he is the groundsman, so he knows every blade of grass on this ground. That ball never touches the ground. Having said that, Crocker knows he's in a contest. Need a turning point here, don't they? Eastern Royals had that great start, but they've been on the sidelines for the middle 3 games, and now the Towers just kind of in the swing of it, aren't they? Playing their 3rd game. That's a good comeback, though, from Crocker. Birrell has been brutal on anything straight, so he goes outside the off stump. That's perfect line, really, to make him play a different shot. Deep cover points back. Long offs back. Big gap straight down the ground now, though, for Birrell. He's a good straight hitter. This time goes to the skies, and that ball flies. Maximo! 6 carreras más. Birrell having a bit of a day out, and it ends up in the scorer's tent. I'm amazed that more equipment hasn't been broken today. We are probably too close to the edge of the boundary. There we go. Joe didn't look like he had any idea where that had gone. Probably because he didn't. Slower ball this time. It's going to fly in. Oh, heads up, kids, because that one's coming your way. Maximo! Well, we've seen the kids' ball go on the field a couple of times. Well, time for Birrell to return fire. He's 41 off just 12 balls. Crocker finding it hard going as well. 18 off this over so far, and it's not done yet. Well, lucky the kids had plenty of time to get out the way. Don't think they should be attempting a crowd catch. Birrell wants to take it magical. Oh, and he will. It won't be pretty. This could go all the way, you know, running away, and it does. So a French cut. Fortune favouring the Brave here. Birrell. This really could have gone anywhere. Could have easily gone onto the stumps, but it just squeezes away. And the Royals, I want to see the back of him. Once again, Phillips kind of just left, stuck at the other end, but he won't mind as long as Birrell's scoring at this kind of rate. Can Crocker get the big breakthrough? Last ball of the 5th over coming up. That's hit pretty hard as well, and that's going to go for 4. Cuatro carreras más, and that over goes for 26. Birrell, oh, he's having a day out here. He's 49 off just 14 balls, and that one was a bit too close for comfort for me as well. That was hit very, very hard. And the 100 comes up for the Western Towers. It's 100 for 2 after 5 overs. They're on a magical pace here in match 5. I will say they've had 2 kind of underwhelming batting innings, the Western Towers, but they did come up with a memorable victory earlier on. A game they had no right to win, really. Scored 118, which was inflated to 123 thanks to a time penalty, and they restricted their opposition to 121, the Southern Spitfires, who, that was their only game today. George Cousins into the attack, and straight out of the ground, Maximo Phillips. Oh no, that's Carr. That's Carr. Let's check it out. Well, that's one spot I would not be parking. Oh dear. I don't think there's any big damage, but I think we're taking a trip to Dent City. Oh, straight off the windscreen. That's hit the windscreen. Look, there. Oh boy. And if you're in that car, that would have been frightening. I don't think there's anyone in there. It's mid-windscreen, 1/3 of the way up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's going as well. Oh, it's the same car. Now the car has a security guard and it's well fielded. But that's a monster again from Phillips. Oh, time to call the insurers. I was worried. I've never seen a car get hit 2 balls in a row. Phillips now, false shot. Oh, can they get there? Keeper can't find it. Now he can. Good catch. Really good catch. Lonsdale, he's under the lid. He didn't track it first up. Everyone was trying to tell him where to go. And so Phillips will go 6-6 and out. It breaks the run of 6 consecutive boundary balls. And give credit to Cousins. He maybe puts a bit more on that. It's actually a very good catch. I know it looks easy, but see, he doesn't see it. And then he just keeps looking around till he does. And Lonsdale, it's not a good feeling when you can't track the ball. Phillips goes for a 31. Didn't have too much of the strike while he was there, but did hit 4 4s and 2 big 6s. It's actually a really good replay. You can see that he's looking around, and here, where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. And once he did, luckily he saw it in time. He still had time to find the zone, and he had to get to the drop zone. Jack Vandervolt comes out at number 5. Batted really well in the last game, actually. Here's one reason they at least posted a competitive score. Shark opened the first game. They batted at 4, batting at 5 here. Birrell, though, on 49. Searching for his half century. Won't get it here. Well bowled by Cousins. I like what he's bringing to the table. Oh, that will be his 50, and what a way to bring it up. Maximo! And that's hit another window. Oh, dear me. Well, he might be paying for it, but right now he's going to go to a 16-ball half century. And what? They must have bulletproof glass because that one slammed into the window of the club rooms, and if anyone was going to do it, Dan's going to do it. That one was just a kind of hittable length. And then, did we track this one? Oh, that was a pretty powerful impact. And anyway, the glass survives, and so does Birrell. He's 55 and 6 overs down. It's 119 for 3. Cousins There's a mixed time of it, you'd say, in that over. Takes 1 for 19. And now we know we've seen 2 types of glass be hit in this innings. Okay, well, we're going to start a new over. It's going to start with 4 runs. Well, that's what it was after 6. Now it's 123 after Vandervolt carves that away just down to the grasp of the fielder and 4 runs. Yeah, we've seen 2 types of glass hit, windscreen and window. And to be fair, it's glass 2, Grizzly 0, which isn't a scoreline I thought I'd be saying. Burrell batting very well. And he's a guy we have seen for Old Vics in the ECL last year and this year. It is his first 50 on ECN, beats his previous best of 44 not out against the Sofia Spartans of Bulgaria in the ECL earlier in the year. Crocker gets lifted up out of the ground. Maximo! And right now, nobody is safe. Another huge hit. This has been such a great first day here at the National Cricket Centre in Grainville. 130. They're still going at 20 and over. Expected score, though, 176. So Supercomputer doesn't think they can keep going like this. But who knows? Birrell, you want to talk about the C word? Oh, rare miss hit this time. Forrest, very good fielder, keeps it to 1. Again, Towers just look a bit more in the swing of things, don't they? And as I said, it's probably a good thing they can shake off the last ball loss, just getting out there about 10 minutes later and starting to play another game. Well, that's pretty well struck as well. Straight down the ground, all the way along the carpet. It's a pure cricket shot from Jacques. Smashes into the sight screen, 4 runs. Oh, Thomas complimenting my Spanish. I've been working on rolling my R's. Getting there. Hello to Dave as well. And I don't know if we can get that car back. Is it still there? It's another good straight drive. This one should be cut off. It will be. Carlyon does the work. I don't think it's still part. Maybe it is still there. 7 overs down, 136 for 3. Hey, coming up tomorrow, more action. In fact, Danny Hudacek will join me. I'm not sure he's been catching some of it, but it will be a big day for the Southern Spitfires, who only had the 1 game today, and it was a pretty amazing one. They went down somehow. They actually play back-to-back first up. They also play the last game tomorrow. We'll start at the same time. It's 9:15 GMT. It's 11:15 in Central Europe. It's 2:45 in India. Local time here in Jersey, though, it's actually 10:15 if you want to come down and catch the action live if you are in Jersey. Like I said, Danny will be with me from tomorrow for the remainder of the series. Now, can we zoom in? Is that windscreen okay? I think it's all right. It looks like it's handled it. Amazing. All right, Bradbury. He's back, and he had a bit of a mixed time in the first over as well. Kind of lost the plot towards the end. First one's going to get pulled away. Vandervalt's very strong in that area. He's very good at those balls that are in towards the hip, just freeing his hands. You see it here on the replay. Pulls it away in front of square. 4 runs to start the over. Vandervolt tracking nicely, 15 off 6. Towers were sent in here in match 5. Right, and Kiwi does get kind of tied up. Was there a bit of bad in that, or is it just off the pad? Nope, leg by signalled. Come back from Bradbury. I suppose the difference there is it's a fraction fuller, so it's not a comfortable pull. Birrell, 62. I'm going to say it. It's time to score a century here. Hopefully I haven't jinxed him. Oh, wow, maybe I have jinxed him. Oh, the commentary curse is real. Should be gone. He's gone. Oh, well, sorry, Dan. He didn't look like getting out the whole time. And as soon as I mentioned the C word, he skied one. Nicely taken there by Special Agent Barney Aston. Special Agent 0011 now. But Birrell goes for an entertaining 62. And it breaks. It was a dangerous partnership. Geez, he hit the ball so well. And, geez, you wouldn't believe that the first time I mentioned the century that he would get out very next ball. But 62 off 19, striking at 326. And that's an important catch to hold. That might save you 30 or 40 runs, even at this stage. The way that Birrell was hitting them. And well done to Adam Bradbury, who gets the big wicket. Harbin's the new batter. And he'll just start with a single. So, okay, expected score has come down into the 170s. Still a good finish here. Can you keep it to kind of 160? Something that might be chaseable. Oh, wow. That one almost took out the bowler. It will beat the fielders. Low full toss. And I think Bradbury liked the idea of jumping out the way of this, but even then, he almost had no time at all. Almost like he jumps out the way after it's already gone. Always tough for the bowler in the follow-through. So far, this Liberation Series is delivering at a high level. Bradbury, last ball for him. Slow ball. Should just be a single. As Van der Walt will retain the strike. So Bradbury goes for a few, but gets a key breakthrough there in the 8th over. Western Towers, 147 for 4 after 8. Yeah, it's been a great day. I know that Rhino, Andrew Ryan, the co-commentator from the ECL, he's tuning in, and he's thrilled to see Barney Aston out there. It's one of his personal favourites. But for the Western Towers, they still want a big finish. It's the Royals here. If you have a really good finish, you might be able to keep it kind of 160s. And once you start getting those kind of scores, it gets exponentially harder every extra few runs you give away. We've only ever had about 20 kind of 170 plus chases. We had a few more in the 160s. I suppose it's become a bit more prevalent in the Grizzly era. The Grizzlies just seem to fly a bit further. Forrest gets the ball. He'll only get the 1 over in this game. He's bowling over number 9. Thomas saying the Jersey window, soundproof, weatherproof, and grizzly proof. Remarkable. This first one is a fraction short. Van der Walt jumps all over it. That's 4 runs to start the 9th. Brings up the 150 for the Towers as well. Yeah, Dave B couldn't believe that the Jersey glass is impervious to Grizzlies either. Hello to PK, I think watching from Canada. Nice to see you as well. SkyQuest, impressed with my jinxing of Birrell. And if all the Royals fans, they'll be wishing I mentioned the century earlier. And this is the very first ball after I said it. As I said it, he held out. Low full toss, patted out to the sweeper. Special Agent Aston maybe had a cunning plan to induce a second run. In the end, they're just happy with the single. Yeah, Rohit saying Birrell, he's a lot like Mark Simpson-Parker. Yeah, from Austria. I think that's a good comparison. Both very tall, both very correct, both very confident hitting through the line of the ball with a straight bat, and also good at clipping away if the ball is in towards their pads. But it's a key similarity between them is that they're not looking to go leg side unless the ball warrants it. And I think that's a very good mindset to have. I often say you shouldn't go really looking for the leg side, because then you start making a few less than optimum decisions. I wonder if this is a no ball for field, the way everyone's looking around, because you've got the left hand, right hand at the moment, and the field has to keep changing, and you just tend to get a few more no balls. But I think that was okay. Don't see a signal. Yeah, I see it was called. So, hold on. Okay. So, Yeah, so it has been called. It's a no ball. So they must have had 6 outside the circle, that ball. So there's a free hit coming up. And Van der Vault will hit it for 6. Maximo. Oh, tough one. But you do see it happen more when you're a left-hand, right-hand combination. The fielders are moving around every time the batters change strike. And obviously someone was meant to be in the circle and wasn't. It's a stiff penalty. Nice shot as well. Didn't try to overhit that one. Still got the journey comfortably. Van der Vault. It's gotten better as the day's gone on. That one is kept in the infield. It's Jack Kemp, who'll probably have a key role with the bat as well. Batted 3 in the first game. Listed to open here actually with Carlyon, the captain. They'll be okay for time. Still over 3 minutes to go. And teams have been very good against the clock today. Well, that should just be a single down to Bradbury. There's only been 1 clock in discretion. That was actually the Spitfires, who had a 5-run penalty for battle late to the crease. And ended up losing the game by, I think, 2. Nice clip away once again. Sets a good task. It's a great effort there. Sam, I mentioned he's a very good fielder. He flies away to his left. And if he was a goalkeeper, that was a Premier League style save. He's able to tip it past the bar, but he can't quite keep it in the field of play. End of the 9th over, 166 for 4. Oh, wow. Acrobatic stuff. I mentioned earlier, it's a very nice field to dive on here at Grainville. 4 individual wicket takers. Bossio, 1 for 7. I mean, with figures like that, you'd imagine he'd get a second over. I think he will. 6 bowlers being used in the innings. Forrest Sove ends up going for 19. But this is going to be a big, big target. And so the 15-year-old Luke Bossio, 4 wickets today. It's been a real breakout performance. He's dealing with some very experienced opposition. Harbin, 3 off 3, at least needs to get Jacques back down the other end. Best case, he's searching for his own boundary. He plays across this and he does the former. Kemp does the fielding. So left-hander to left-hander. So with the clouds, and obviously probably still around about an hour and a half away from sunset, but certainly it's a little bit darker now than earlier in the day. Oh, pretty well bowled, maybe just missing leg. I mean, it's just sneaking down. Probably hits him just in line with leg stump. The angle would have taken it down the leg side. Well bowled though by Bossio. And Van der Vault, who's kind of in and confident, he had to jam down on that. Good bit of bowling. Missed times. They've got the Southern Cross field. First time I've really seen it today. It's got a genuine straight fielder. And almost like a 3-man wall. And basically a regulation long off, long on, and then just one in between. So maybe encouraging the batter to hit it around the fielder, because they shouldn't have any gaps on the ground in between. It's clever captaincy from Carlyon. Bossio, well, he gets helped out by his fielder here. Barney gets down to earth and keeps it to another single. So just playing themselves into some sort of chance here. 169 with 2 balls to go. I mean, they'd have to bat very well, but we've seen these kind of scores chased more and more. Wants to get creative. Well, he wanted to be creative. I don't think he planned it that way. Didn't have a lot of pace to work with from Bossio. And in the end, the shot goes wrong. They don't get any run. 169, then last ball to come. This game is far from over. Last ball coming up from Bossio. And he's chopped on. So 5 wickets in the day for the 15-year-old. What a fantastic performance from the youngster. He gets the wicket of Jacques Van der Vault, playing onto his stumps, and the Towers are going to finish at 169 for 5, and it is an imposing score, but at one stage it looked like it could have been even more. They're on that 20 and over, and actually the jinx of Birrell probably does save 20 to 25 runs. And once, we've never seen a chase up in the 190s. It was looking like a 190 score, maybe even the magical 200. So 17 and over with some of the batting they've got. Carlyon listed to open. Kemp hit the ball well earlier on. Robbie Forrest looks like a very good player as well. You got Aston in there. He's listed a long way down the order, but you know the special agent will always take on any mission. It's given them some sort of hope at least. But let's go back and look at the highlights of the first innings. And the Towers putting on a tall tower of a score. And how about some of the stroke play earlier? Light Phillips at the top of the order. Yeah, that one went horribly wrong from the bowler. But yeah, I know that Phillips didn't get a lot of the strike, but he played some exquisite shots while he was out there. Brennan just got this wrong, got the rolling cutter from Aston. So Aston did go for big runs, but he also got the big wicket of Brennan that can save a lot. Then the seagull or whatever bird it is jinxed and created a wicket. That was the first jinx of the innings. Forrest took a really good catch. That was motoring, wasn't it? But I just think the Towers, they had answers to most of the questions that were asked of them. And Birrell is a man mountain, isn't he? And he's been in some sort of form, brought up his first ECN half century. Finished at the top as the top scorer, 62 off 19 balls. But there's some long bombs in here. I mean, look at that. That looks like he's off the first tee at the British Open. This is another one that came pretty close to the commentary tent. He was helped out as well. Then it was time for a bit of old-fashioned cricket ball versus glass. We had the windscreen that was hit. Then we had the other window that was hit here. Bang. I think somebody liked the idea of trying to save it. And then this it was a bit of a funny one. Lonsdale couldn't find it at first, but it makes a very, very rapid recovery. Birrell, meanwhile, he did cruise to his first ECN 50. Almost seemed like there was no way they were going to get him out. That was a beautiful straight drive from Jacques. Yeah, there's only one way that you could get out after looking that good, and it was the classic commentary curse. It's Birrell on 62. With the first time I mentioned the C word, he holed out, and a fairly simple catch was taken there. And I still think that him getting out at that stage costs him about 20 runs or so, and it just makes that chase all the more likely. And I've got to give credit to the efforts of all the fielders. They've been throwing themselves around. I will say, though, Bossio, that last over only went for three singles, finished with that wicket of Van der Vault. And if they do win, if they do chase down 170, I think they can thank the young lefty, Bossio, and the fact they're not chasing more. So 170, the perfect checkout is required for the Western Towers to go down here. Can East beat West and be the best? Shoot to the top of the table. Well, time will tell, but I think you would rather be in the Towers' shoes at the moment. 169 for 5 off the 10 overs. I suppose the good thing for the Towers in this innings, even the batters that didn't score runs, they didn't waste a lot of time. So you see Brennan 11 off 6, Bisson 7 off 4. And the players that did get in, they look pretty good. Phillips, even though he didn't have a lot of the strike, finished with 31 off 11. Birrell with a maiden ECN half century, 62 off 19 balls. And Van der Vault, a pretty handsome 37 off 18. Seems to have found a home in the middle order after it just didn't work for him opening up. But I like the way that order looks, actually, for the Towers. I think they're slowly settling on what their best batting order looks like. 2 for 10, Bossio. What a start for the 15-year-old, including only 3 off that last over. Bradbury, Aston and Cousins each took singles, but also were pretty expensive. That's the name of the game, I suppose. So 169 on the board for the Western Towers, hoping to finish their day on a bright note after a real topsy-turvy roller coaster of emotions here on opening day. Will we see a 170 chase to cap things off? Finney's out of here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back with the final innings of opening day of this Liberation Series when we return to Jersey for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back as we get set for the last innings of a memorable day one of this Liberation Series in Jersey. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you. And it's quite the task for the Eastern Royals. won their first game pretty comprehensively earlier in the day, taking 4 points. But right now they're chasing 170 for victory against the Western Towers, who performed a real miracle to win their first game before going down in a last ball thriller. With one thing we know about the Western Towers in their very short history, they rarely do things the easy way. And, well, good start could be pretty crucial in setting up whether this is a contest or not. So, yeah, 118 or less. If the Towers could restrict the Royals to that figure, then they would take all 4 points. So, Saif Saeed is going to open the bowling here. So, again, I'd like to see the amount of changes in the teams as well. So, just real squad mentality here. 170 for win. And the first one is a bit of a Gundy ball, really. It shorts down the leg side, and Carline's not going to miss out on that. It just needs to find the left-hand side of the pitch here. We've seen a few proper looseners today, haven't we, from some of the bowlers. And Saeed, obviously, you know, they like him with the new ball. They probably feel he can swing it a bit. Yeah, archetypal left armour. But yeah, has to get it in the right spot. As this next one, where it should bring a wicket. Fielder drops it. Oh, never looked that confident under that one. That's Harbin, who puts it down, and Carline gets dropped. Well, he skied it, and there's plenty of time. You could kind of see it didn't really pick it up. And so, over Jack Kemp, who's opening the batting. That one's a full toss, and he finds the fielder, who fumbles. They still don't get a run. Kemp. He's quite an imposing figure for a teenager. And he's pretty imposing the way he swings the bat as well, as that's going to bounce just inside. It's going to go for 4, and more fielding to be done in the crowd. It's almost been more fielding done by the spectators than the actual fielders today. Again, this isn't the right location from Saeed. Strays outside leg stump. You see pitches just inside the boundary. Great camera work from our crew at 2 Circles as well. Say special welcome back to Alex after some time away. He's pressing the buttons today. Sometimes the buttons have worked. Real day one. Oh, that's quite a good shot. It's like a sweep, and it's almost chopped down one of the trees on the hill. Maximo! Oh, Kemp. What a shot this is. Gets real down and a bit dirty here. Look, sweeping the medium pacer out of the ground. That's a fantastic bit of ball striking. 15 on the board already. 17 and over the asking rate. And they will get one to finish the over. So that's the end of one. 16 without loss, as we have a look at the golden ball counter. And you notice that the counter's going up even quicker than usual because of the fact that we've got basically 2 games happening at once. Although we're about 20 minutes away from the start of the 3rd match. So it's actually this huge overlap with the timings in this series. But yeah, 38 matches since the golden ball. We're so close to having one earlier in the day. It was 2 off the last ball required. Well, that's hit, and hit very well. Over the top, Maximo. 6 runs to start the over. Kemp's on a bit of a heater here. Tayabali is going to share the new ball. And now that's going to be 4 more. some of the crowd fielding and the off-the-field fielding has been sensational today. That will be another 4 to the total. But this is taken about 3 rows deep. Look at it. Oh, easy as you like. Is that Cousins? Yeah, that's George Cousins that's taken that. I think you'd be safe in the 3rd row, but maybe not. Tayab, his medium pace is at a push, really. Now he's going to get hit. Watch out. Watch out. There's a Grizzly about. That's gone right into the spectator area. Maximo. You better keep your eyes on the prize with Kemp being productive in the power play. This is not beyond them. 16.2 required and over from here. They've given themselves a shot with that last over from Bossio, only going for 3, keeping the score down in the high 160s. Still a lot of runs to get. Walks at this one, does Kemp. He'll have to settle for the single, but he's 28. And we've already seen Jack playing for Jersey. I just think if he keeps himself in good shape, looks after himself, he could play a long time. So talented. Yeah, he's only 17 years of age. That one gets through the field. That's going to be 4. Oh, probably should have been stopped. Yes, it did come quickly, but it gets through. And it's another 4 runs to the total. It's a very good power play, Carlyon, that time. It's straight at the fielder, but hit it hard enough. 37 already. Tayab's gone magical. 21 off the over, plus this. Oh, it's pretty good ball, but somehow this gets through as well. It's magical hands from Carlyon, who just squeezes, opens the face, and once again gets through the field. And Costly, he definitely plays for it. Look at him open the face. It's like a late drive, if anything, and it will be the end of the over. Ends up costing 25 on the score. He's 41 without loss. There were 5 boundaries in that over. And a good sign as well that both batters are up and going. It's the dreaded double click at the moment. Yeah, Thomas saying it's amazing that Carlyon's one of the seniors in this team, but he's only 24. He's the 2nd oldest in the team in this game. Hello to Woz as well. Hopefully you're well. But yeah, the double click's on here. Bradbury is going to get the ball. James Bradbury, this is. They need a turning point here, don't they? And James, he gets his opportunity. Wow, that's up in the air, and that's going to go as well. Maximo! I like Bradbury's action. I talked about it earlier. He gets quite high. You expect him to get good bounce, but that first one just a fraction short. So 47 in just 13 balls. Kemp, 34 off 9. Well, that's asking for it as well. And once again, the spectators scatter. Maximo, say smart. Don't take your eyes off the centre. That'll bring up the 50 in the 50 partnership. Just 14 balls. This game is well and truly alive. Kemp, 40 off 10. What an exhibition of hitting. Really, right now, Western Towers, a bit all over the place. They've tried spin, tried kind of seam up first, couple of overs, kind of medium pace stuff. Oh, well. I'll be thankful for a dot ball at the moment. They get one here. Phillips thought he batted pretty well earlier. Right now, it's the Kemp show, and it's continuing. He moves to 44. It's just the start that they wanted. And right now, with that, they might actually go above 50% in the game. They were 49% before that ball. But he's very light on his feet, Jack Kemp. He's got a brilliant eye. He's got natural power. Backs away this time, won't beat the mid-off. So let's pull the power play coming up. Kemp 44. In no time at all. Harsh saying, feels good to see players from all over the world in these special series. And yeah, it's true in some countries we go to. There's a big immigrant population here. Not so much. Steps across this time, Kemp, and I think he'll get 4 more. That'll run away. So he moves to 48 by himself in the power play. And they are ahead of the game now for me. It's 61 without loss after 3. Just what the doctor ordered for the Royals. And the Western Towers, they are unpredictable. I think Birrell might bowl this next one. Didn't see bowling in the last game, but it has kind of dried out a little bit. Have a look at that last over of the first innings. Only 3 off the bowling of Bossio. He's a real young gun, isn't he? And it just kept it to a more reasonable target of 170. Still not easy by any means, but definitely doable compared to kind of 185, 190, which looked like it would be for all money. So, Carl Lyon hasn't had much to do. 13 off 4. Will be Big Birrell, the captain, to bowl. Over number 4. 109 required in 7 overs. The first one is hit pretty hard along the ground. And that's the thing, that the ground fielding so far, a couple of balls squeezing through fielders, that hurts you as well. Just feel like all the momentum's with the batting side at the moment, but 1 wicket can change everything. That's why I think Birrell brings on himself to try and get the breakthrough as the afternoon sun, the late afternoon sun, pierces through. Gets a bit creative this time, does Kemp. And, well, kind of makes a meal of it down there, but does keep it to a single, keeps Kemp to 49 for now. Carl Lyon, he's enjoying his role as well, which is mostly watching, but he's also there, and he's a very good stroke player. So Kemp's really got the license. He's not afraid to use it. Field's gone back now, of course. We're into the 4th over, so 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the game. Carline, it's a short ball. Hooks it down for a single. So Jack Kemp, Jersey under-19 player, mentioned he's still 17. This is now far and away his highest score on ECN, knocking on the door of a first ever ECN 50. And he'll get it. That might actually test the fielder out a little bit, does. But well batted, Jack Kemp. 50 off 16 balls. He just continues to grow and build a reputation. There aren't too many 17-year-olds around Europe that are hitting the ball like this kid. And it looks like he's only just getting started as well. That's the scary thing. 50 off 16 for him. Back to Carl Lyon, the captain. Faces captain to captain here, and it's going to be the wicket. Birrell goes full. Carl Lyon backed away. Probably regrets it. Tries to go over cover, and the stumps are disturbed. And Big Birrell, he steps up. He says, give me that ball. I'm going to break the opening partnership, and does just that. We'll see it on the replay thanks to 2 circles. Again, the back away, he barely reaches it. Ball that crashes into middle and leg, and Birrell gets his opposite number. Carl Lyon forced to play second fiddle, and now he's left right out. Bowled for 15 at 65 for 1. Potential turning point. Okay, it's not Kemp who's been the main protagonist so far, but at least it's something for the Towers to build on, and it will bring a new player to the crease. Birrell's almost genetically engineered for this form of the game, isn't he? New batter out there. Well, that could be a no ball, Had one earlier in the over. Maybe not. Maybe everyone forgot. I mean, it's almost wide. He's ducking, we'll say that. But, I mean, to me, it's at least a wide. I think there was already one in the over before the wicket. And the old goldfish memory playing up maybe here on opening day. He's been called wide now. He's going to have to re-bowl. He might be lucky it's only a wide, because I'm sure that the down hook from Carline earlier in the over, that was over his shoulder. So I think that's a no-y. But, hey, I'm not the one counting. Maybe it wasn't given earlier in the over. But he will have to finish the over. Birrell. Rolling cutter. Oh, almost comes off perfectly for him. Because it was only given a wide, so it wasn't a free hit. So Birrell puts down a catch. This would have been amazing. He'll be thanking the umpire for calling the wide. Goes one hand, gets a fair bit of the palm on it, but it will be the end of the over. So it'll be 66 for 1 after 4. So hello to Thomas Martinez, hello to Terry as well. Hey, just to remind you, there's also cricket happening right now in Belgium, and after we're done, you can turn over with match 18 on the way. Actually gets underway in about 5 minutes' time with Hasselt winning the toss and electing to bat there. Plenty of names on both sides. Wakas Raja and Sherry Butt. Two very good players. And 12 stars. You know, they're the home side there. I'll have the crowd right behind them. Amin Mohammed is going to come on. The first one is going to disappear. Maximo. Oh, well. Oh, well. Right now, Kemp is controlling this innings, isn't he? Yeah, well. Mojo. Hello to you as well. Now, dot ball here. Petita batting 3, getting his opportunity. Another good young player. Oh, worked away. Oh, effortlessly. That's got all the way, I think. It has. Maximo. Petita just works that one nicely off the hip. And now what do you do if you put yourself in the shoes of Dan Birrell? Does he bowl out? I feel like he'd be tempted to. But again, you know, you've still got 91 runs to play with. Maybe you could trust someone else and keep one in your back pocket. Well, that's in the air. Birrell comes around to his right. And what a fantastic bit of athleticism from the captain. Well, the big man came down from the clouds, and he gets Petita, who goes 6 and out here in the 5th over. Our first wicket for Amin Mohammed. And the Eastern Royals now are 79 for 2. This is an outstanding outfield catch. Judges it perfectly. And you can see that he wraps those 2 hands around the ball. Never lets it out of his grasp. And so, Birrell, he's having some sort of game, isn't he? With the bat, with the ball, and in the field as well. Might have to lock him in for the man of the match. But, well, that's unless Jack Kemp can turn this into a very big score. Forrest joins him at the crease. Forrest, a good striker. We saw him earlier on. Last ball, the 5th. Oh, and it almost castles him. Just climbs over the bails. So Forrest has a lucky one early. End of the 5th over, 79 for 2. High drama. You wouldn't expect anything else. 91 off 30. So it's been a 2-over period. Birrell only went for 5 in the 4th over. And now, Mohammed went for 13 in that over. That has put the Towers back in charge. 80% chance. Remember, it was kind of locked at 50-50. But, Kemp's still there. And if he bats the distance, you couldn't count him out. They need 91 off the second half. They scored 79 in the first half. As we'll get Corey Bisson to bowl over number 6. Oh, Kemp. That's a large one. Halfway up the hill. Maximo swinging his way into the 60s. And the dream stays alive for Jack, the teen sensation. But he just looks very organised with the bat. I think he's worked very hard on his cricket. Obviously, featuring for the national team as well. Breaking into that setup. He's a Jersey under-19 player as well. Still has a couple of years of under-19 cricket ahead of him. 63 off 19. Just chooses the wrong option here. Gets away with it. Needed to try and hit that straighter. Funny how you always practice the right shot after the fact. Good comeback though from Corey. It's nice to have a popular Corey on the network. Now he steps across, he manufactures this, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo! He likes that region, so he gets a bit creative here. This is one, if it was full on the stumps, it's going to be hard to deal with, but he gets the ball he wants here. Look at him jump across, makes a big movement outside off, but it's right where he wanted it. That might be one time to kind of call his bluff and go at the pegs if you see him move. Good shot though, well struck. Slower ball, well this is in the air and it's still going. Well, how's he got that for 6? It's a slower ball from Bisson and he just kind of wrists it over the leg side and he found the gap. Lucky did, because if a fielder's in that line it's catchable, probably shoulder high, but because it went in between the fielders it's going to be 6 runs, just carries the rope. Bit unlucky for the bowler there. You make your own luck. And Jack Kemp is on 65, or 75, pardon me, 75 now. This is some innings. Wants it again. He's going to get it again. Well, heads up, kids. That's coming your way. Maximo! Hundreds up now for the Royals. And could this be another ECN Classic loading as Kemp moves to 81? Again, he gets the exact ball he wants. You either got to go fuller and try and bounce the ball in the crease, or you got to go at the stumps, or both. But he's just playing it on length right now. Kemp, 81. What a knock. Who can go with him? And they're back up to 48% just like that. They were 20%. Now they're 50-50. Last ball of the over. Bisson's gone for 24. And he wants the strike. He's going to get it. Plays a running drive. And he will keep the strike. He's 82. And the Royals 104 for 2 after 6. I think now you've got to go back to Birrell. And yeah, he's walking towards the bowling crease. Just got, it's almost as simple as you get Kemp, you get the game here. Maybe not so simple, but I mean, he's just looking so in. Can you believe he's 17 years old? He's Jersey's answer to Suyavanschi, perhaps. But yeah, he's getting creative at times. Here's the battle though. Oh, gets a full toss and doesn't get in the middle. It's touch and go with the height, but I think it's just below the waist. We'll check it out in the replay. I think they're slightly leg bent. I think it's probably coming down him in the trousers, but any higher, it would have been a no ball. Kept to 83. Right, Forrest only faced the 1 ball so far and it almost castled him. But he's a good player. I like the way he played over the offside early on. Also a really good fielder. And bowls a bit too. Robbie Forrest. Wow, that's going to be a shot and a half from Robbie. Maximo saying more than a support role here. He takes Birrell up and out of the ground, 6 runs, and the plot thickens once again. I told you the Towers, in their very short history, which so far is several hours, they never do it the easy way. There's the right way, the wrong way. There's the Western Towers way. Forrest. Well, now he's going to just dab around the keeper, almost straight into his gloves. Instead, it's going to be 4. Great efforts from the fielders there, but they can't chase it down. Yeah, the keeper, it's a tough one. You're obligated to follow the path of the ball in case he misses it. But if he just stood still, it would have been straight into his gloves. And you can see they're just wrong footing. Jacques van der Walt couldn't really do anything else. So Forrest gets a bit funkalicious, moves to 10. Oh, now the backing away, though, I think we've seen all day, it's not a great tactic because you kind of give up your right to a leg side wide, you get in the way, and then you start finding it hard to reach balls that you should be hitting pretty comfortably. And to be honest, Forrest, he's been pretty lucky not to be bowled a couple of times in the 4 balls he's faced, but the other 2 have gone for 6 and 4. 50-50 game. 2 bullets left in the barrel for Birrell. Oh, it was bowled him, but then it bounces away for 4. Now let's have a look at the height, because if this is waist high, it'll be a no ball and it'll be 5, but if it's below, it'll be out. But it probably is below. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. It's on no. And it's going to be 4 because it goes to the boundary. So, yeah, you got to call that. It's very clear on the replay that he will be not out. And what happened, I think it's got to it was never given out, so the ball was never dead. And it's gone to the boundary. So it's going to be 4 byes as well off the stumps. Well, just when you thought you'd seen it all, Birrell, you'd think it wasn't possible where that ball hits the stumps, but it's very clearly above the waist, and the umpires get that spot on. So now it's going to be a free hit for Forrest, who's lucky a different way this time. Hits the very top of off. I think he smashes a bail, probably the replacement bail time. And here's the Sheriff. And you know when he enters the field of play, things are getting out of control. I think he's got the replacement bail. Talk about useless skills. I have a sixth sense for when bails get broken. And I just sensed 3 bits of wood flying off where formerly there were only 2. We'll see it again in the replay, but yeah, it's very clearly above the waist. Hits the top of the stumps. He actually kind of thought, Forrest, that it might be a no ball because he took off saying, hey, let's run. And it ended up going to the boundary. It's very harsh on poor Van der Walt wearing the 4 byes there. Well, nothing he could do about it. All right, free hit. We're still locked at 50-50. Oh, good slow ball. Good comeback from Birrell. He now has his last ball. Since there's 1 to go in the over. Pretty sure. Because it was a no ball. So... well done to the officials. That was an awkward one, but they got it absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. It all happens in ECN T10 cricket. And I've probably seen that happen a few times, actually. Not often. Last ball of 7th. It goes upstairs. It might be wide for height. Just given the 1 for the over. Let's have a look. I don't know. It seemed high to me. Am I crazy? Oh, that's a wide. Because you've got to judge it at the crease. It's already above his head. Oh, Birrell. All right. Must have sweet talked the officials because he gets the call there. And now is it going to be called? Is it the second time he'll have to come back and bowl another ball? Yeah, it's been called a wide. Yeah, and that's the right call. But Birrell, he's got form. Last time he had to bowl an extra ball, he almost pulled off a specky. Well, he probably feels a bit dirtier than his moustache after that, but he will have to re-bowl it. Last ball of 7th again. And it's hit very well. Maximo! Oh, Forrest cuts down Birrell in the last ball, the 7th. And we got a thriller on, folks. Clear your schedules. It's 127 for 2 after 7 with 43 runs required in the last 3 overs of the day in Jersey. Well, I feel liberated just being here. What a day to call. It's been amazing. And there's more coming tomorrow, of course. Southern Spitfires. We'll see a bit more of them tomorrow. It's that Tribe leading that side. They play back-to-back. First up, they played the Baby Blues first up from Yorkshire. And, of course, slightly later start time given the time zone here and the start time. So it starts 9:15 a.m. GMT, which is 11:15 in Central Europe and 2:45 in India. Join me and Danny Hudacek for day 2 of this European Cricket Series in Jersey, the Liberation Series. And if today's anything to go by, it's certainly worth tuning in for. So, Bradbury is going to come back with his left arm orthodox. 3 overs to go on the day. Missed stumping first up. Bit of a regulation one for Jacques. And he's a very good keeper, Jacques, we know that. Does biff the stumps out of the ground, but by then the Kemp was home. And that's a huge let off. Kemp on 83. It was an awkward one because it was full, so it's not necessarily an easy take, but he had a good sight at it. Oh, Kemp. That's a huge moment. And it's going to cost him. It's going to cost him straight away. Maximo! 89 now for Jack Kemp as he puts that one up the hill. He's been so good at slapping over the leg side to almost any line. I mentioned his footwork. He's very quick on his feet. Could his first 50 in ECN cricket also be his first 100? He's 11 runs away now. And their odds on to win now, they're 75%. What a chase it's been. But again, 1 wicket could change everything. Because I think if Kemp goes now, it's almost back to a 50-50. Importance of cashing in your opportunities. And Vandervalt's a good keeper, but maybe some concentration thing maybe. It's late in the day. It's their 3rd game. And he's gone. That's the wicket they wanted, and it won't be a century for Kemp. A brilliant innings of 89 comes to an end, and well done to Bradbury. And it's the first time we've seen anyone go at the stumps when he's jumped outside the off stump. He goes full, he goes straight, and Kemp goes 11 short of a maiden ECN ton. He just tries it one time too many. I said it before, go at the sticks. If he's going to dance outside off, that's the play. And Jack was an amazing innings. 11 sixes and 4 fours in his 89. He'll get a rousing reception from the crowd. He's put his team in a winning position, but can they get over the line in the end? With 37 still to get, it's 133 for 3. And yes, I'm very aware that is 2 jinxes in the game. Birrell went as soon as I mentioned the century. At least I let Kemp get to 89 before I mentioned his century. And he was out the very next ball. So at least I'm fair to both sides. 1 jinx each. So Lonsdale comes in. An awkward time for a new bat to be there. Well done to Bradbury. Goes low full toss this time. Angling in towards the stumps. So another twist. And I said it'd be over 50-50. They're actually favourites now after that wicket of Kemp. And well bowled by Bradbury. Really slows it down. Gets an overswing from Forrest. So I said that if Kemp goes, they go back to 50-50. They've gone up to shot up to 55, 56% now. The Western Towers. There's probably more drama ahead knowing them. Oh, little Nick. That'll fly away for 4. Fresh out of luck. Oh, Forrest is golden at the moment. He even manufactured a boundary off the stumps. He's been pretty close to being bowled twice, and now he's just nicked. Perfect nick. Misses the gloves of Vandervault and runs away for 4. So it's the end of the over. It's 138 for 3 after 8. And those worms are dancing, aren't they? Right now, they're pretty much right on that golden ball line. Bradbury bowls a really good over there. I think it was very smart to bowl at the stumps when he was jumping outside off. And I think they learn a bit from that. If batters are doing that Falling at the stumps is an awkward one to catch up with. Amin Mohammed is going to come back and bowl over number 9. Biggest over in the game so far. Towers, they're going to need therapy after today. 9th over. Hit down the ground. Birrell makes the stop. Got every bit of his body behind that needed to. It was an awkward bounce. That Birrell, he's very mobile for a big man. It's a great shot of it on the replay thanks to 2 circles. I've got a bit of the fingers on him, but it's mainly the body that makes the stop. Falling at the stumps, but a very good shot that time from Forrest, who backs away slightly. It's a risky tactic, but he's able to open up that offside, and there was no one back square on the offside. And a classical shot, 4 runs. So, Forrest to 24 off 10, living a charmed life out there. And now slices away, nobody back on the offside still, and that'll go how far? All the way, Maximo! Well, Forrest has taken over. We'll check this one. I think this is 6. Maybe I'm crazy. We'll have a look on the replay. Yeah, that's gone for 6 by about a metre. So 6 of the best, and Forrest is taking over. So I'll put him up to 149. And now they put the fielder back, but it won't matter because that'll fly away as well. And that's going to be 4. So 3 almost death blows here in the 9th over. Win the 9th over in the box seat for the game. That was well hit. He's very good over the offside, is Robbie Forrest. 150's up now. Remember that Bosio, his last over in the first innings, only conceded 3. Otherwise, they were chasing 180s here. As it is, they're just chasing 170. 77% chance from there. And now it's going to be slammed straight. It's a 4 in a row now. And Forrest is running away with it. It all happens in the 9th. Maximo! Well, I mean, there's kind of bowling machine stuff there. It was in the slot, and Forrest probably feels invincible. If he was Super Mario, he'd be flashing with invincibility right now, Robbie Forrest. Mohammed's got to try something different. Again, they beat the clock. There's 4 minutes left on it, but they're running out of runs. They're running out of time. But do we have one final twist in this game? 11 off 7. They should do it pretty easily. Now, what's Forrest's plan here? Still think you'd go aggressive. I know a single, he'd keep the strike, but he's dominated this one-on-one with Amin Mohammed. He's got one more ball to bowl. Yeah, well, he wants 1. He'll get 4. So Forrest, I think he just wanted to strike there, but he hits it too well. And when you're in that kind of form, what can you do? Remember, he was halfway back to the dressing room thinking he got bowled, but it turned out to be too high. It went to the boundary for 4 byes off the stumps, and he's made every poster winner since then. 5 boundaries on the spin in that 9th over. It ends up going for 25. It's 163 for 3 off 9. And, well, is there one last twist? Who do you go to? That's the question. All the bowlers that they might use have gone for big runs, including Saeed. And then Tayyib Ali went for 25 as well. They're going to go to Bisson. I think that makes sense. I thought he was unlucky, actually, to go for that many. He went for 25 in his over. I actually thought it was an okay over. Almost would have had Kemp if the fielder was slightly in a different position. We've had 38 matches since the Golden Ball. It'd have to be a big finish for the Towers, but we know they're capable of coming back. Here we go. We'll come back to that shot. That's a nice one. But right now, that could be 4 to start the over. It's a perfect start. Lonsdale steps up, and the Towers, I don't even know what they make of this first day. They've had 3 real nail-biters. But 3 runs required in 5. It's a tough one. Dot balls are your currency. Well, isn't that a nice shot? Jersey, what a place. They can win it with a boundary now, the Royals. Oh, there's one of your dots. Oh, he's thrown it away. Oh, what's he done? And he's going to get Forrest back on strike. Wasn't even going to stop a run. I know if you can run him out, then it's a big wicket. But I don't even think he was out. He's actually out of the picture. Oh, no. Facepalm moment for Corey. Said that before. 2 to win. And it's going. The 170 chase, the perfect checkout is completed here in match 5. High drama in the Liberation Series. A maximal. Forrest brings up his 50 with the winning runs as well. A 15-ball 50 from Forrest. And he takes it all in his stride. Once again, we see a 6 to win the game. And really good sportsmanship between all the players. But in the end, that 169 doesn't hold up. Again, I'll take you back to that 10th over in the first innings where Luke Bossio, the 15-year-old, only conceded 3 runs in the 10th over. And then it was another teenager, Jack Kemp, who lit it up with 89, despite the best efforts of Birrell, who he batted, bowled and fielded very well. The Towers go down. They slip to a 1-2 record after 3 games. But this is a highly unpredictable and explosive series that we're watching here in Jersey. And I know everyone enjoyed that in the chat as well. Don't forget, Belgium is in progress right now, but coming your way tomorrow, we have Southern Spitfires kicking us off with back-to-back games early on. They'll also play in match 10. We'll get to see the Baby Blues, Yorkshire Cricket College, in the first game as well. They've got a big date. They will play the Southern Spitfires and then Western Towers. Western Towers play back-to-back matches 8 and 9. You can join me, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, from 9:15 a.m. GMT tomorrow, 11:15 in Central Europe, and 2:45 in India. And Danny Hudacek will be with me, and I better tell Danny what he's in for because his series is crazy. And a 170 chase. That's quite amazing. So we basically saw the Western Towers defend 123, but then not defend 169. So join us for that tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, Carl Lyon started mainly as a spectator because Jack Kemp was just gone absolutely bananas. His 89 is really the reason they're able to pull off this chase. Player of the match would be a really interesting one. I think, yeah, it does go to Kemp. Makes sense. He'd be disappointed he didn't bring up his century, but he got him close enough. Got him within striking distance, didn't he? But we saw, yeah, maybe some of this ground fielding maybe comes back to bite the Western Towers a little bit. We saw Kemp really trying to open up that leg side, and I think they were still bowling kind of at him when he was skipping outside the off stump. Well, Birrell is a lion-hearted individual, and we saw him almost pull off a remarkable caught and bowled. But the sixes just kept flowing when they needed to. Sam Petito with a 6 and out in the end. That was a brilliant catch by Birrell low down as well. Coming in, a tap on the face for his trouble. But Kemp, he was motoring. He reached his first ever ECN 50 and then just kept going. A little bit of creativity from Forrest there to get forward. It's a good support, but he was lucky as well. I mean, that was just above the waist, crashed into the off stump, and the ball went to the boundary. And when you think about how close that game got in the end, that was just the cricket gods having a little wink at everybody. Birrell had to come back and bowl another ball again, but this one did cost him. It went all the way for 6. And Kemp, he looked on for a century, didn't he, until he tried it one time too many, showed his stumps, got bowled, but then Forrest stepped up. After that big moment, it kind of actually put the Towers back in control of the game. In fact, they were slightly ahead, but again, Forrest, he was able to just find the boundaries when he needed to. And a 9th over assault that saw 5 consecutive boundaries, put them within striking distance, and then they only needed 7 off the last over as the heavens looked down at the end of a memorable and historic day here in Jersey. It had the perfect ending as well for the Royals to go back-to-back and to the top of the table with a 3-point win there. Forrest, well, he carves that last ball over cover for the winning runs, and The Eastern Royals chased down 170 with 3 balls to spare. A very, very good chase. We've had it all, really. It's kind of lowish scoring thrillers, high scoring thrillers, last ball thrillers. And it's only the beginning with more cricket to come tomorrow. We'll say that the cricket just keeps on coming at you. Don't forget, on the European Cricket Network, as we have a look at the scorecard, 89 to Kemp off 28 balls. Forrest wheeled up his 50 in perfect style, also bringing up the winning runs, and 174 with 3 balls to go. Again, it was almost a perfect storm, wasn't it? They needed to restrict to something chaseable. I mean, 170, we do see chase, but we know 180s, we rarely see chase, maybe only 2 or 3 times ever, and 190, we've never seen chase. For the Towers, well, they battled hard, but they kind of went the journey, didn't they? Birrell probably best of with 1 for 24 of his 2 overs. A wicket for Bradbury, a big wicket that brought them right back. I mean, Muhammad did take a wicket, but also went for 38. So just a reminder that we've got more cricket coming up tomorrow with 5 matches. Once again, slightly later start time for this European Cricket Series compared to some of the other locations around Europe. But yeah, I'm thoroughly looking forward to what tomorrow might bring. And one thing you would say about this series is that any team can win any game, and almost from any position. It was a very, very good day of cricket. Andy Brown, great to see you as well. Asking what does everyone think of the setup? I mean, it's been top class. I mean, it was great to have John in earlier. Big thanks to Trinity as well for helping with the commentary a little bit earlier. And looking forward to the ECSW, of course, this weekend. But yeah, a little peek ahead. Right now, we've got cricket still happening. There's 3 matches tomorrow as well, I will say, in Belgium. But right now, you can actually watch the Belgian series. They're underway, well underway. In fact, they're into their last game. So that's tomorrow night. And also, we've got 3 matches. But that's what's happening right now with Hassel. 92 for 3 with 3 overs remaining against 12 Stars, the home side. So yeah, turnover right now, and Phil G is standing by, and I'm sure he's having his fair dose of drama as well. Just before we go, I want to say big thank you to everybody here on the ground in Jersey for doing such a great job with this setup of the ground and making us feel so welcome. It gives us a really good insight about what cricket's like here in Jersey and what we can expect for the rest of the week. We thank you to all of our chatters for making it so interesting. I know you've enjoyed the fact that we're somewhere new and we couldn't have been treated to a better day's cricket as the sun is ready to set in around about 20 minutes or so. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, reminding you, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. You can keep track of everything that's going on. We have 3 locations every day at the moment, which is absolutely nuts. But all the scores, the scorecards, and the squads, the standings are there as well. And finally, don't forget that we have our social media at European Cricket. It's going to be hard to choose just one player of the day because there was so much going on. But for now, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, wishing you a very good night. Phil G is where I'll be visiting very, very shortly. But for now, enjoy these highlights of day 1, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Move my body back and forth. 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 my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. body back